All right, Bismillah, we're live.
We're live. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, everybody who has joined us. Apologies for the small technical difficulty. First time's a charm, never really works, more second or third time. Thank you very, very much for joining us so far. We're going to open with a recitation from Brother Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا زلزلت الأرض زلزالها وأخرجت الأرض أثقالها وقال الإنسان ما لها يومئذ تحدث أخبارها بأن ربك أوحى لها يومئذ يصدر الناس أشتاتا ليروا أعمالهم فمن يعمل مثقال ذرة خيرا يره ومن يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يره. Back to you, Jack, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Muhammad. Do you want to explain what those were, by the way?
Yeah, so recited Surah Al-Fatiha first, which obviously we recite in our prayer every day. And the main thing we ask for in Surah Al-Fatiha is guidance, right? We ask to be like those that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala favored before us. So that includes the Prophet ﷺ, the Sahaba, and all the great people that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestowed this ni'mah upon, this ni'mah that we ask for, which is, and the greatest ni'mah is Islam, right? The blessing of Islam. So that's what we ask for. And then Surah Al-Zalzala goes into how the end times and how the quaking of the earth. So those were the ayat we recited.
MashaAllah, that's very, very good. Very, very good. So, to the lovely audience we have so far. So, Muhammad, do you want to start first?
Yeah, inshallah. So, I'm Muhammad Ali. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I study at the University of Exeter. I am a third-year international relations student. I'm originally from Pakistan. However, I've lived most of my life in the Middle East. And yeah, that's pretty much everything about me.
Very nice. Tamim, who are you? Tell us.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Tamim Mubayyad. I'm originally Syrian, but I was born in Ireland. I'm now in Qatar. I've been with Charity Week, I guess, for now 4 years. I studied a few different degrees. The last one was in behavioral science. Inshallah, I'll be studying another degree in, I want to look at sectarianization and how to undo that. That's the plan.
Inshallah, sounds very good. To quote Sunny, man collects degrees like people collect Pokemon. Right. Sunny, who are you? Introduce yourself.
Assalamu alaikum, my name is Sunny. I'm part of the Charity Week International team. I have been in Charity Week in 1 year. It's my first year, and I'm really excited to be part of
it. How many years? How long have you actually been with?
I don't like to think about it.
Many.
Yes, many. And I'm currently in the University of Exeter, and I'm doing a graduate degree.
Alhamdulillah. Very nice, very nice. And I am Jack. I am from a wee town called Newcastle in the real north of England. I have been with Islamic Relief Charity Week for about 5 years now. And what we're going to do today is basically nerd out over a lot of history, and also hopefully raise a couple of pennies for Charity Week. So if anyone here is not familiar with Charity Week, would someone like to give a brief rundown of it?
Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, Charity Week, for those that don't know, it's a campaign run by Islamic Relief, and it is across many different countries. In fact, this year we have 7 countries taking part in 4 different continents, and what it involves is Muslims, students, and many others actually now up and down the community, raising money for orphans and needy children, but more importantly, showing the power of what Muslims can do when they are united.
Alhamdulillah. No, yeah, that is basically what we're going to be doing today here. So we do have an EDH page that we are collecting donations from. If you do have any spare pennies, I know Charity Week has been a bit heavy on the bank account for some people, but if you do have anything, we will post the link in the chat. If someone can do that right now, that'd be great. Perfect. We will talk. We have a segment later today on the live stream in which we will be talking to one of the founders of Charity Week, Dr. Wajid Akhtar, in which we're going to be talking about the project in a bit more detail to actually learn about where this money is going to be going, who it's going to be helping. Okay, and inshallah, that sounds very good. But firstly, I think it would be a good idea to talk you guys through what we're going to actually be doing today, because the show itself is going to be starting at 3 o'clock, and until then, it's going to be us talking a bit of nonsense. But specifically, this nonsense will include what we're actually doing today. So, how do we actually? That's a good question. We have the agenda for today. I'm trying to think. How's it best to share this agenda? Because we have the pictures, but.
Oh, let me try to do that.
Okay.
1 second.
Mohammed is going to try and work some technical wizardry and share the agenda for today. However, when he's doing that, I'm going to do it verbally as well. So, starting from today, from 3 o'clock, we're going to be doing a brief introduction explaining what we're doing. And then from 3:30 p.m., inshallah, for an hour, we are going to do an entire summary of 14,000? Wow, no, 1,400 years of Islamic history. 14,000 years might be a bit much in an hour, okay? This is a brief run-through of the different periods of Islamic history, the main themes and main events and things that happened, just to give people a bit of a background, so when we talk about characters and figures and locations later in the podcast, it makes sense. Starting from 4:30, we will be starting with our 20 Islamic stories. So this is the theme of this live stream this year. So for Challenge 2020, for those of you that do not know, Challenge 2020 is an initiative for Charity Week. So this is a fundraising activity where a volunteer will pick something themed around the number 20. So some people have been trying to not spend money for 20 days. Some people have been living off £1 for 20 days, trekking 20 kilometers. But for us, for our live stream, we're going to be telling 20 stories from Islamic history. And from 4:30, we will be starting with the first 5 of these stories, and they should be very, very good. Then from 5:30, we have a segment with Sister Asma, and she is going to come on and talk to us a bit about Islamic art and the history of Islamic art through the ages as well. And stay tuned for that, because that should be very, very good. We'll be taking a half-an-hour break at 6:30 to let us all recharge our batteries. And then at 7 p.m., we'll be continuing with 5 more stories from Islamic history. And then from 8:30 p.m., then from 8 p.m. we'll be doing a tour of Istanbul with Dr. Wajid Akhtar until 9, and then we will also be wrapping it up, as I mentioned earlier, with talking a bit more about the projects that are going to be funded this year from Islamic Relief. That is the agenda. Guys, are you excited for this agenda?
I'm
hyped.
Incredibly excited.
I've never been as excited for an agenda as I have, and I made an agenda today. Okay, this agenda is a bit better.
Before we go into it, let's go around. What got you guys interested into Islamic history? Just quickly, right? Let's start with Muhammad, because we're all big nerds of Islamic history. So Muhammad, what got you into it?
So honestly, obviously, growing up, our mom would tell us stories about the seerah and this and that. However, I wasn't so into it until I came to Exeter and I sat with you and brother Ahmed as well. So it really stemmed from there. And then once I got into Charity Week and started listening to Dr. Wajid, who was the founder of Charity Week, like Jack said, I was amazed by Islamic history, and I it just started from there. And every time Dr. Wajid's talk is on, these guys make fun of me because I'm a huge fan. But Islamic history is very intriguing, very interesting, and it's something we're supposed to take lessons from, right? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, it says, Sunnah of Allah to tell us stories in the Quran, which we're supposed to take lessons from. And there's both sides, right? There's successful people, there's the Prophets alayhi salam, and then there's the people who we shouldn't be like, the failures, like Shaitan, like Fir'aun and Qarun and all these people. And so in the eyes of Allah, what a success is and what a failure is shown through the Quran, through these stories. And as Muslims, we're supposed to take lessons from them. So I think our history is very rich, and we should, taking lessons from them is a very, very important thing for all of us.
Definitely. So Jack, what got you into Islamic history?
Oof, what a question. Okay, so keeping it short, because I can chat for ages, as people may or may not know. So actually, I first got into history. It wasn't Islamic history. I first actually got into the more recent history of the Second World War. For some reason, it was just fantastically interesting. So learning about what happened, battles, dates, etc. I don't know. It just got a bit more interesting. But then after I made my first Muslim friend when I was in sixth form, this is probably a story people are going to be hearing more about tomorrow, because we're doing hopefully a revert story section tomorrow, and I'll be sharing mine, inshallah. But sneak preview, basically made friends with Muslims, started learning about Islam. But because I had a bit of an interest in history, the first thing I started learning about Islam was the history. I didn't really sort of look into much apart from it. And that's what really got me into it. And then from a more general Islamic history, I started looking into different time periods and different places, different empires. And it's just sort of, my life has just spiraled downhill from there, really. It's just sort of history consumes everything. Social life, gone. Professional life, nah, it's fine. Just books and history. That's all you need, man. But yeah, that's basically how I got there. That's how my life became consumed with history.
That's amazing. World War II to Islamic history. What a journey. Okay, Tamim, how about yourself?
Yeah, I think I was a little bit similar in that it was through GCSE history. I was really looking at World War II, and then it maybe expanded a little bit out from beyond that. But I think before that, actually, it was through looking at the American Civil Rights Movement, and then that brought me to Malcolm X. And then once I was getting, reading about Malcolm X and, learning about his life as much as possible, it kind of then branched out from there for me. But that was kind of, I guess, the entry point. And, I don't remember why exactly the civil rights movement. I imagine we were studying it at some stage in school. But yeah, the World War II as well was quite fascinating. To this day, I'm fascinated by that. But I think one of the things that I've neglected a little bit is I haven't looked at the impact of World War II on the Muslim world and the contribution of Muslims on, the good and the bad contributions, I guess. That's something I really haven't looked at. I've watched a lot of documentaries, a lot of fictional movies, but none of it really is looking at the experience of Muslims there. Yeah,
a brilliant point. You know what? We might try and work that into one of the stories tomorrow, because the contribution of the Muslim world and impact it had on the Second World War is a story that isn't told very often. And I will take any opportunity to shoehorn the Second World War into something. So, but it's an absolutely fascinating. It's a fascinating period, though. For the First and Second World War, it was the British Prime Minister came out and said, just a couple of years after the First World War, this was, I believe, in 1921. He said this. He made a big public speech, and to the world, he announced that Britain, or what was the British Empire, was the greatest Muslim power on earth, because of the amount of Muslims in the army and the amount of Muslims that were contributing to the war effort. But yeah, it's really, really interesting time.
What did they used to say? An empire that is more Muslim than it is Christian, the British Empire.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm saying that. But moving on. Yeah, sorry. I guess I'll throw in my one as well. Well, World War II does play a role, just not as prominent role in my journey of to discovery of love of Islamic history. So my family actually come from a troubled region called Kashmir. And Kashmir is going through a lot of difficulties at the moment, but it's been going through difficulties for many, many years. And part of growing up in a community where, like, my uncles and my father was that you naturally get involved in political discussions. And politics has always got a special relationship with history. So when it came to the politics of Kashmir, you had to look at the history of Kashmir. And from there, and my father used to always encourage me. I remember we used to go to the library too, and he wasn't a man. So I would be a big fan of comic books. I'm a big nerd with Marvel and DC and stuff like that. And my father wasn't like, he didn't appreciate the literature genius of Stan Lee and such writers. So he preferred I'd read actual books. So the deal he made was that I can read like one comic book if I go through some of the more how do I say it? The more I guess you
dense.
say the more dense, that's the word, historical books, and present it back to him. And I just started getting into it, and to the point where I still remember when I found out about when I discovered the Crusades and the history of like the Salahuddin Ayyubi and Sultan Baybars and that just period. I was just like, oh my God, I need to read everything about it. It's a very big topic and there's a lot written on it, but that kind of just stemmed. And then I was like, oh, I want to learn about the Abbasids. I want to learn about the Umayyads. I want to learn about different periods. I never really linked it to Islamic history, but the memes touched upon it. Malcolm X's autobiography was very, very big part of my teenage life. I still remember reading it and I couldn't put it down. And I remember thinking, this is amazing. Like what this man achieved was just phenomenal. And like I was like, I couldn't get my head around it, and it just didn't make sense how like a basic kid in the UK could relate to a story of a black man in America from the 60s. But I could just fully see so many of his arguments and his points in his autobiography, which I recommend everyone should read. Really, really good work. Okay, so we've kind of covered like what everyone got into Islamic history. Just before we move on, because now we're going to go into a bit more of an overview. What is your favorite period to read about? Just a quick one sentence, Muhammad. Oh, you can't see the Sirah and the Salaf. Okay, that's easy. That's an easy answer. Okay.
The Ottomans, I think.
Okay, the Ottomans. Jack. Yeah. World War II doesn't count.
World War II kind of counts, but okay, no, not World War II. Later, it's a minute later Islamic history, 1800s.
1800s. Tamim.
I think more recent, probably the last 100 years is what I'm most interested in. Yeah.
So you guys are more like modern onwards sort of thing. I'm actually a big fan of like the 10th, 11th century, where the Umayyads and the Abbasids, which we will touch upon, inshallah.
That's technically the Salaf as well, bro.
Yeah, but
Sonny, you've been caught out.
Okay, all right, fine. I'll take it further. I'll go to the 10th century. Okay, it's going to be very hard for you to say the 10th century is the Salaf.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So we're talking about, like, stuff like the Islamic Golden Age and Baghdad as an intellectual capital of the world, and the spread of Islam into different cultures of like Andalusia and the Maghreb and with West Africa and India and Central Asia, etc. Okay, inshallah.
So just before we start,
yes.
I just have a quick idea. So we have a couple of minutes before the start of the exciting sprint through 1400 years of Islamic history. Can we take this opportunity to share the link around and let people know that this stream is live? So
yes.
Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Sonny, I'm sure that you have. I love the fact that logo has just blocked out Sonny's face completely. Mohammed, can you leave that there for the entire show? I feel like it really improves the aesthetic of this live stream. So,
wait, one second.
There we go.
Wait.
And guys, whoever's watching, please throw in comments, critiques, questions, anything. We are monitoring the comments as well.
Complaints, comments, compliments, concerns, queries,
All the
anything you
C's.
got. All of it. But yeah, we're going to take a quick second now to just share out the link and just let people know that we are currently live.
Inshallah.
Let's go. Qatar team.
Da-da. Okay, so now we have time to share those links around. Right, guys, so now we are going to start with our first actual segment that isn't just us waffling, but in fairness, it's probably going to be a lot of us waffling. So we're going to do our sprint through 1400 years of Islamic history. Now,
can we get that video you're talking about, Jack? That was go through.
Yes, I can do. Okay, so what I'm looking for now, guys, is the.
I'll start with the beginning bit. So with Islamic history, when you're talking about anything to relate to Islam, it's very difficult not to mention the Prophet ﷺ. But before we get into that, just to give the context of where Islam, as we know it today, where it came about, we have to understand that what kind of world it was born into. And you had two major world powers at the time. So you had the Romans, which were the Byzantines, and the Persians. Now, the Persians were a very interesting empire. They were all about colonizers. They were like history's ultimate colonizers. They were big on taking every nation and making them under the House of Persia. On the other side of the map were the Romans, and the Romans had a very impactful. Yes, sorry.
Hi guys. Sorry, Roman history. Oh yes.
Yeah, please, Jack, tell us why the Romans were so revolutionary in.
Why? Because.
Yeah, go on.
Why? Because in one form or another, they lasted for 2,000 years. Name me an empire that's done that. Exactly. You can't.
Well, okay. I wouldn't say they lasted too long. We're not going to get into it. Actually, no. Okay, let's go into it. Why do you?
He said it. He said it. Okay, hang on. No. Okay, we can go into this a little bit later. Okay. But
yeah, that's a very big claim. But like the Byzantines, right? So let's talk about the Romans. The Romans were the first empire to pay their military, which surprisingly made them incredibly effective, and they conquered a lot of land. In fact, I think it was 20 to 30% of the known world, and like the human population was under the Roman Empire.
Yeah,
but
when you think about it, it's absolutely insane. Like it's difficult to think about it in the modern world when you're contemplating the world. But just think about this in a second, okay? Actually, pretty much. Tamim, are you're on Qatar right now? Yeah.
I am, yes.
Right. Okay. You're the only odd one out. Okay. Mohammed, you're currently sitting in Egypt. Sunny, you're sitting. Imagine you were sitting in Morocco and I was sitting in Baghdad, and there was another one of us sitting in Bradford. The idea that we would have all been a member of the same empire is insane. It is ridiculous. The idea that someone sitting in Iraq, Egypt, Bradford, north of England, even up to Scotland, from one empire is ludicrous. And the idea that this happened 2,000 years ago is somewhat incomprehensible.
Did the Romans get as far as Scotland? I thought
they did. No, yeah. So they pushed as far up north as into wee old bonny Scotland, but they couldn't take it for very long because the Scots are sometimes not very hospitable to people that just march up with swords. So they kind of give that up after a while. But a lot of what we owe the world to.
Interesting you say that. Would you say that Charity Week is growing like the rate of the Roman Empire?
The idea that it's conquering country by country.
Terrible.
Think about it. Muhammad's in Egypt. You're in. We could have people in USA. Like the Romans didn't conquer USA like the way Charity Week is going to do, inshallah. Like we got like I don't even know if I can get people in trouble for that. But Canada, South Africa. The Romans never got to South Africa, Jack, but Charity Week did.
How far south did they get to in Africa? They stayed along the coast, right? The
They
Mediterranean.
mostly stayed along the coast, but they got down to pretty much the borders of southern Egypt in the modern day, and then pushed a little bit
along the Nile, really.
Yeah, they mostly stayed along the coast. They were a Mediterranean empire, the entire basin.
To be fair, most of civilization was around either the Mediterranean or the coasts of the Gulfs.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing is, within the Roman Empire's time period, Isa Islam came about, and he called people to Islam in his version, or the version that came before the Prophet, and called people to Tawheed. It caused chaos in the Roman Empire because you had pagans and believers just like basically killing each other in the streets. And that caused Constantine, the Roman emperor, to kind of amalgamate the whole philosophy and religion of these believers into what was at the time the Holy Roman Church. But the Romans were, and this is when Islam comes in, they were fighting a civil war because the empire just grew too big, and they spoke two predominantly languages, which was Latin and Greek, if I'm not mistaken. Jack can correct me.
Yep.
And there was like you said, there's so many different cultures and so many different things going on. It was kind of ripping itself apart. And in the midst of that, the Romans were still a powerhouse. You have to remember, they've got the best military, they've got cavalry, they've got centurions, and they've got like the phalanx and all this kind of stuff, right? Then came the Persians, who had been, I think, about 3,500 years in one shape or another. Persia has played a part. It's not the same empire, but it's always been there. They fought with the precursors to the ancient Egyptians. And when you've been around longer than the ancient Egyptians, you know you've been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
And so now, in the midst of all that, you had the Arabian Peninsula. And the Arabian Peninsula wasn't very significant outside of a few trading ports. And that was mostly in what we know as Mecca and Medina, but also there was parts of South Yemen, and the rest was in like the coast of Syria, Sham, or Iraq, with the edges of the Persian Empire. And so the Persians and the Romans were constantly battling it out because there was always a conflict in one shape or another with the Europeans and the Persians. And you got two huge armies there, two huge empires, two massive infrastructures, and two giants of science, technology, everything, you mentioned it. These guys built giant palaces and massive monuments, and they took over lands that like would take months, if not years, to travel to. And in the midst of all of this going on, the Prophet ﷺ came about, and he was given the revelation of Islam. And
I have the video, by the way. So
okay,
so there is a absolutely brilliant YouTube video, which is a history of the world day by day. Many of you have probably seen it. I'm going to share it now for the stream. We should be able to see that now, I believe. Let's double check. I think Mohammed needs to do that, but he's not here at the minute. It's okay, that's fine. What we'll do is, when Mohammed gets back, because he's just went off to pray very quickly, we'll share that.
So yeah, the Arabs at the time were politically a very tribal people. They were very, in fact, they were quite nomadic, and they were traders. The towns that they had were just to accommodate the trade. They didn't really have much to civilization pre-Islam. It's really hard to find much history on the Arabs before Islam. In fact, the only ones we can find is the tribes of Yemen, who came with the Prophet Ishmael to establish what is a modern Arab people. But the Prophet ﷺ was part of a very prominent clan, the Banu Hashim clan, and he was Quraysh, and their people profited heavily from idol worship. And there was over 360 idols in the Kaaba, and they had a celebration day for each idol. And so it was like a year-long festival going on in Makkah, where they were just rinsing it for every money they could.
Oh yeah, so that's actually really important to the to early Islamic history, but also it's important to the history of the persecution of the Muslims, because Mecca was a rich trading city, but it was also back then it was the religious center of the Arabian Peninsula, and so pilgrims from all across the peninsula came to come and do the pilgrimage to the Kaaba and see the idols that were all around it, and so. Apart from these idols being part of the local religion, it was also the local economy as well. Okay, it was the economic backbone of Mecca, which is why, as Sunny will probably tell us very soon, any challenge to this or any threat to this is not going to be welcomed by the businessmen of Mecca.
Can I interject with a question here for both of you? So I've heard this narrative a lot, and it's the one that I accept. But I'm just thinking about it now and tying it in with what you said about Constantine. Why is it then that the rulers of Mecca didn't just think, okay, we'll integrate the religion, and we'll make money off it? Because I'm sure in theory you could have integrated it and changed it, and then shaped it.
So it very, very much could, and you could see the influence of Greco-Roman, Sumerian beliefs in the Arab pagan idols, right? But the thing is, the Romans, Constantine, what he did wasn't actually quite common for the Romans. What Constantine did was he had to merge the religions to appease. They were literally killing each other in the streets. Like they would be like mobs just literally ripping apart each other limb by limb because of their beliefs. So he had to find a way to appease them. And some groups would be like, we want the winter solace. And other groups would be like, we want to only worship Jesus. So then they merged it and they had Christmas, right? The modern way of Christmas. And so that was to appease it. But usually the Romans introduced their gods to every place they went to, but they didn't really impose religion to the level that later empires did. They weren't really about religion. They were more about the glory of the Republic. The second point is the Arabs weren't technically fully under the Roman Empire. They were a vassal. And the vassals had a lot more autonomy and a lot more freedom. So there was two vassals. The Romans had one, and the Persian.
It's there on the screen right now, so you can see it. So just to explain what these names mean. So the Byzantine Empire is the late European word for the late Roman Empire. So the Byzantines, those guys in pink, that's the Roman Empire, or what's left of it by this point in history. And in the green, above the Arabian Peninsula and modern-day Persia, you see the Sassanids. That was the current empire and dynasty that was ruling Persia.
So as you can see, Europe's being ripped apart, because when they were like together, they were a force that shook the world. Now they're just like a remnants of an old empire, but they were still military, probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the world. And so the Persians also had power. Now you notice the Arabian Peninsula, because it's a desert, because there isn't much you can do with it, it wasn't that valuable to them to conquer it politically. However, it had enough value because Mecca had a trading port, for example, for them to colonize it. And so they both had vassal states that would basically pledge allegiance to the Romans, but they had autonomy. So, and I believe that the Romans had the Ghassanids or the Japhanids, depending on who's writing it, and they were mostly in so. You see where that S is on the Jack? Can you move your mouse to the north?
I am.
Yeah, just there.
I'm circling it. There it is.
Yeah, that's where the Ghassanids were. They were the Arab subjects of the Romans. Anything below them didn't matter. Right next to them in modern-day Iraq was the Lakhmids, and the Lakhmids were the vassals of the Banu Lakham, were the vassals that were basically, or clients, as you can say, client state to the Sasanian Empire. And so they constantly had wars, and the Persians would come back up their vassal, and the Romans would back up their vassal. And Mecca usually kind of just was down there, and it was just a moneymaker. It was a golden goose, but it wasn't really politically very powerful. Now, in the midst of all this, the Prophet ﷺ came about, and he said that you only worship one God, and he has no idol. He has no children, and he has no father or mother. It's just Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we know the story of the Seerah. The Prophet ﷺ, when he first said this, like this was causing local anarchy. it was firstly, like, it's against their religion, it's against their forefathers. The Arabs were very proud of their forefathers. Racism was very prominent because of how proud they are of the forefathers. My tribe is X and my tribe is better than you. My forefathers were from this people. Your forefathers from lower people, and therefore you are Y. And it's the most dirtiest and most disgusting fitna that the human population constantly has to go through, is this racism, and it has shown up in many different forms. So when the Prophet ﷺ came about and he called upon Tawheed, they were met with resistance because he's also attacking their economy. If there's 360 days of pilgrimage and money making coming in, what's going to happen when when all of that stops? Like, where are they gonna make all their money? And then they were like, and even the Prophet's whole family went into it. Now we agreed that we're not going to go too much into the Prophet's seerah and etc. But I want to move on to when the Prophet ﷺ went to Medina after the Hijrah. He established a state, and in Medina, the state they started forming governance and they started forming armies, and they also established justice in the land. That was a very important part, because now all of a sudden in that little white patch was an empire was growing, and he took back Makkah. Then he started moving to Taif. And then he went north, and now all of a sudden he became a thorn to the side of the Ghassanids and the Lakhmids. And can you carry on, Jackie? Does it show you that? Yeah. So as you can see, it says Rashidun. We'll go into the Rashidun Caliphate. The Rashidun Caliphate were the successors of the Prophet ﷺ, but as you can see, it starts growing, and the empire starts, and even yet they've hurt it economically to the vassal states, but it won't reach Rome yet. But if you keep going, Jack. Yeah, so now you've taken down two of their vessels, the Lakhmids and the Ghassanids. They get destroyed by the Prophet ﷺ has now passed away, but his successors, they expand the empire or the caliphate, and they keep winning, and they just don't stop. And this ethnic minority in the most remote part of their empire, so like insignificant that their client states weren't even there. They've now grown at a fast rate. At this point, both emperors are thinking there's problems, right? In fact, the Persians had lost one of their, and we'll talk about this later in the Islamic stories, they lost one of their greatest palaces and one of their greatest inside the empire, the Kisra, the Ctesiphon, fell to Islam. And then the Muslims expanded, and they actually took a lot of the Persian land. The other side, the Romans, they started seeing that there's a problem. The Levant is actually the cradle of civilization. It's a very powerful region. It's where Jerusalem, Bethlehem, it's where Palestine, it's where Syria is. And that region is important politically and economically to any Mediterranean empire that doesn't want to go westwards. So the Romans, the Byzantines the Levant was their access point to a large chunk of Egypt, and also to the dream of reviving the empire in the West. They took the Levant, and this all happened in the period of about 2 or 3 lifetimes, which is a phenomenal expansion. Jack, if you keep going. So now what happened was now the establishment of the Rashidun Caliphate, it stopped at the time of the Khalifa Muawiyah. Muawiyah was a Sahaba, and he was a diplomat and a statesman and a scribe of the Prophet ﷺ. But he also established the Umayyad Caliphate. And his establishment of the Umayyad Caliphate also started establishing a culture and a civilization that historians could later refer to. You have to remember, at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, 17, 18 people could read and write. By this time, they've got Jerusalem, they've got Iraq, they've got so many parts of the Arab Peninsula, of civilization, that they can now establish coinage, they can establish big palaces, and they can start establishing somewhat of a civilization and a culture. So when we look back at history, the Umayyads, we have a lot. We don't have a lot from the Prophet ﷺ's except for the Sirah and the Hadith, of course. But we're talking about like physical remnants, archaeological remnants. Outside of Makkah, Medina, the Rashidun Caliphate didn't leave as much as the Umayyads did. The Umayyads, because they came later, because they came, they had a lot more historians. There's a lot more books. They interacted with a lot more empires. So around about 30 years after the Prophet ﷺ, the Umayyad Caliphate started. And that was the other big difference with the Umayyads is they started inheriting the seat of succession. So father would give it to son, and it would continue and continue, it would basically it would grow, and it would grow for about 100 years, and they would.
What year do you want me to go to? By the way,
so go to about 700.
Just a quick question.
It's very quick from here on out.
Yeah.
Do we know where they took that idea of passing power from father to son from?
So, yes. Like that.
So, in the early days, in the early days of Islam and the first four caliphs of the Rashidun Caliphate, they followed a very typical Arab style of government. Okay, and this style of government was that the nation or the tribe would have a leader, it would have a head, but this was not an absolute monarch. Okay, the person that was at the head or the person that was the leader. So, for example, this firstly was Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, and then it passed to Abu Bakr, then to Umar, Uthman, Ali. Yeah. Now these guys, they were not absolute monarchs. They were not absolute rulers that had unlimited power. What they were primarily was an arbitrator. They were the last court of appeal. So when two tribes would have a disagreement, when there would be a crisis in a certain region, they would go to these people and they would give the final decision and give the final verdict. As Islamic history progressed, you started
or regressed, maybe.
Caliphate. Regressed. But as time went on, the Muslim Caliphate started to move away from this tradition. They moved away from this traditional Arab style of government, and instead they adopted the style of government that was practiced in the Middle East for about 2,000 years. And this is the style of Eastern kings, when the king would be an absolute monarch and the title would pass from father to son. Because back in the early days of Islam, the leadership of the Muslim community did not pass just from father to son. There was no birthright to rule. It passed to the person that had the most merit to rule. Okay, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman.
So
Ali.
so the establishment in Islam is of a shura that elects their leader. So Abu Bakr was elected, and then Umar was appointed, Uthman was elected, and then Ali was elected. Right. So the leader can select his successor, or they can choose the thing. Now, there's also the idea that they were interacting with many different systems of governance, and they needed stability, and they needed to have. And this exists even today. Economies suffer when you don't know who the winner of an election is. But there's also political reasons, power grabs, etc. So now we're in the middle of the Umayyad Caliphate. Now, the Umayyads were expanding at a phenomenal rate, right? These guys had taken Levant, and now they start taking Egypt, and they are gobbling up this Roman Empire. And there's some great stories from the Roman historians where, because the Romans were a very devious bunch, they were out to get each other's over. So a house would be like, I want my house to succeed, but that house is in the way. So what we'll do is we'll form an alliance. If they refuse, we'll get the emperor or the king or whoever's in charge at the time to send their son to the Arabs to go control the Arabs, because that's like a certain death. That's how scared they were. And it was like they just dismantled the Roman Byzantine economy because they took Egypt, they took Libya, they took everything. So Jack actually has an interesting story about when they took North Africa.
I do. Something I would mention, actually. Now, this is taking quite some time, actually, taking a bit more time than we were expecting. But something that was very important was the world is a very different place now than it was about 1,300 years ago. Back then, Egypt and North Africa were known as the breadbaskets of Europe. Okay, this is where the farms were. This is where the wheat was grown, and this is what fed the empire. Rome, in particular, the Romans, North Africa was a treasured resource because it was so valuable. And it was seizing it was like sort of cutting someone off at the knee, so to speak. Rome wasn't very pleased with it. Currently we're at 707. Actually, Sonny, you know what? I'm going to tell the story of. I know. Actually, I'll do it now. Go for it.
I'm quite surprised that we're finding that we can't get through 1400 years of Islamic history.
I know. You would think that you know. I thought, you know, you're sitting here. We thought that'll be easy. Nothing happened in 1400 years. We can't talk about anything. But no, apparently that was incorrect. But tidbit, yeah. There was an ancient city in North Africa called Carthage. It was captured by Rome hundreds of years even before this, and when the Umayyads conquered the area, a lot of the city was left in ruins. Okay, either through conquest or just because it was never rebuilt after the Romans took it. But these cities were built of white marble, and they were absolutely splendid. They were opulent, as the fancy word would go. And so what the Umayyads did was they took a lot of this marble and they used it to build the newly established mosques and masajid throughout the Muslim world. And so if you go now to North Africa, you go to Libya, you go to Tunisia, you go to Egypt, you might notice there's a lot of the mosques are built with white marble. That marble is taken from the ancient cities of Carthage on the coast of North Africa. It's very, very cool. Right, I'm going forward on this map because we have a lot of history to get through.
Yes, we do. We're gonna go through it. So now the expansion. This is a very important part. Muslims entered Europe and they took Spain, and they took Spain at an alarmingly fast rate. They just were unstoppable, and they took southern France. And you think about it, they weren't that far away from taking England, which would have made it very interesting. I think England would have had better cuisine if they had a Muslim. But but the other side of the empire is also interesting. They've completely demolished the Persians. And in fact, so much so that they've just taken it all over. The Persians had a religion. It was Zoroastrianism. And we'll talk about that with, inshallah, with Salman al-Farsi's story. But the interesting thing is they actually got to modern-day Pakistan within this period, right? Which was at that time the Sindh. And they had a very, very big problem now. You've now got at least 5, maybe 6 alien cultures in a span of less than 100 years that are now under the rule of Islam and the rule of the caliphate. And the difference is with the Muslims, their empire wasn't about the individual, it wasn't about the state, it wasn't about the republic. It was a religious-based empire. And so religion played a dominant part of the empire. And therefore, what you notice is scholars would come from Persian scholars. You'd get Persian, ethno-Turkic scholars, North African scholars, Andalusian scholars, Arab scholars, all sitting and debating all these kind of things. It was a very interesting period. This is where the birth of the major scholars of Islam that we know today, that they came from. So if you carry on, Jack. So now, okay. Can
I talk about this bit?
Yeah, sure. The 750s. Now things get.
So this is where things get interesting, and so sometimes they're portrayed by different colors, but it's just all green in this map. So there was a revolution, and it was a pretty big one, and this is mostly the end of the Umayyad Caliphate. So the Umayyad Caliphate would be the single largest Muslim empire in history. Okay. It stretched from southern France all the way to the Indus Valley and most things in between. However, by about 750, there was a lot of political discontentment. By the way, this is massively oversimplified, bear in mind. But, 1400 years, we've got to make things a bit concise. But long story short, the ruling class of the Umayyad Caliphate were Arab. And because this is where the Muslims came from. And so although there was now many, many different types of Muslims, so you had people converting to Islam from modern-day Iraq, from Syria, from North Africa, from Spain, from Persia, these people were often, by the political establishment, treated sometimes like second-class citizens, and they would be blocked out of the important and powerful roles within government. And this made people, I think the technical term is upsetty spaghetti, okay? And in the 750s, there was a revolution. It started in Persia. It was led by what's the first name of the guy?
Abbas.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Abbasid?
Yeah. It's his first name.
Yeah, it was named after him. So he was the descendant of the
I
Prophet.
thought that was his last name. Oh well.
It was Abbas ibn Abdul Muttalib, right?
So yeah, Abbas ibn Abu Muttalib. Yes, that's correct. And so he was a descendant from. So they were descended from the Prophet's uncle Abbas. They basically said that the Umayyads aren't proper Muslims because they've allowed too much deviancy into the fold of the Islamic Empire. And so
one other thing they said is because they weren't the rightful, they weren't.
Yes, the right.
They didn't have the right over the throne because they weren't from the family of the Prophet or whatever.
So this is a very interesting point we will skim over. Is that they were the initial supporters of the Abbasid revolution were what is known as the Pro-Alids, or the Pro-Alids, or are people that are for the Prophet's family, and they think that the rulership should go to the Prophet's family. And the Abbasids took the growing Pro-Alid concerns and they merged it with theirs, and they said that we're from the descendant of the Prophet's uncle. We have the right because we have the bloodline of the Prophet, and therefore the Umayyads have just corrupted it because they're letting in too many different ethnicities, and we need the more Arab-centric sort of rule because that's where Islam started. It was a very interesting revolution. It was quite bloody for its time.
Yeah, it wasn't a pleasant time to live through. However, we can't go too much into it because we are still more than 1,000 years behind with half an hour.
No, but the Abbasids had what is today known as the Golden Age of Islam. They turned Baghdad into the intellectual capital of the world. So initially, people were worried that these guys are going to be ethno-national, very racist because they're Arab supremacists or something. But in fact, they were the opposites because when they established Baghdad, they opened their house of knowledge to pretty much every ethnicity and empire and people they could. They brought in Aristotle, and they brought in Plato and all these kind of works, but also from like Hind and from India and from China, and they would just sit and debate. And many of the prominent scientific discoveries of their time in the world were in the Abbasid Caliphate, and that was in Baghdad. Yeah, Jack, do you want to carry on going forward?
Give me a date to stop.
Just keep going. So look, the Abbasids were a major power, probably the strongest empire power in the world for a better part of a century. What happens, as most things happen in history, we had fractioning, and so the formation of smaller caliphates within the caliphate. The Andalusian Caliphate formed, and they said that the Abbasids can control it, but we're going to run things our way. And that was all the way in Spain. The Abbasid capital's in Baghdad. It's opposite ends of the empire. But in between, they had Egypt until the Fatimids took over. Now, the Fatimids were not directly, they were directly opposed to the Abbasids, and they happened to be from a different branch of Islam. They were more of the Shia branch, whereas Abbasids were Sunni. However, the Fatimids weren't about like the Shia versus Sunni thing, that this was purely a different group of people. And what happened was, this is the time where the Byzantines were like, this is our last stand. We need really help. We've got these guys are just, there's Arabs, there's Andalusians, there's North Africans, there's Persians, but now the Turks, the ethno-Turks from the Great Steppe. The Great Steppe is this center bit just south of Russia. They're converting to Islam, and now they're bringing their horse riders who are unstoppable. I mean, the Byzantine emperors are like, we're in really bad trouble here. Keep going, Jack. So we're basically going through a period where they realized that the Western powers realized we're going to be in trouble here. These guys aren't going away. They've been there for centuries now, but now it's going to be a threat to our existence. So Byzantine was really scared. With modern day Turkey, which at the time they didn't believe in, the Catholic Church had established itself firmly. The Byzantines weren't Catholics. They believed themselves to be kings appointed by God, as opposed to one overarching power. And the Byzantines were fighting the Seljuk Turks for a better part of a century, until King Alexius, King Alexius sent a very, I don't think he realized what he was about to do. He sent a letter to Rome asking for help against the Turks.
Just to clarify, Rome is where the Pope is. So there was a split in Catholicism around about this time, actually, in which Christianity split in two. And it split into what was known as the Roman Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church. The Roman Catholic Church was centered in Rome, and this is the type of Christianity that was followed by pretty much the vast majority of Europe, so Germany, France, northern Spain, England. But in the east, in what was still the Byzantine Roman Empire, they followed a slightly different flavor of Christianity, and in the modern day it's called Orthodox Christianity. And around this time, around this letter, is when the two branches of Christianity actually formally split.
So and what happened is they said these guys were not friends. They weren't allies. They actually were on the opposite ends of many wars. However, they were desperate. So the Byzantines King Alexius sent a letter to the Roman Catholic asking for help, and he expected like 50 knights to help fight against the growing Seljuk Empire. The Seljuks weren't like the Abbasids; they were a confederacy of nomadic warriors. So everybody would kind of had autonomy, but they had one goal that they don't like, and that was the Byzantines. What happened was the Pope at the time, he gathered all the cardinals, and the cardinals were the Pope's representative in different provinces. So he gathered all the cardinals across Europe into a giant building in France, and he gave one of the most passionate speeches. And he said that the call has come, and we're going to finally take the Holy Land back, because the Holy Land, where Jesus was from, was under Muslim rule for the better part of 3 to 4 centuries at this point. And that pained a lot of Catholics, and they wanted, but the problem was Jesus preached peace. Jesus preached don't kill, turn the other cheek. So they had to demonize the Muslims. These were barbarians. These weren't civilized folk. Then they had to desensitize people to killing. They said, if you don't kill, they're going to get killed. And then they had to declare that killing a infidel, or at the time was the Muslims, is not the same as killing a Christian. So they said, if you go on a holy war to free Jerusalem, you will guarantee yourself paradise, no matter what you've done. And it was incredibly powerful, but for its time, but it sent a shockwave, because every prince that hadn't got the throne, every lord that had committed some major crime, anyone and everyone became a crusader. And so imagine this, you're King Alexius and you asked a letter for help, and you only wanted like 50 knights. Instead, hundreds of thousands of people show up at your doorstep ready for a crusades. And so they began the campaign that lasted a few centuries to take back the Holy Land.
Boom, that's the first bit.
Yeah. So they actually did conquer Jerusalem. And interesting thing, before the Crusaders actually set, there was actually a crusade that was led by a hermit who heard the speech, and he was like, I want to get in on this action. And he's called Peter the Hermit. And his crusade actually just got to the mountains of Western Turkey, and Eastern Turkey, and they got just decimated because he had a bunch of peasants and villagers, and he didn't have a lot of people, but he had a lot of people, but he didn't have a lot of knights. And this was actually the Crusade Zero, if you will, because it was a crusade that precursed all the other crusades, because the others were still getting the cavalry together, getting their armors and their swords. They were coming with proper knights, armored to the teeth. He just grabbed anyone and everyone. At one point, there's a very funny story. They get lost in in Eastern Europe, and they use a goose that they believe was inspired by the Holy Spirit to guide them to the Holy Land. And it took them the wrong direction. But that's how the Crusades was just such a vital point in Europe, because it just turned everyone into a holy warrior. They take Jerusalem, and they take Jerusalem in the most bloody fashions. The Crusaders show up all armed and they massacre and not just Muslims. They massacred Armenians, they massacred Jews, they massacred even Christians that were from the Arabs people. And this is they say that there's so much blood that it was almost like ankle, if not shin deep in blood in the streets of Jerusalem. But they had freed the Holy Land. And this is when the Seljuks were like, we need to fight back against the Crusaders, but everyone seems to be fighting amongst themselves. They will keep fighting each other. And this was what the Crusaders were using as a tool to break into the ranks of Muslim land, was the big disunity that was amongst the Seljuks. And the Fatimids were not helping. In fact, the Fatimids had now been very corrupted, and they started working alongside the Crusaders to help stop the Muslims because they were scared of the Seljuks. And then the Fatimids got destroyed by Salahuddin, who has spent most of his life, he spent fighting Muslims in the Levant and North Africa. And he liberated Jerusalem in a very famous, after the Horns of Hattin battle, in a very famous period. And now you're starting to see the remnants of stability in the region because Salahuddin allowed Christians, Jews, and Muslims to worship again. It was all a bit more peace, and power started getting consolidated into individuals. However, there was a threat that the Muslim empires were facing that was growing, and that was the arrival of the Mongolians. If you want to carry on, Jack. And the Mongolians were a force. I mean, these guys were just...
This is where it begins over here.
Yeah, in the most remote place in the world. These guys just grew and grew and grew, and they just conquered, and they were brutal.
Do you see similarities there between?
No, you do. So the
expansion of Islam and then the quick
That's
expansion of Mongol.
So this is something that historians draw upon a lot, is that some of the greatest conquering empires often come from parts of the world which are very, very harsh and very, very difficult to live in, mostly because they breed essentially a hardy soldier. It's if you are a cavalryman living in the Arabian Peninsula in the 600s, your life is very, very harsh and very, very brutal, and it made for good soldiers. The same with the Mongols. Okay, on the Mongol steppe in Far East Asia, it was a very, very difficult place, and the steppe in particular has bred so many conquerors before this. So before the Mongols, the people that came out of them were the Seljuks. That big orange empire that like swallowed the Middle East.
Even before Islam, the Huns, Attila the Hun and the Huns came from the steppe. Then came and even the Prophet ﷺ, he talked about the Turks. Or the precursors of the Turks, and he said that don't fight them if they don't fight you, because like there was the Seljuks that came out of them that later became the Ottomans, but also the Mongols, the Huns, like great empires have come out of the steppe. Now the difference, there are similarities, you're right, but there's also differences. The Mongols were all about personal.
That's just crazy to see, bro.
Yeah.
I'm stopping at this year in particular because I'm going to talk about this from now on. Is that okay?
So yeah, that's fine. I want to talk about the differences. The Mongols were all about personal power. Everything has to be under the tribe of the Mongols. They didn't care what religion you had. They didn't care what was being worshipped or not being worshipped. They didn't care they didn't even care too much about economy, as long as their horde was protected. They were all about that personal power. This is why their kings were called the Khan of all Khans. This is why they made any empire that said we have the greatest X, they would be like, let's go test it out. And in fact, a very interesting story is you can talk about the fall of Baghdad.
Yeah, I'm about to do it right now. Yeah. So this is 1257. We are here now. The Islamic Golden Age normally stretches from around late Umayyads through to the Abbasids, right up until this point. This is when a lot of historians say this is the formal end of the Islamic Golden Age. So when you see this bit here in modern day Iraq, you say AB. This AB dot. This is what is left of the Abbasid Caliphate. This is the Caliph of Islam residing in Baghdad. This was the center of the Muslim world for best part of now 400-500 years. And next year, it's gone. The Mongolians march on the city of Baghdad. The Caliph refuses to submit, and the Mongol armies burn the city to the ground. The entire population is slaughtered. It is not a very pleasant part of history. I think some people put the casualty rates up at about 950,000 dead. It's a very grim part of history, and as part of the destruction of the city of Baghdad was the destruction of what was called the Great Library of Baghdad as well.
Yeah, we talked about this, where they had works from all across the world.
Yeah, this was the probably the greatest and most expansive library in the world, and for 700 years ago, that is massive, because remember, there's no printing press. Many books only had one copy, and in these great libraries, it's where people amassed them. It was the sum of human knowledge up to that point. The Islamic scholars that had translated the ancient Greek's world, the new knowledge discovered by the Muslim scholars, was in this library. And in 1258, all the books were dumped into the river Tigris. And it is said that the river itself turned black with the inks of the book from the library. It's something that we'll go into more detail tomorrow. Sonny, yes.
Yeah, just to put this into perspective, the vizier, the minister of that region, he was a big fan of collecting knowledge. And so he would be the Grand Vizier of Persia, Abdul Qasim something, his name is Abdul Qasim Ismail. I can't remember his full name, but anyway, this is the thing. He would basically travel with 400 camels, and each camel had thousands of books on its back. And so they say he had close to about 120,000 books that were just like constantly on part of his entourage when he traveled land to land. That's the level of like knowledge that was in that land. Do you know what I mean? Like Jack said, those books were just the single print. There was no other print, and that was just what he would take around with him.
I wonder what we lost, what knowledge we lost. I think we kind of have an idea.
This is for history. The Library of Alexandria, the Library of Baghdad, and the fall of Andalusia. They say that what did we actually lose? Do you know what I mean?
So we lost about. It's sometimes said that the fall of the Library of Baghdad set humankind back around 300 years. There was another library as well that came. This was many years before, about maybe 1,000 years, 500 years before this, was the Great Library of Alexandria. That library was destroyed at some point in the first millennia AD. People don't know exactly when it happened, but it was reported that that library in the ancient world had a working model steam engine.
So just to put into perspective, that Library of Alexandria in Egypt, this is part of the dehumanization of Muslims. The Crusader times, works started being fabricated that attributed the Muslims to destroying the Library of Alexandria. Yeah. It had been destroyed before the Muslims got there.
Yeah.
But was it destroyed, or was it sacked definitely, or could it have been a fire?
There was about 3 or 4 different reported destructions of the Library of Alexandria. No historian has confidence and is able to say when, but one of the reported times that it was destroyed was during the invasion led by Umar.
Right. Now, with this one,
and this is something that Tony's going to touch on, is that this doesn't quite fit with the narrative of Umar, because, but the thing is, because he was a man of knowledge. He was a person that really treasured works of knowledge and libraries. But the thing is that no one knows exactly when the Library of Alexandria was destroyed. So it was likely, I think, and I believe I've read this, or maybe I'm inferring it, that it probably had several accidents and fires over the years, and was built, rebuilt, burnt down, built, rebuilt, burnt down.
So the story is that Umar's forces take the library, and they said, "What should we do with it?" And they go, "If it goes against the Quran, destroy it. If it goes with the Quran, there's no need for it." Right? And this was a story that was like heavily propagated throughout, saying that look at these barbaric Muslims, they have no value for knowledge, and that's why we have to stop them. The problem with that narrative is when Umar took Jerusalem, he left every church, every synagogue, every house of worship there. He left the Library of Jerusalem intact. There's a famous incident where a man was going crazy and drunk in the middle of the streets, and he was dancing around naked. Now, any rational person would be like, yo, stop the guy. Umar called a meeting of the Council of Faiths, because he established a Council of Faiths in Jerusalem. And he said, is this part of any of your lot's worships? And when they all said no, they go, okay, now you can arrest him.
Right there, bro.
You know, maybe, subhanAllah, that reminds me of the story of the Bedouin man who urinates in the mosque.
Yeah, exactly.
At the time wanted to cut his head off, and the Prophet said, you know, no, wait, you know, let him finish, and then.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the benefit of having the Prophet teaching.
Exactly,
there.
and you have to remember, it's reported that the knowledge is the lost property of the believer.
I'll say one thing about the difference between Jerusalem and Alexandria maybe is that I think they resisted in Egypt. And yes, what I know, my basic knowledge of history is that when they don't resist, it's all you know, rosy, and when they do resist, everything becomes fair game, and it gets quite.
The difference is the books didn't resist. Like we're talking about once the city is sacked and it's part of the empire. Why go out of your way, waste resources destroying a library?
Yeah. Sure. Something that does happen a lot in military conquest is accidental damage. Remember, back then, a lot
I guess the modern examples of the looting in Iraq after the Iraq War, the looting in Syria in the recent conflict. This is like a very, I think, like a fundamental part of human.
Wait, so Sonny, none of this was documented in Muslim sources, was it?
No. So here's the thing: why historians take this with a pinch of salt, this story, is because it all seems to come from people who had an invested interest in demonizing Muslims in the 12th, 13th century, because the sources that actually are earlier, the sources from just 100 years before Umar had already referenced a destroyed library. So either these guys went into the future, saw that the library is going to get burnt down, and came back, or what Jack was saying, it might have faced multiple burnings, right? Yeah. Maybe accidental damage, but there is no, because unless, I mean, the story is that we have to believe that Umar did something that he doesn't normally do, and the Muslim forces had to wait for Umar's command from his seat that was in Medina, right, and send it all the way to Egypt to say, yo, destroy it. Like, they're not going to wait around that long. They had to move on to the next thing. And the story is that they used the fire to heat bath water. By the way, like the Islamophobic narrative of the 12th, 13th century, they were obsessed with why the Muslims used so much bath water. It was inhumane.
And then after the Crusades, they took it, bro.
Guys,
have we gone to
1258?
Guys, we are still at 1258. So this is a very interesting discussion about libraries. However, I am going to speed it along because we do have a lot of history to get through. So keeping it simple.
So what we're trying to see is, as you can see, Andalusia is falling, right? And we'll talk about this in more detail. But the fall of Andalusia is a very sad thing. We talked about bathwater. They went and killed every Muslim they could find, and the ones that they couldn't find, the ones that were secret, they would do stuff like they would stand outside their house on a Friday, see if there's too much water running out of their house. If there was, they'd be like, yo, they're bathing. Only Muslims bathe that much, kill them. So anyway, let's
just speaking about the Mongols. This is something. Yeah. So just really quickly going through history now. So this is something we're going to talk about more about later, but this massive blue blob on the map, the Mongol Empire, one of the largest in human history, it had been defeated before, but it had never been permanently stopped in any kind of direction, in any kind of advance before. However, in 1260, the Mongols marched an army into the Levant to try to subdue Syria, the areas around Palestine and Egypt. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars refused. They fought a battle, and Baybars was victorious. We're going to talk more about that later tomorrow because it is quite interesting. But
Muslims were fighting with the Mongols, right?
Yes. So the first ones to stop the Mongols were the Muslims of India, Alauddin Khaliji. But also the Mongols didn't come back because they changed their interest towards westwards. The ones to actually stop this expansion was the Muslims from Egypt. That was what Jack was talking about.
Yeah. So moving on a little bit now.
Now, here's an interesting thing where history always plays it in weird. So usually when the conquerors conquer a land, the religion of the land, the belief and the ideology of the land changes. And you would have thought with the Mongols' pagan worship, because they believed in the sky god, that would have gone prominent. But there was something very interesting because the horde split. So you had 4 khanates. You had the Golden Horde, the Chagatai, the Yuan, and the Khanate. And what happened was, the first one was the Khanate. Their leader, their Khan, who's the Khan of Khans, converted to Islam. And it caused chaos in the lands. Because you're like, what do you do now? Like, you know what I mean? He's a Muslim leader. You can't rebel against a Muslim leader. But he's at the same time, he's a Mongol. They're oppressing people. Like, what do you actually do? Now the Seljuks are like, we need to merge with them, or we need to like get them to merge with us. Something needs to happen, right? It caused a lot of confusion at the time. And that's when a lot of controversial opinions started coming out, that saying you have to look at the way the ruler prays because this guy's Muslim in name only. Then they'd be like, well, what about this guy? People started overthrowing each other. But in this chaos, Jackie, you can carry on.
So yeah, something very interesting you probably just saw from the map happened in the 1300s.
Yeah.
So these guys are all still Mongolian, okay?
Yeah.
They had subjugated and vassalized Anatolia. Anatolia is roughly the modern Turkish peninsula, so modern Turkey. However, in the early 1300s, these guys were still Seljuk. These guys were still Turkic, and they gained their independence. And this is roughly when the slightly mythical Ertugrul is set, okay? Because around about this time,
there's a TV show that is quite popular on Netflix.
Is it, Sonny? Is it popular? I've never heard of it. I don't know what the show is. Like,
Muhammad has probably watched it 7 times.
Real, 100%. Don't make fun.
Jack, have you watched it?
No, I haven't. Because
Yeah,
I don't watch fairy tales. Anyways. So this is the state of the world in the 1300s, okay? This is the slow decline of the Mongolian Empire, and this is where things start to disintegrate for them. And a lot of nations and people start to gain independence. The Mamluks are still probably the strongest single Muslim power in the world at this point. There are still some Muslims in Spain holding on. These guys live in what is called the Emirate of Granada. This is currently in the modern state of Granada in southern Spain. But these guys here in yellow are the Turks. Okay.
So you have to remember the Turks are also from the steppe. They're the cousins of the Mongols.
Turks are migratory. So they started up around where Chagatai is right now. They migrated through the Muslim world and established that the Seljuk Empire that we saw earlier around this area.
And they were confederacy. There was like 20-something tribes of the Seljuk Turks.
And now they have slowly gained their independence again. And this is where history gets a bit fun. Oh, sorry, no, history's always fun. Oh, hang on, it's zoomed out a bit now because the world gets a bit messier.
Yeah, you're starting to see the other world. But we're more talking about the Muslim world, right?
We are, yeah. But as you can see here, you can see a name. Can everyone see that name?
No, I can't see the name.
You can't see the name? It says Osman.
So, yes.
The House of Osman. So who wants to talk about the House of Osman, guys? Very briefly.
So Usman came about in the 1300s, right? The 14th century. And he had to establish a house that was going to... So the Seljuks, like we mentioned, they were a confederacy of tribes. They were not settlers. They were constantly traveling. And this is what made them very difficult to defeat. But it also meant that they were struggling to leave any sort of lasting impact because it depends on who was in the tribe at the time. Usman established the House of Usman with the idea that Konya would establish itself as a bastion of Islam in the region and a defender against European...
Konya was a region in modern-day Turkey.
Yeah. Konya is a...
Was it Saud that they said?
Sorry?
Saud. The city. Saud.
Saud, yeah. But he was like, but what happened in the past when they take a castle or a fortress, they take what they can and they leave it because they are nomadic. They don't like their tribe, their walls and their big forts that they have to defend constantly. They prefer a tribe. Usman had to change the mindset of his people. He had to establish with them an idea of civilization. So he took his tribe and his thing and he established the House of Usman. And the first people he had to bring into the fold was the Seljuk tribes. And he did that remarkably quickly. And then he started doing, sorry, stop, Jack. And then again, Usman was a dynasty. He would be, his son would inherit his, who would inherit his, would inherit his. And the Mongolians started getting pushed back further and further. They couldn't stop this now because the Mongolians were also tribal, and they depends on the sun. Genghis Khan, we all know, right? Everyone knows Genghis Khan. His son was very weak, and his son almost collapsed the empire. And it was his grandson, Ubay, I think it was, that basically. So his son was Ogday, and his son was Guyuk. Guyuk was the one that kind of expanded Mongolian empire further than Genghis Khan. And this is the same thing with the Seljuks saw that was going to happen with them. So they pushed back the Mongolians. They established a house. They were like, we're tired of these mini empires. They had a mindset that the first thing that matters is stopping the expansion of these empires into Muslim land. They were like all about stopping. And so they literally saw themselves as the gatekeepers of Islam. They said, whoever can pass us, they can then go into Muslim land. They're not going to let the Europeans or the Mongolians come in. Now, if you start continuing, Jack, one of their leaders, because this is a story that was sent to father and son, one of their leaders was a young, charismatic conqueror. And those of you who have been in Charity Week meetings or assembles, you will hear the story of Mahmud al-Fatih. He was in his early 20s, and he had this mindset that he will take Constantinople. Jack, could you pull up the map of Turkey? And Constantinople was an ancient city that was known as the Rome of the East. It was the end of Christendom. It was the land beyond of the Orient begins, and it's one of those places where many different cultures meet, even today. Now, have you got the map up?
I do. 1 second. I need to switch the stream.
Right. And so the Seljuks had the mainland Turkey, but then there's like a piece of water, and then there's Constantinople, and it was the head of the Constantine's church was established there, of the Orthodox church headquarters.
Mohammed, can you share the screen, please? I need you to put it on the stream.
Somebody's offended that you said fairy tales.
You know what? They can be offended, okay? Right, fun fact, okay? The Ottomans really sucked at recording their own history, okay? They were really bad at it. So a lot of it is potentially made up. Just bear that in mind.
Just want to say something. You're a big fan of the Romans, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow, it's all coming through. This is your bias.
Yeah,
it is.
The Romans were weird because sometimes they would record history to the T, and then somehow a mythological deity like Jupiter would make an appearance.
He would.
It's like imagine you record
but that's what made the story interesting. You know, when Jupiter strolls in, something's going to go down.
Imagine I'm telling you World War II and Captain America makes an appearance. You're not going to say that's accurate.
Captain America is World War II. I think his history begins there, right?
He punched him in the face.
Yeah,
right.
he did.
Okay, can we zoom in a bit further?
So this here is Istanbul.
Istanbul.
By the way, yeah.
Right.
This
was a beacon of Christianity here, right? And the Prophet ﷺ, centuries earlier, like almost 600-700 years earlier, made the prophecy that Islam, an army will take Istanbul, what an army that will be, and what a leader they will have. And Mahmud al-Fatih loved that hadith, and he would constantly like tell his teachers to tell him that hadith over and over again. And the problem with, and this is one of the, I mean, we're going to go into it, but one of the greatest points of the Ottomans was when they captured Istanbul, because it began their expansion into Europe. And the problem was they couldn't get their ships through the land of water because they had these giant chains, and the other side was a giant wall, so they didn't know what to do. And so Mahmud al-Fatih, again, according to historical sources, got his army to physically lift the boats and drag them across land. And they dragged them massively, like across a massive piece of land, and they had like tens of thousands of soldiers doing this. And then they took them all the way into the other side, and they were able to take the whole city with ease. Yeah. And this established the Ottomans as a major force in Europe, and they started expanding, and they conquered a lot of land. They spread out really fast
Yeah.
and really quickly.
Just to let people know, so when people are talking about it, so there was a chain that stretched from Karakoy here across the Golden Horn, this like river area, up to the city of Istanbul here. So no ships could get through. So this area here is where Mehmet II dragged his ships up over the land into the Golden Horn and helped take the city. Yeah, very cool. Right. Let me go back to the... Mohammed, you might need to rejig the stream again. Okay. So, are we going to blast through this in 10 minutes then?
Yeah, it will be really quick because we're not going to do this justice, by the way, guys. But
yeah, we can't do this bit justice because we are running out of time.
But the Ottomans were expanding heavily into Eastern Europe. They did face resistance. I think one of the biggest things they faced was the Balkan War, and the Greeks were big enemies of the Ottomans, and it was a constant back and forth. And the Battle of Sorowich, where the Ottomans happened to win, but I think there's like 4 or 5 battles with Hamara, Pente, Koristar, where the Greeks were just like destroying the Ottomans. The Serbians, like there were one people that the Ottomans couldn't seem to hold down were the Serbians, but the Ottomans just kept growing. And in fact, they had like the Romans and the Persians, they had vassal states, and even Russia was taken by one of the vassal states.
Yeah. So this point of Islamic history here, it's dominated by. Oh, sorry, yeah.
That was the expansion to Europe, but the other side was expanded by the Ottomans. So they took all the important, when I say quote unquote important sides of the Muslim world. They took the Levant, the coastal cities in Egypt. They took the Mecca and Medina. Ottomans famously wouldn't bother with the mainland. They just wanted to take the capitals, and then they'll be like, yeah, we've got it. You know what I mean? It was kind of like the empire was a lot smaller than people think it was, and that's purely because of the expansion of the way that the Ottoman expansion.
If you look at the map here, you will notice that the Ottomans here have a very similar looking empire to the old Romans did. And there's a reason for that, because the Mediterranean was the foundation of a strong empire, especially in the east. Mostly because if you controlled the modern-day Egypt and modern-day Turkey and Syria, you controlled pretty much all of the trade that started in China, started in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia and India. And as this trade was like traveling up towards Europe, you had to pass these key trading cities, and this is one of the things that made the Ottoman Empire rich. And so
there's still an element of that now. You know, when they talk about gas pipelines, Nord Stream, I don't know what, they're going to have to go through Syria, Turkey, and some people theorize that that's one of the reasons why there's wars going on there. Allahu Alam.
But a characteristic of this part of Islamic history is it's often called the era of the gunpowder empires, and there was 3 of them. Okay, so by gunpowder it means these are the Muslim empires that used firearms. By this point in history, probably muskets. And so you had the Ottoman Empire in the east. Okay, it dominated the Balkans, modern day Turkey, the Levant, Egypt, and all the way up to North Africa, and also down into Yemen as well, and Iraq. Now, if you move to Persia, once again you see these empires based in Persia, but this time the dynasty that ruled Persia were called the Safavids. Now the Safavids were a very interesting bunch. We don't have a lot of time to talk about them now, but they were fanatical about architecture. And so you can go, if you go to Iran, you travel around Iran in the modern day, because there's been no large-scale conflict in there since the time of the Safavids, a lot of it is still there. And so all of these beautiful masjids that they built are all still there. It's absolutely stunning. And then if you move slightly further east, you get into the subcontinent. And by this point in time, it was the Mughal Empire that was dominant. Sonny, do you want to Okay, Sonny can talk about the Mughals for about 7 hours straight in one go. So, Sonny,
for myself and for the UK people, it is coming to Maghrib time, so I'm going to go quickly through this, and we're going to the ones that are in other parts of the world. They can continue, inshallah. The Mughal Empire was a Perso-Turkic empire that brought an imposition of culture, of religion, and also of it was about the individuals. So we talk about some empires about individuals, some people are about religion, and some people are about culture. The Mughals were about all 3, and so they imposed a idea that India never had before, a united India. That was under the Mughals, and they expanded and they would bring all the princely states under them. And that lasted for about a few hundred years, and they built some great wonders like the forts and the Taj Mahal. And then came the British Empire. The British Empire, we talked about this earlier, they were massive colonizers and they were very big imperialists. The British culture was superior, British manufacturing was superior, British way of life was superior. They brought diplomacy and they brought other sort of technology and railways, but mostly it was to benefit them. They did leave a massive lasting impact in India. They were constantly at war with the Ottomans, which caused problems for their Muslim subjects in the empire. They also colonized most of the African nations.
But can I just make a quick point?
Yeah.
Is it not interesting that we've been talking about all these conquests and no one mentioned imperialism or colonization until... Did anyone mention it?
No. Well, I mentioned it with the Persians because the modern day understanding of imperialism and colonization only came about in the last 200 years. Like, so here's the difference between the Mongols, the Mughals, and the British. And this is a stark difference between the two.
Not even just the Mughals, the Umayyads, the Abbasids.
No, but the Mughals was so what I'm saying is why the British colonialism is different to the Mughal colonialism or Mughal conquest. And this is which it reigns true. Do you remember the library in Baghdad, right? That had Indian works, they had Greek philosophy, that had Greek philosophers even came in, Chinese philosophers came in. The Mughals, when they conquered to stay. They conquered this as part of their home. The empire, they shifted over there. The third Mughal empire said he's Indian, and he would quarrel with people in his family that would say that we're Persians, because the previous kings were Persians, because no, we're now here. That's it. Like, we've given up on that. We've moved. This is ours now, right? With this, the interests of India are the interests of the Mughals. That was the idea, right? So they built India to the point where the 1/3 of the world's wealth was in India. So they were always about the interests of India.
Interesting.
The British were there to rob, because none of the British kings or queens lived in India. None of the officers, in fact, it was mostly Scottish or Irish officers that would go there, because nobody from London wanted to go all the way to India. They would destroy economies, they would deceptively move, and they would destroy culture, and they would create communal tensions for their profit. The difference in that colonialism is it's not just the British. That idea of colonialism only came about in the last 200-300 years, and the Muslim empires were also big in that as well. We're just saying that before that, the idea of colonialism wasn't there. And
it's, it's not something I'm well versed in, but I've always wondered about the fundamental differences between what the Muslim conquests look like for this.
And the Muslim conquests between empires look different. So the way that the Caliph Rashidin conquered the way that Ottomans did were worlds apart.
Yeah. So something that was quite unique, and this is something that we might go into more detail about tomorrow, or just maybe later today when we have a bit more time, is that something that was possible during the colonial age when the European empires started colonizing parts of the world, is that to own a piece of land as an empire, you must be directly connected to it. It was never possible before for example, for the Caliph based in Iraq to colonize parts of Africa without a direct land connection. By this point in history, from about 1800 onwards, technology had advanced to the point where you could have a transnational empire. So the British government could sit in London and could administer an empire hundreds of miles away in India. That before was never ever possible. But yeah, you talk about the ideas of colonial imperialism are really, really different, but really interesting. However,
we're going to stop there because
it is now time for Maghrib. Yes.
Yeah. So those in the UK are going to go to pray, inshallah. Anybody? No. Oh, Hassan's here. Fantastic. Hassan, you can introduce yourself and talk a bit about why you're interested in Islamic history, and explain why you're so late. But the rest of us are going to pray. Okay. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Yeah, and once we get back, inshallah, we'll be starting with the first round of stories from Islamic history. And the person that will be kicking off our story it's going to be a story on a man by the name of Malik Ambar. He was, now this is a very cool one. He started life as a slave, as a young slave, and a black young slave, and rose to become king of India. one of my personal favorite stories throughout the entirety of Islamic history. And I'll be able to share it with you in about 5 minutes when we get back, inshallah. But for now, Hassan, please entertain our crowd and explain why America is so great.
Entertain, I will. I mean, listen, so I just woke it up. The alarms definitely did not work, but assalamu alaikum, everyone. Assalamu alaikum, Muhammad, Tamim. For those who don't know, and specifically for the roughly 8 people watching, including myself, I'm Hassan from the United States. I'm Hassan from the United States, and I mean, in terms of Islamic history, one of the things that sort of always amazed me was just the breadth of the stories that we have, and subhanAllah, how sometimes inhuman these people seemed, right? I mean, we're talking about history, and the lesson in history is that they are people just like us, but, you know, sitting from my dining table in the United States, sometimes it's just hard. Sometimes it's just hard to sort of relate to these giants and the accomplishments that they've had, the stories that they've gone through. And you're going to hear a little bit about Malik Ambar from Jack. And I've heard the story of Malik Ambar before from, if you'll believe it, Jack, who's very obsessed with the story. And it's, subhanAllah, it's an amazing story. And the amazing thing about it even is that it's not unique. It's that, or rather, it's not the only one, right? That in the story of Islamic history, you will see stories of people overcoming huge obstacles, people overcoming all of these suffering and all of these situations in order to become the best and the greatest, subhanAllah. And so that's always what sort of did it for me, what always made me very interested in Islamic history, to see like how these people navigated through these difficulties in life and what they came out to look like, right? Like names like Saad al-Ayyubi and other great names, that they weren't always these names that commanded respect or these names that commanded recognition from all over the world, subhanAllah.
Hassan, quick question for you. Where did your interest for Islamic history stem from?
Oh, wow. Would you believe it if I told you Sonny and Jack? No, I'm kidding. No, I mean,
that's where I don't mind.
SubhanAllah. No, I mean, I've always been sort of, ever since, you know, you hear about these stories, and I think it really started stemming when I started hearing about like stories that weren't just the prophets, alayhum salam, right? But like hearing stories of the Sahaba, hearing stories of like Khalid ibn Walid, Salman al-Farisi, like all of these, you know, great Sahaba, great companions and their lives. I don't know why, but it always struck me maybe a little bit more than the stories of the prophets. And maybe it's because, you know, the prophets, alayhim salam, they were chosen by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? Like they are certified great, like stamped, like subhanAllah. But the companions, a little bit less so, right? Maybe you see a little bit more of that humanity.
You've just reminded me, Hassan, of the books by Abdul al-Hamid on the companions of the Prophet, which for me, I'd forgotten about them for a long time. But now just when you were talking about the stories and hearing about people other than the prophets, that's my cat. My cat's making many appearances. So there's 9 people watching, actually, not 8. The cat's included. What that book did for me, the companions of the Prophet, was really humanized a lot of the people who were around the Prophet, and I guess they were a lot more relatable than the Prophet himself, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and other prophets that we kind of hear about a lot. These were really, I mean, I'm not going to say they were regular people because they still excelled in a big way, and they played such a significant role in our early history. But you can feel that they were more, what would the word be? Closer to regularness than I guess the usual stories we hear about. Subhanallah.
No, but the Sahaba, even them, like they started somewhere, right? And then they developed. They went through that process with the Prophet ﷺ, and they got to where they were. That the stories we read and everything. But yeah, when you guys said that, it reminded me. Like this summer, I got into more of the stories of the Sahaba, the Salaf, you know, the Tabi'in, all of them. And honestly, when you read their stories, it actually lifts your iman. Like, obviously, the Quran is one motivation in itself, and lectures and everything else. But when you listen to the stories of the Sahaba, and and the tabi'in and everyone, and their life stories are real motivation for all of us as Muslims. So
Sure.
those are
You know, I'm wondering, just as we're talking about this, I wonder if there's a role for hearing more about really just not just everyday Muslims, and hearing about their stories more. So even the Sahaba that we're hearing about, I guess some of them excelled, and they're really living in unique times. Maybe there's a space for people now among ourselves to kind of propagate stories of more kind of day-to-day struggles that Muslims go through, and then they triumph through them. Sometimes I think maybe there's some of the high achieving Sahaba and certainly the prophets that we hear about a lot. I mean, some of that can sometimes feel a bit out of our reach. Yeah, Allahu A'lam. I think the brothers in the UK have joined us again.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Yes, we have. Salams, guys. I hope you have been talking well in our absence.
Not well about you, but well in general.
That's
yeah.
fine. I don't expect you to say very nice things
That's
about
not
me.
throwing shade, even though he shows up like an hour late.
An hour and 30 minutes late, excuse you.
Outstanding. Right, guys. So we are now going to move on to our next segment. This is the start of our 20 stories from Islamic history. Now, we are starting with 5 figures. Do you want me to go through the 5 figures now?
Yeah,
Let's go for it. So we are starting with Malik Ambar, okay, the slave that rose to become king of India. We will then be talking about Umar ibn Aziz. We will then be sharing stories from the life of Imam Al-Ghazali, then discussing Salman al-Farsi, and then Saad ibn Abi Waqqas. I have butchered those pronunciations, and you know what? I gave it my best shot. No, the thing is, I'm accepting, that my Arabic is still a work in progress. But the thing is that it's in life. It's all about the confidence. Okay, you don't need to do it well. You just need to pretend you can do it well.
I think that summarizes Jack and his efforts very well. In general,
I think that's the.
He doesn't know
opposite
how to
of the
do stuff very well. He just pretends like he does.
Yeah,
that's pretty much the opposite of the message of Imam Al-Ghazali, I think.
Jack can learn a few things,
Okay, so can I share my screen? Because I actually have a bit of a presentation for Mr. Malik Ambar.
What I tell you guys, Jack is obsessed with this man.
What? He's a very cool man, okay?
Indeed.
I haven't heard this before, by the way, Jack. So
have you not? Oh,
no.
mate.
I haven't either.
Bismillah.
Bismillah. Okay, let me just check that. So, is the stream, Mohammed? Is the stream showing the? No, wrong one.
Yes, it's.
Hey, perfect. Okay, so, Bismillah. So everyone loves the story of. Everyone loves a good underdog story. Okay, it's just something people love, and this is probably one of the best I have ever heard of. This is the story of Malik Ambar. He lived an extraordinary life. Born as the child of African herdsmen, sold into slavery, who used his wit and resourcefulness to rise to kingship. And as we saw earlier there, that big green blob on the map of the Mughal Empire, this man fought a defiant war against them for about 20 years and was never defeated. He was an incredible figure. So, let's start going through his life very, very quickly. I'm sorry, no, not very, very quickly. Very, very now. That's what I meant. So, So, the man who would become Malik Ambar was born in 1548 in central Ethiopia. His early life was very difficult. His traditional and peaceful upbringing, mostly taking care of herds, was cut short, and he was captured by slave traders at the age of 12, and he would not see his homeland again. He was eventually sold to a man called Mir Qasim, and Malik Ambar managed his business in Baghdad, where he lived for 10 years, until his master took him on a business trip to India, taking Ambar with him. It would be in India where Ambar would leave his mark on history. So upon arrival in India, Ambar was sold once again. But this time he was sold to the chief minister of the ruler of a sultanate in central India. Ambar had much in common with his new master. Ambar had much in common with his new master. He too was of African origin and had once been enslaved. Since then, he had earned his freedom and now commanded an army in the name of his lord, the Sultan. Ambar quickly learned that upwards mobility was possible for anyone in central India, even a black slave, and he resolved himself to earn a higher position in life through determination and grit. Now, at this point in history, there's a bit of a map. You'll see that to the north you have the mighty Mughal Empire, but in central India, this is called the Deccan. It was a place of complete political instability. This is like medieval Indian Game of Thrones. Okay, the amount of court intrigue, of plots, of murder, of rebellion, it all happened in the Deccan. Okay, and it was incredibly politically unstable. 3 years later, his new master was executed by the Sultan that he served. This, however, left Ambar a free man, and he travelled south to the neighbouring Bijapuri Sultanate and joined the local army. And this is where, if you're reflecting upon lessons from his life and what you can draw from it, this is the first one you learn, is that he displayed personal bravery and ability in battle. And what he did was he built himself a small but dedicated following of horsemen. Okay, and these would serve him throughout the entirety of his life. He led by example, and he was always at the forefront of a challenge. And because when other people see you get stuck into a problem, they have more respect for you and they're more likely to follow you. Ambar rose quickly through the ranks of the army and became a trusted agent of the ruler of the Bijapuri Sultanate, Chand Bibi. Chand Bibi deserves her entire own segment, okay, because she is infinitely interesting. However, for the scope of this story, we're just going to accept that she exists. She was a leader for the Bijapuri Sultanate for a number of years, and one of the first female rulers in India. And fantastic story of her own. But thus far, Malik Ambar's life in India had played out against a very ominous backdrop. To the north was the mighty Mughal Empire, and it looked with jealous eyes to central India. An invasion from the Mughals was imminent any year. The hammer finally dropped in 1595 when the Mughal Empire invaded the independent kingdoms of central India. Ambar was not yet a king, and he fought alongside his sultana and his ruler, Chand Bibi. However, after initial success in repelling invading Mughal armies, Chand Bibi was assassinated, leaving the independent Indian states in disarray and without a strong leader. It was now time for Malik Ambar to take to the main stage of history. He took up the quite literal Herculean task of piecing together the tattered scraps of a nation while fending off Mughal expansionism. And this is where Malik displays another one of his great leadership abilities. He did something called leading beyond your authority. And so he led beyond his actual authority and circle of influence. He had much to do to defend his people and central India. He had to rebuild the entire government and fight a defensive war against the much stronger Mughals. During all of these challenges, Malik Ambar would never officially become king, as central Indian nobles could never accept a black African as their king. But Malik did not need a crown to rule, and by leading beyond his authority using his influence, he achieved many great things. He started by reviving the government, and he installed a young noble heir as the ruler of one of the sultanates, and he married his daughter to him, binding himself to the family. As expected, Malik Ambar was appointed as the regent minister by this puppet king, and this made him the de facto ruler of the revived Ahmednagar Sultanate, this one in the north here. And this is now where he would make his name. He would lead a defiant struggle to maintain the independence for central India. That small band of followers he built by leading by example grew over the years. And by 1600, his personal army had swelled to about 7,000 men strong. Although this was a pretty big achievement for an African slave in India, this army was tiny, and it would never, ever be able to defend off an invasion from the imperial juggernaut to the north. However, Ambar had a few tricks up his sleeve, and something that he deployed a lot was he was incredibly resourceful, and he would use whatever and whoever he could to overcome a challenge. Didn't matter what their ethnic background was, what their skin color was, or what their religion was. So his personal army was very diverse. But in central India, although he was a Muslim, to defend his realm, he turned to the legendary Hindu horsemen, the Marathis. These Marathis were the same guys that we saw on the map earlier that would ultimately overthrow the Mughals. But for now, they served Malik Ambar. These were lightning fast cavalry. They would use hit and run tactics to attack the Mughal armies before the Mughals could even respond. Ambar had turned the Mughal army's greatest strength, its size, into its greatest weakness. You know, the Mughal armies would trundle with their massive war elephants, their massive baggage train, their thousands of men through the dense forests of central India, and Malik Ambar's horsemen would just zip around them, and there was absolutely nothing they could do. With his political skill and with his military prowess, he would fend off the greatest Mughal emperors with all of their power and vast armies for 25 years. He would never be completely defeated, and central India would remain independent when he was alive. You know, there's a brilliant story about a Mughal emperor by the name of Jahangir. Jahangir was leading the fight against Malik Ambar, and he became so frustrated of this fruitless battle against this African slave that he grew so angry, he ordered an imperial portrait painted of himself shooting Ambar in the head. This is how good Ambar was. He would frustrate his enemies to no end. But this painting would remain forever a fantasy, because Malik would never be defeated. But his legacy extends a long way beyond his military success as well. He was a massive patron of the arts. Education and learning, both Muslim and Hindu cultures, flourished in central India under his leadership. Now, many mosques and palaces were built, and he also had a love for architecture, and he worked to found a new city, what in the modern day is now known as Aurangabad, named after one of the later Mughal emperors who captured it. He worked tirelessly to build infrastructure, and there's a massive waterway. There's a massive canal system in modern-day Aurangabad built by Malik Ambar. You know, and his life is like, even for years after his death, his life would be a source of inspiration for others to what is actually possible to achieve, regardless where their station in life is or what their skin color is. He was a towering figure. He was absolutely brilliant. But yeah. That is Malik Ambar. That is it. I'm done. I've finished speaking.
Yo, talk about underdog story, bro.
Honestly.
That's an amazing underdog story.
Honestly.
The Mughals weren't a joke. They were Persians, but they acted very much like the Persian Empire. They had archers and elephants and horse riders from all across India that they would bring in. They had warriors from Afghanistan, all the way from seamen from Bengal, they had so many different warriors from different sides of the thing, and he's the biggest thorn in their side.
This African slave that was just so, it was just resourcefulness to the max. It takes a lot of skill to survive in a place like the Deccan. Just imagine Game of Thrones. Imagine, put yourself into a situation like that, yeah? Like, all of us would be killed immediately, okay? We're all incompetent. I don't think any of us here could handle that. And this is a guy that bent central.
Well, you don't know me like that, okay?
Sonny, 100%. You're getting killed off in the first season, okay?
We know you like that. That's why he said that.
Yeah. But honestly, it's something else.
I mean, honestly, especially for someone that was started off as a slave, you know, I'm sure he wasn't given the best of educations, and yet he still rose. I mean, there's a few stories like that, actually. I mean, I think we're gonna cover the story of Sultan Baybars, who, again, he had everything set up against him, and yet he turned out to be one of the greatest leaders in Islamic history.
Yeah, brilliant.
To me, I think you're muted. I don't think you realize it.
No, I was just laughing. I haven't spoken anything yet.
Okay, no, that's really interesting. Malik Ambar. I never really heard the story of Malik Ambar. I'm now interested about the story of his mentor. I guess is Chand Bibi.
Chand Bibi. Okay,
Oh,
that's a story in unto itself. Yeah, actually, that might be a story we could do tomorrow.
That's another section.
Oh no, Sonny. Okay, so we have a section tomorrow dedicated to women of Islamic history. We can Okay, Jan Bibi's coming tomorrow.
Badass women of Islamic history. Women that actually did.
Badass women from Islamic history.
Okay, yeah. We'll do Jan Bibi then, inshallah. Okay. Moving on, I think it's now time for Muhammad, who's going to give us a great story, one of the greatest leaders from the Muslim history.
Yeah, Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Yeah, so Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, rahimahullah, obviously an amazing person, one of the greatest leaders in Islamic history, right? So much so that he was considered one of the Khulafa Rashidin, even though he came years and years later, right? He was an Imam in fiqh. He was a Mujaddid, I believe the first reviver of Islam. And he was a man who he was a righteous and pious man, and he stood for justice, right? And that was one of the most amazing qualities that he had. And so getting into his story, he was born in Medina in the 61st year after Hijrah. And he learned from the greatest scholars at the time, right? So he had approximately 33 teachers, and 8 of them were Sahaba. And there's an amazing story. One of his teachers was Salih ibn al-Kisan, who was a very knowledgeable person. And he was very hard on discipline, right? So he would make sure that all his students, including Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, would pray with the congregation. And so Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, throughout his youth, growing up, he was very regular with his congregational prayers. But one day, he missed it. Okay, and his teacher Salih ibn al-Kisan, he inquired about why he missed the prayer, and so he found out that Umar ibn Abdul Aziz was combing his hair, right? So his teacher sent a letter to his father about what happened, and so his father sent a delegation back to Medina and told them to go and shave my son's hair off, right? So that was the importance of prayer for them, subhanAllah. But we just mentioned his dad, so I think we should touch upon his parents a bit, because they were really special people as well. His father was Abdul Aziz ibn Marwan, and he was one of the best leaders of the Umayyad dynasty as well, although he didn't become the Khalifa, right? But he became the governor of Egypt. I think it was the 65th year after Hijrah, I believe, 4 years after Umar rahimahullah was born. So he, from the onset, Abdul Aziz, now we're talking about his father, right? Umar ibn Abdul Aziz's father, Abdul Aziz ibn Marwan, he, from the onset, had leadership qualities. And from a young age, he wanted to lead the mu'mineen. He wanted to be a leader for the Muslims. And so when he became older, Allah bestowed him with that chance. And he obviously became the governor of Egypt. And he was a man who obeyed Allah. He held on to piety and held on to taqwa as well. And so another amazing story about him is when he was getting married. So what he did was he told his people to take these 400 dinars and go to the family of Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anh, and find this person named Layla, okay? And he wanted to get married to her. So Layla was also known as al-Asim. And she was the granddaughter of Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anh, the second Khalifa of Islam. And she would only be given in marriage to a person who had upright character. And I don't know if, obviously you guys know, but the audience, if most of the Umayyad rulers, they didn't have upright character. And in fact, they lived very lavish lifestyles, right? But Abdul Aziz ibn Marwan was a man of upright character. And you know, this shows us the piety of the father of Umar ibn Abdul Aziz and where he got his influence from, right? So that was his father. Now, his mother, who we mentioned, Layla bint al-Asim ibn Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anh. Now, Layla's mother, right, was a milkmaid, okay? So now we're talking about the grandmother of Umar ibn al-Khattab, Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, sorry, rahimahullah. So Layla's mother was a milkmaid, and she would prepare milk and sell it to the people during the reign of Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anh. Now one day Umar radiallahu anh was walking and going around and checking on his people, and he came across this woman, okay, who was the mother of Layla and her mother, okay? So her mother was telling her to mix some water with the milk, right? That way, you can sell more milk and you'll be able to get more money. And the Khalifa won't know, right? He won't find out. Because Umar radiallahu anh had actually put a ban on this because, of course, it was dishonest trade. So the mother of Layla, she said, subhanAllah, she said, even if Umar ibn al-Khattab doesn't know, the Lord of Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu anh surely knows what I'm doing, and he's all-seeing. And so she didn't mix she didn't mix the water and the milk. And Umar ibn al-Khattab walking past, he heard this and he was very impressed. And so he actually marries his son Asim to her. Okay? And Umar radiallahu anh, he said that he hoped that the girl would give birth to someone who would rule over Arabia, right? He made dua. And so after this, he had a dream that a man from his offspring who would have a scar on his face would bring justice to this world, as there was injustice and oppression before it. So now Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, when he was young, he was actually hit in the face by a horse. And his father, when he was cleaning the blood off his face, his father told him that if there's a mark on your face and you're the person who Umar radiallahu anh was talking about, then this will be a very, very fortunate day for us, right? So Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, he does become that person. And he goes to Egypt, obviously, since his father was the governor there. And because of this, he was the son of a governor. He had all that he wished for and all that he desired. And he lived a luxurious life at the time. And he was someone who would be recognized by his perfume when he would walk in the streets. Okay. And so his uncle, Abdul Malik, the Khalifa at the time, told him to come to Damascus, and he married him to his daughter Fatima. So now Umar ibn Abdul Aziz is married to the daughter of the Khalifa. Okay, and so after Abdul Malik passed away, his son Al-Walid took over as Khalifa, and he assigned Umar ibn Abdul Aziz as the governor of Medina. And so now he's the governor of Medina, and instead of ruling like a dictator or like the other governors in the empire did, Umar rahimahullah formed a council with which he managed and controlled the province. So they would advise him, and these were the top fuqaha of Medina. And he was so effective, right, when he was the governor, that there were no complaints taken to Damascus, which was the capital. And people even migrated from Iraq to Medina, right, to escape the harsh governor that was Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf. And so because of this, Al-Hajjaj, he pressures the Khalifa Al-Walid to remove Umar ibn Abdul Aziz from his post of governorship, which he actually did. Because the thing is, even though Al-Walid didn't like the oppression of Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf, Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf was very effective in keeping the peace and the control in Iraq, which was a very difficult place to control. So Umar ibn Abdul Aziz has now been removed, and he continues to live in Medina, right, until after Al-Walid's reign. Al-Walid, when he dies, his brother Sulaiman, who is the cousin of Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, and he was actually very close to him, so Sulaiman takes over now. But his reign was very short. He fell ill, and he wanted to find a successor, but his sons were too young. And so in his will, Sulaiman said that Umar ibn Abdul Aziz would become the Khalifa. And actually, many of the family of the Umayyad dynasty, they opposed this, right? But they had no choice. It was the will of the Khalifa, so it happened. And now bear in mind, Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, he doesn't want this. He avoided leadership positions, right, out of the fear of accountability to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But after a lot of convincing, he finally accepted, okay? So now he's Khalifa. And as Khalifa, we spoke about earlier that he lived a luxurious lifestyle when his father was the governor of Egypt. And from that time to when he became Khalifa, he had a huge personal transformation. And this transformation of himself led to a revival of the entire empire, right? And so when he became Khalifa, he first established that shura with the best jurists, right? These were just like he did when he was governor, he had the best scholars as his advisors. And he was a man who ruled with justice. the first thing he did was he began by removing any oppressive governors, and he brought in people who he knew that were pious, and he actually tested them before he posted them into these positions. And whereas other rulers before him, they would exploit the Baytul Mal, the treasury, for their own pleasure, right? They would take money from there and use it for their own pleasure. Umar ibn Abdul Aziz was extremely cautious of abusing people's money, okay? And he actually took all the jewelry and the valuables that he was given as gifts and presents, and he put them into Baytul Mal, into the treasury. He also took the unrightful wealth of his family, so all the wealth that the dynasty, his family had gained unrightfully, this was all put into the Baytul Mal as well. And his family actually wasn't happy. And there's a beautiful story as well, where obviously they're requesting Umar ibn Abdul Aziz to not do this and give their stuff back and all of this. But he didn't accept the request because this was injustice, right? So what they did was they sent his auntie, who was very beloved to him, to convince him. And so what he did was he brought a coin and a piece of meat, and he put the coin into the fire, and then after it was hot, he took it and put it on top of the piece of meat until the meat started to sizzle, okay? And it started to give off this smell. And so he told his auntie, subhanAllah, he says, do you want me to burn in hellfire like this? SubhanAllah. This is how we thought, right? So the auntie realizes that, you know, he's a just ruler and he's doing the right thing. So she leaves him alone. And so along with the Baytul Mal, all the stuff that he gave from the family, the stuff that wasn't rightfully theirs, he also removed all the extra stuff from the royal court, all the extravagances that they had from the palace and everything. And he also freed the slaves of the royal household, right? And he removed the unjust taxes implemented by his predecessors, by Khulafa before him, and he standardized weights and measurements. So there was fair trade between everyone. He also reduced the corruption amongst the governmental officers, right? So obviously before there was so much corruption, he reduced this. And his financial reforms were so successful that it became difficult to find poor people to give zakat to distribute zakat to, right? So also from his justice, it wasn't just to Muslims, he was just to non-Muslims as well. And he restored some of the injustices that were done to them, such as restoring the old age pension and, you know, their houses of worship and their lands that were taken away unjustly, they were given back. And they all received the same rights as Muslims, right? He took away all the extra taxes and kept the zakat and the jizya, which are mentioned in the Sharia, right?
Yeah.
So he didn't.
Actually, you know, just to jump in here. Sorry.
No,
Ibn Aziz's justice is legendary, and I always remember the story of Samarkand when you think about Umar ibn Aziz, you know. And we talked about the Islamic histories in a very quick way, and it sounded like these guys were just on a conquering campaign for 1400 years. But Umar ibn Aziz had very, not just he himself was legendary, but also some of his generals were incredibly powerful and geniuses in military. And amongst them, the best one was Qutayba ibn Muslim. And the story of Qutayba, when he took one of the Zoroastrian villages in Central Asia, because Islam was starting to expand, as you remember, like you got the Persians, you got the Central Asians, you got the Africans. In fact, Qutayba used discretion and spies and took the city at night when nobody was watching, and the Zoroastrian priests went all the way to Damascus to complain to Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, and he dispatched a court. And when Qutayba came back to the city, by the way, they treated the non-Muslim inhabitants of the city so well. They were scared. Say they locked themselves up in their houses. They were scared that they were going to get massacred. So they started sending kids out to sneak food, and the kids would come back with their hands full of bread and sweets and stuff, and they'd be like, "These soldiers are really nice." And the Muslims came, the non-Muslim inhabitants of the city, they came out. They realized wow, these Muslim soldiers aren't barbarians. And the court arrives, and they're like, and this is just talking about what you talked about, establishing justice, which is so important. Umar ibn Abdulaziz was established a court of independent jurists who then put on trial Qutayba, and they asked him, did you take the city at night? He goes, yes. He goes, did you give him the option of accepting Islam or accepting the tax, or then given the condition to fight? He goes, no, I just took the city to minimize casualties. And then Umar ibn Aziz said to him, because he's very beloved, Qutayba was to him, he goes, we're not here to conquer land after land. We take what Allah gives, and we have responsibility to our land. We have to establish justice. If we can't establish justice amongst ourselves, we have no hope to establishing justice in the world. And that's when the court ordered Qutayba had to remove his forces from the city, personally pay for all the damages that might have been done, and then discuss with the rulers of that city a time when they can come back and actually have a proper conflict where the conditions of the Sharia are met. And when the priests who went to Umar ibn Aziz to complain, they thought they were on a suicide mission. They thought there's no way this Arab king is going to give us justice. Do you know what I mean? We're Zoroastrians, we're Persians, ethno-Turks, we're not amongst them, we're not their religion. There's no way they're going to rule in our side, but we've got no hope. And yet there they are, they got it. And the priests there and then gave shahada, because they were like, only a religion of God could give that kind of justice. But sorry to cut you off there.
No,
we're talking about Umar ibn Aziz. We could really go on for a very long time. We have about 10 minutes until our first guest segment. So I did want to move on. Did you have anything else you wanted to add on Aziz really quickly before we move on to our next?
I think one more story. Like you mentioned his justice as a ruler, right? Yeah. I want to share just a small story of justice within his family, right? There was an amazing story of one Eid, his wife tells him to take a month's salary in advance to buy his children some new clothes. And because they had been wearing like tattered clothing for some time, and she didn't want them to feel embarrassed in front of relatives that would come over in Eid. And so Umar ibn Abdul Aziz goes to the treasurer asking for an extra month of allowance. And the treasurer, he tells him, "Oh Amir al-Mu'mineen, can you guarantee me that you're going to live for another month so that you can repay this wealth?" And Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, he backs up and he's unable to do so. So he goes back home. And so on the day of Eid, there's relatives, there's officials, and so many other people, they come to visit. And the children are wearing shabby clothing. And at the end of the day, Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, he approaches his children with tears in his eyes, and he's asking them for forgiveness because he couldn't provide for them, right, on a day like Eid. And so one of his eldest children, Abdul Malik, he gives such an amazing response. He says, "Oh father, don't apologize. Like today is one of the most proudest days for us, that our father, the Amir al-Mu'mineen, will never take a dirham that's not his right? Like he only provides us with halal money." And so that's just a little example of how the justice wasn't just for other people, but also those closest to him, his family, his children, as well.
Sonny, you're on mute if you're talking.
Yeah.
We are very smooth here, guys. Yeah, we're massive professionals. If anyone's curious out there, we know what we're doing.
We're not professionals.
To talk about that justice, but the barakah that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put in his rule, Umar ibn Abdul Aziz did remove a lot of corruption. He removed a lot of injustice. And you know what happened because of that? There was a famous story where he gave out the zakat to the distributors. Say, go distribute the zakat to the poor, the tax for that's compulsory on all Muslims. So these guys were all across the caliphate trying to give out this money to the poor, and they came back with their sacks full. And Umar ibn Abdul Aziz was furious. He thought, these corrupt rulers, I gave them the money to give to the poor, and they kept it. And they were like, "Ya Amir, there's no poor left to give." Umar ibn Abdul Aziz had eradicated poverty in his land. They couldn't find anyone poor to give money to, and he had. Sorry.
It's a beautiful story, but I think we need to be also critical of him. I'm sure there's things to be critical about, and I've never heard anything. And number two, I think we need to also think about where it went wrong for him. and why, why after him, he wasn't a corrective force, so it wasn't the fifth. He was the fifth Khalif Rashid, and then there was the sixth after him, and the seventh.
So,
and maybe what went wrong there? You know what I mean? I would love to hear criticisms about him, because I know we have criticisms about Osman and even Al-Ghazali, who maybe we'll talk about soon. He even talks about the mistakes of the prophets.
You don't hear much in terms of criticism because the people loved him so much, right? Like we're talking about people that conquered him. The people that lands that he conquered, they loved him, right? It's really hard because usually when you conquer a land, somebody who loses that land will go on to write a really critical book about you, right? Like your cat's just fully conquered you. Right?
No, but what's interesting is under his rule, there was a record number of non-Muslims converting to Islam.
Yes.
And because of this, the poll taxes, right, they decreased. So he disregarded this money and he said, I'd be glad if all the non-Muslims became Muslim and we take up farming to earn our living.
So here's the thing. His critics were corrupt officials from the Umayyads, his own people. They were like, we're not taxing enough. The non-Muslims are becoming Muslims. We're not getting enough tax money. He was saying that they were saying stuff like, we had it good before because we were eating lavishly. Now we're eating. Now, for us, that's not a criticism. For his time, that was his biggest critics. They were like, he's destroying the Umayyad name, if that makes sense. Because he wasn't about the Umayyad name, right? So if you're a big guy in the Umayyad, he was a big problem. But Shah Waliullah said about him that every century there's a mujaddid, right? And I think it was like he would be like basically the mujaddid of Islamic rulership of his century because of like the reforms he made. He made unpaid labor illegal. Do you know what I mean? Way before anyone else, right? He was really like forward thinking, and he was really there.
Subhanallah, very just.
It
reminds me a bit of the Dhul Qarnayn and the Dhul Qarnayn archetype of the very just ruler. There's two people who it's largely agreed on that there's a mujaddid.
Yeah,
we've just spoken about one of them, and the second one is Imam Al-Ghazali. It's largely agreed that he was the mujaddid of his time as well.
Yeah, I would have thought Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal.
Imam Ahmad, yeah.
I have a scholarly reference that I quoted, but I can't remember who it was exactly. Abdul Hakim Murad is one of the people who mentions that. So he cites another scholar, I can't remember his name, that says about Imam Al-Ghazali. But yeah, it can be. I'm sure it can be disputed. I think it's on Wikipedia as well. Which is,
the greatest of all.
Ghazali came way later, so he could be his times. But I said Imam Ghazali came later than Imam Ahmad, so he could be his time's mujaddid. You know what I'm saying?
No, I was saying is Tamim was saying that they were undisputed. The thing with Imam Ahmad, he was not recognized for his knowledge at his time as a pinnacle of knowledge. In fact, there were people more knowledgeable than him. But it's the famous story of where he stood up for Islam that really elevated him high, and then came his knowledge, right? So, like they say, knowledge is only as good as your iman. Like, if you don't believe in Islam, that you could be the most knowledgeable person, but for Islamic knowledge, you don't really, for fiqh and that kind of stuff, you don't really have that kind of benefit. But what was the other question you had? You had one about criticisms about Umar ibn Aziz, and you mentioned something else.
And then why didn't he? I'm not going to put it on him, but why was he a outlier? Can we bring him back? Can we bring Hassan back in, guys?
Yes.
Hassan's waiting. Why was he an outlier? Why was he not able to establish a corrective force that outlived him?
That is a very good point, and this is a point that keeps coming up with Salahuddin Ayyubi, with Baybars, with many great Muslim leaders. It doesn't always go from father to son, right? And his successor, I believe, was Yazid II, and his was so again, it comes down to you've got this guy that's really highly rated. People are doing really well, but the problem is the Umayyads, they were suffering because when you have most of the when you're in oppression, somebody benefits. When you have justice, those people that benefit in oppression, they don't benefit as much. Those guys basically naturally supported rebellion, and what happened was in the Khorasan there was a rebellion. his son, Umar ibn Abdul's son, had to crush that rebellion. When you start crushing rebellions, people start becoming less. Hassan, you're muted, by the way, if you're trying to speak. And so what happened was basically you become a bit more dictatorship. You have to clinch onto power, and then it becomes a lot more of disunity, which is.
It was quite ominous when he was called Yazid II. That's not the best signs for things.
Yeah. So just before that.
Yo, Sonny, just before that, can I end?
Just before that.
About his death?
Sorry?
Can I talk about his death?
Yes, please do.
He does. Okay, so when he was approaching death, he was terminally ill, and he wanted to be left alone. Like even his family, he didn't want them in the room. And his wife, Fatima, would say that he would recite this one verse over and over again. And the verse was that this abode of the akhirah is for the people who do not do injustice or who do not spread mischief and discord in this world. A good end and a good consequence is for those people who have taqwa, right? And then he passes away in the year 101 after Hijrah, and apparently he left behind about 19 dirhams. And bear in mind, he had like 12 to 14 children, and he left so little for them. And so he was asked by his servant, like, you haven't left anything for them. And he said, if my children are pious, me leaving them with nothing except Allah, they'll be happy with it. And if they're not pious, then me leaving them with a lot of wealth, it will take them further away from Allah. So it'll be bad for them. So I leave them with Allah. And subhanAllah, even though he left so little, Sonny, you mentioned Barakah, right? One of his children, a few years after the death of Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, even though there was so little left, right? He donates 100 horses in the path of Allah. And that's how quickly Allah multiplied that insignificant wealth that he left for his children. SubhanAllah.
So I guess there's your criticism. He didn't leave much for his children.
Subhanallah.
And he inherited a very wealthy personal treasury of the Caliph. And it actually reminds you of the story of Uthman, who was incredibly wealthy, and he was a ancestor, I guess, of Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. He had a lot of wealth, and by the time it came to his death, he had a few gold coins and a goat that he used to take milk from every day, and that's all. Everything else was given to the public treasury, and that's just a sign of piety. It's inspiring. Umar ibn Abdul Aziz. He is called he's called the fifth rightly guided caliph, but he's not. The Khalifa Rashidun is. It's like an unofficial title. It's not an official.
Yeah, it's just like a title. Yeah, honor.
Yeah. So our next segment is coming up soon. We're just waiting for Asma, who's going to go through some history of Islamic art, inshallah, an introduction to Islamic art, which I'm quite excited for. But we were talking about Umar ibn Aziz. And
I just wanted to mention something. The story of Umar ibn Aziz is a very inspirational one, subhanAllah. And it's not just because of the justice and all of that, and it's because mostly, we can sit here and we can posture and we can say that, like, oh, if we donate more if we had a lot of money, right? Or like, just in the context even of like charity, whatever it is, like in terms of like giving what you can and all of that. But being in a position where you have it all, being in a position of power, being in a position of wealth, that is a true test. And that's a test that not a lot of people pass usually, right? But subhanAllah, to see that what Umar ibn Abdul Aziz did with all of that wealth, what he did with all of that power, right? I think someone mentioned earlier that like he virtually eradicated poverty in the kingdom, right? Which is almost unheard of, right? The idea that there are no poor people. And it's unheard of today with all of our technological advances and all of our governments and whatnot. And you can even imagine how hard it might have been to do it back then without all the technology. And so it's to see like the kind of how hard that test was of sort of doing the right thing, even with all of the power, even with all of the wealth. But subhanAllah, conversely, the kind of barakah that comes with doing all of the right thing.
Yeah, subhanAllah. It's actually, for him, it would have been easy to just do what his predecessors did, right? They all lived a life of luxury. He had it at his hands, like you said. He had all the power he could do anything he wanted, anything that he desired. But he chose to sacrifice all those luxuries to be the change that he wanted to see in the world, right? And so this quality of sacrifice, obviously along with his strong iman and understanding, it gave him the ability to make the difference that we're talking about.
Okay. Yes, it's very true. So I think Asma is ready. Muhammad, are you able to add her?
Yeah, inshallah. I'm going to be jumping off for a bit to pray Aisha.
Yeah,
No
I think there is a couple of us taking a break at the minute. Assalamu alaikum, Asma.
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh,
I think
we
that's
don't
what
have-
we
Walaikum salam.
There we go.
Assalamu alaikum, Asma.
How everyone doing?
Yeah, great. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, I can't complain. It's very nice to see everybody, I think, joining from, all around, right? I mean, and it's nice to see Tamim, actually. Like, we live in Qatar, but I hardly get to ever see him.
Yeah, this charity week's been a little different, right?
Of course.
SubhanAllah.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
So, just to introduce Asma. Asma is the International GenSec at Charity Week, but she's also, like other people from Qatar, Tamim, she has a lot of postgraduate qualifications. Amongst them is she's a master's in Islamic art, and she teaches. I didn't realize it until about last week. She actually teaches Islamic art and interior design and stuff. So we're really excited because Asma, I was talking to the guys earlier, and we have no idea about Islamic art except for geometric patterns. Like, Jack found a graphic online, and that was our knowledge of Islamic art.
I found a graphic. I was like, there's different types of geometric patterns throughout Islamic history. That's all I know. Sunny's understanding of Islamic art was no eyes. That's it.
Yeah,
But then again, Sunny,
That's it.
yeah, Sunny's a bit simple sometimes. That's okay.
I mean, it ranges, though. It ranges. I mean, honestly speaking, it's quite a vast range. So we'll have a look today in a couple of those. Shall I share my screen?
Yes, I do believe, Asma, there's a couple of us that are going to take a break at the minute. So I think we're leaving you with Tamim, Hassan, and Sunny. Are you taking a break?
Yeah,
Are you staying on?
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think me and Muhammad are taking a break. So, guys, we wish you all the best, and we will rejoin you in about an hour or two. Okay? So, guys.
Don't rush, Jack. Don't rush.
I'll try not to rush, Hassan, just for you, yeah?
Perfect. Cool.
Did they give you the ability to share your screen?
So how's it go? I mean, you guys have still a couple of more hours to go, isn't it?
Yeah. We're just gearing up. We're here till 9, inshallah. We've also got
a bit more than a couple.
Yeah.
Hassan, are you drinking coffee? Are you drinking something with caffeine in it?
No. I don't know what this is. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if you guys have heard of Tim Hortons from Canada. Yeah, my sister came back with a purple drink, and I said, "Why not?"
Sounds good.
It could have caffeine in it. Allahu Alam.
And while Asma's just getting ready with that stuff, Hassan, how is that your celebration? Because now we have. Oh no, the count of Pennsylvania is still going on, isn't it? We don't know what's going on right now.
No. So Pennsylvania is apparently done. Arizona is apparently done. So is
Georgia going to be recounted, right?
Georgia's going to be recounted. A couple of states are going to be recounted, but maybe. I don't know. We'll see how this whole election thing turns out, inshallah.
Okay, more important than the United States election, I actually am excited to learn more about Islamic art. So, Asma, handing over to you very soon.
Perfect. You guys can see my screen, right? The presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, let's get started. I mean, it's going to be very simple, very quick. Nothing, we are not going very in depth, but just looking into the different ranges of Islamic art. I mean, how we kind of began, right? That we, of course, everybody has different understanding of what is Islamic art, and especially, when you come to art history, and you have to start defining terms, Islamic art is actually one of the more not controversial, but debatable terms, because where do you draw a line and what do you define it as? And we'll look into definitions a little later. But before we get started with looking into what Islamic art is, we will do a quick kind of a quiz. Hold on. Is it possible that I can see you guys as well as share my screen?
So if you go through to this, I
No.
think so. Unless you have two screens.
Yeah. Unless, I think that's what I might just do. So because why I'm saying that is because we will kind of, it's not a quiz, again, no quiz, no right or wrong answers, but we'll look into two images in each slide. And I want to hear from you guys, and as well as whoever joined in, just thumbs up, thumbs down, is it Islamic art or not? Simple, yeah?
It might be easier if we just say yes or no, because your screen's getting a lot smaller on the YouTube thing. So if you maximize your presentation, and we'll just say yes or no.
Okay.
Okay, I'm excited though. I love quizzes.
I'm excited, but I'm scared because I don't think I'm ready for this.
No. Again,
no one it's okay.
I promise nobody's getting graded here, or I'm not like gonna punish anybody, so don't worry, all good. Okay, let's get it started. Bismillah. Okay, so if we say on the left and the right, okay, or A and B, Islamic art or not? This one, Islamic art or not?
Yes.
I'm going to say yes.
This one.
Okay. The one on the left.
Yes, on the left.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Islamic art.
Okay. Anybody else?
No, wait. Is that images that I can see in there?
I think it's in Jerusalem. I think it's I would say it's a Christian place in Jerusalem.
Oh, you think it's a Christian place in Jerusalem?
I think so.
Look carefully, guys. Come on, look carefully. Like I'm giving you. See, look here.
Okay, chat is saying no. I'm gonna back chat because
I'm already. Yeah, I see. No,
how are we failing in the first one?
So here, look here. So it's a church.
Oh, is it? Oh,
do we know where it is?
This particular one?
Yeah.
I'm not sure of the location of this one, but it's a Catholic church. Yeah, this one. Here, yeah, see? Okay, what about this?
Muslim.
That's Muslim. Yeah, we know that. That's the Dome of the Rock.
Yes. 50% support.
So good. Okay, let's go.
Easy side, guys. We're not doing so well.
No. Here, on the left, this one, Islamic art or not?
Okay, now it gets harder. That's not Islamic art on the left.
This one?
Yeah, I'm saying that's
not. It's too mosaic-y.
Sorry?
It's too mosaic-y.
What could it be? A story? Is there any story, or is it just a random piece of art?
The story is bamboo.
There is story. It is, so basically it's called gazelle. The mosaic is called gazelle, and it is if I give you guys the date, you'll understand if it's Islamic art or not.
Okay, don't give us the date. We're gonna go with first one. I'm saying no. I don't know about.
Okay, Hassan.
I'm saying yes. Just so I get it right, he gets it wrong. That kind of
zero-sum game. Okay, I'm gonna say no.
So chat is backing Hassan. Me and Tamim are saying no.
Okay. All right. And what about this one?
Lion.
Yes or no?
I have no idea. I'm gonna say no again.
Lemon tree.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yes.
This one is called the lion and gazelle. So this is just gazelle. This is lion and gazelle.
Oh, I didn't see the lion. There's a lion there killing the gazelle.
There.
Here. That's quite a brutal thing. Okay. Again, chat is saying yes to both.
Okay. Sunny is saying yes to both?
No. I'm saying no to both. Chat is saying yes to both.
Okay. Fair. So, on the left, this one is not Islamic art.
Yes.
It's actually 6th century Byzantine mosaic. Under Justinian. Right. And this particular one, so what do we think? If this is not, what do we think of this?
No.
This is a mosaic, by the way. This is a mosaic.
That's Byzantine art as well. It looks the same.
It does look very similar. So if we zoom in, which over here, if you can see, but this is a proper mosaic, which looks very much like this in terms of craftsmanship. However, this one is Islamic art.
Really?
Yeah. And this is the lion and gazelle, which is in Khirbat al-Mafja. And it is a Umayyad mosaic.
I should have known that then.
And
My ancestors.
just thinking about it, right? You guys were doing the history of, how Islam grew, different places, and the different dynasties. And when we look into Umayyads, like the very first dynasty, one would imagine, probably something more conservative in terms of, it's going to be only a certain type or a certain look and feel. But it's very interesting to see what comes up. And we'll look more into these. But this one in particular, it's one of the very well-preserved mosaics of the Islamic world of the time, as well as this is studied quite a bit because the way things are portrayed here, it kind of really sets a milestone for a lot of different mosaic works for the future. One way to say it's Umayyad work is always look at the framing of artwork. So a frame of the artwork, be it fresco, be it mosaic, be it a painting, or whatever it is, the frame usually gives away the era. And this particular intertwined pattern is a very classic symbol of Umayyad art. In Abbasid, it changes. In Abbasid, it's more of dot and pearls. So over the eras, and it's just not in the Islamic world, but just in art history in general, frames are always like the.
Are you able to click on hide on that sharing your screen? Click hide.
Yes, sorry.
That's better. Okay,
cool.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, let's move on to the next one, yeah?
That's interesting. It's quite early in Islamic civilization as well.
Very, very, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Here, this one, Islamic art or not? This architecture.
I'm going to say maybe it is because of Xinjiang, Uyghurs.
Are you saying
I can see some Arabic calligraphy there, like on the circles. It looks like Arabic calligraphy.
Here?
I hate to agree with Hassan, but yeah, it does look like Islamic calligraphy there. So I'm going to say.
Okay, so all of you are agreeing this is.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is. I mean, look over here, guys. I think for architecture buildings, always the top gives away. So this is literally Allah.
Oh, I can't believe it.
There's a much easier answer. Okay.
Literally written on the thing there.
I mean, but again, and I'll go a little more detail into this building, where it is and situated and everything. What about this one on the right? Is this Islamic art or not?
That has, I think that's Arabic calligraphy.
Look carefully into the different slabs, elements.
Yeah, I think I see Arabic in the two center circles.
That's why. Yeah, I think I can. I don't know.
I think I see Arabic, but I feel like this is a trap. I'm gonna trust my gut and go say no. Mostly because I also can't see the top of the building. So
chat is saying no. I'm gonna back chat on this. I'm saying no.
Okay, so this one is no for two of you. Tamim says yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so this is actually Islamic architecture. And Islamic art.
Alhamdulillah.
Yes. So this particular one, where did you say, Tamim, this was in?
Xinjiang, maybe Western China? No?
It's in Indonesia.
Wow. SubhanAllah.
He was completely off.
Where's Akhyar? Akhyar might have helped us with this one.
So this particular one is Great East Mosque. No, sorry. This is Cheng Ho Mosque in Indonesia. And this one is a Great East Mosque in Hefeng, China. So this is in China. And this is entrance of a mosque. Both of them are entrances of mosques.
Oh, wow.
So it's just not any religious building, it's proper mosque. But this is kind of a little, I mean, one could definitely get confused with, especially this one, because if you look into details, you can see phoenixes, which is very symbolism of Chinese art, as well as we don't know for 100% clarity, but this also takes the form of dragons, which is again, quite symbolic to Chinese art. But however, in this particular, we don't necessarily see faces of dragons. So which could also mean, we don't know. So it could be just taking the shape, but not necessarily meaning it. It's not 100% figurative, but also a little. So again, good job, good job. Let's move on to, I think this is the last one I want to say. Yeah, I think this is the last one. And what do we think about this? This one on the left.
First one, I think the first one's a mosque.
This one on the left.
Yeah, I'll say so.
Okay. Okay.
The second one, I don't think it's Islamic art. The one on the right, I don't think it's.
I don't think the second one is Islamic either. The one on the left, yeah, maybe. The first one, maybe.
That pot on the outside looks very ritually. So I'm gonna say no on the second one.
I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
the thing is, every masjid I go to, they have a pot of tea somewhere. So maybe that's
That could be a wudu area on the right, like a unorthodox.
Sonny, you're gonna have to take me to your masjids, okay? But yeah, I think mosque on the left, not mosque on the right.
Everyone has a pot of tea, right? It's always part of the.
Always tea is essentials, guys. Okay, so what's our final verdict? Mosque or not, or?
I think the one on the left, I say Islamic art.
Okay, and one on the right, no.
I say no.
Okay, right. This is so this is actually Islamic art, so it belongs to Islamic art. So this is this is Nuiji Mosque in Beijing, China. So this is again in China. And in this particular one, if you see into mosque, Chinese mosque especially, or how to differentiate between mosque and other buildings is usually how you look at the panels. Paneling is quite important because, and if you see, it's all image, so it's like tile work of, if you see even in mosque, okay, for example, Mosque of Damascus, or even Dome of Rock, the mosaic or the artwork usually inside mosque is a referral, kind of metaphorical to something beautiful, scenic, kind of depiction of Jannah. Or the beauties of nature. And if you see closely in the panels, they are scenic beauty or tile works of something that's beautiful on earth, kind of referral to that whole concept of Jannah. This particular one, it's very easy to confuse if this is Islamic art or not, and this is not. This is not Islamic art. Good guesses. However, it's very difficult, because what would be the main differences? You don't have figurative art here. You don't have figurative, maybe a little on the top, but again, that's not very prominent up there. Here is the key, the rituals, right? So this is the incense stick where you usually enter from, and this is very prominent to Buddhist temples. So this is a Buddhist temple in China. So again, so it's just like, thinking about how do you define Islamic art? What makes Islamic art? Looking at these two buildings, the architecture, the make, it's very similar, right? And even just to look at, and how would you say, if you just saw this mosaic work, or this style work over here, it could be very giving away of Turkish, mosaic work or tile work. The blue, the orange, again, you see quite a bit in Seljuk art, in Ottoman art. It could be. However, it's just very fine lines, especially within the same region when similar art and architecture are coexistent. Sorry, this wasn't the last one. This is the last one. Okay, let's hear. This is a little different style. What about this one? One on the left.
I have no clue.
Okay.
The number of archways in both of them remind me of like Cordoba and some of the other buildings, and I'm seeing them in both of them actually.
I can't. I think I'm thinking more like subcontinent on this.
It is.
So I think the first one, I think that's a mosque. And
this one?
Yeah, and the reason I say, well, not mosque, I say it's Islamic. The reason I say it's a lot more simpler compared to other subcontinent stuff. There's no idols carved in, or there's no like animals or stuff like that. The one on the right, however, I am confused about because I can't seem to tell on that one. So I'm gonna say the first one is Islamic art. The second one, on the one on the right, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no.
I'm gonna agree with that as well. The one on the left looks like it's suited for praying. It's like level areas, level grounds. Whereas the one on the right, it looks like it's elaborate, not really suitable for praying. And what's on top of the arch, the spires there? I can see there's maybe
Which
something
one? On the left
on
and
the
right?
one on the right, on the one. So there's two like spires. Yeah, what's on top of them? I'm wondering.
Top? It's nothing figurative or anything. It's just part of the architecture. Yeah. Hassan, what about you?
I'm going to be devil's advocate. I'm going to say right is Islamic art. Left, I'm going to say also is, only because someone gave away the answer.
Who gave away the answer?
I don't know. I'm looking to the chat for guidance.
Okay, fair. And why do you say this one is? Let's just hear, because we heard what Sari and Tamim had to say. Why do you think this is Islamic art, architecture?
So, I mean, for me, I'm looking for things that will make it not Islamic art. I don't see any like idols. I'm not sure. I see a little bit of like engravings, I guess, in that big central tower, but nothing that would preclude it from being a mosque. Similar to what Sunny says, it seems like buildings in this sort of era would either be very obviously marketed in terms of like the kind of idols it would have, etc., or not.
Very well done. Good argument. And I mean, just think about both of them, right? Just looking, because the way you all three of you went, it's compare and contrast. So just comparing and contrasting between the two images, looking at the columns, they are very similar in build, structure, form. Same goes over here. You have got a dome. You have got two domes here. And also a lot of architectural features are similar in terms of, how they look, material. It's the same materials around the same time. However, are we ready? This one is Islamic art and architecture. This is Panch Mahal, India, built in Fatehpur Sikri by Akbar. Right? And
beautiful.
It's beautiful, and its primary function was kind of for education, so not necessarily prayer. What would happen is usually the women, since it's kind of 5 layers, right? That's why it's called Panch. Panch is 5. Panch Mahal is 5-layered like tower. And this used to be kind of the hangout area for the women, because during the summer when it would get hot, this is like very open, and when you tower up, perfect airflow, and these columns, repetitive columns, were used so that they could tie up fabric, which also kind of created cover. So this is Islamic architecture, and education as well. As I mentioned, people would, there would be like classes, lessons, even kids would have their lessons here. So this is
an amazing place to learn Quran.
Imagine.
That would be so amazing.
And yeah, it is. Till date, it stands beautifully over there. And it's
Mariam's been there. Have you been, Asma?
Yes, I have actually.
Oh, wow. Beautiful.
It's definitely one of very beautiful places, I have to say. And at that time as well, we would have a lot of architecture which is like high rising at that point, but we wouldn't say layers. It would be like 1 or 2 floors, but this was actually, for that time, quite different, because it had 5 different layers this way. And coming to the one on the right. Sorry.
Asma, somebody said they want a guided tour in India led by you.
I'm not really the best person to do that, honestly speaking, because India is so rich. I would not do a justice to what exists out there. It's fantastic. And the best way to do a guided tour in India is get a local on board, because they have all these, I don't know even they're real stories or not, but they will have these all insider stories of what the princesses did and the kings did, and about their lifestyle and everything, some very cheeky, some very unrealistic. But they have fantastic stories to keep you enticed, within the tour. But yeah, but that's very, very kind of them to say that. Okay.
Hassan's suggesting that we auction it off for next year, maybe. Do we have enough time this year? When's the banking deadline?
That should have been also part of the quiz. Yeah, when is the banking deadline?
Trust me, Atma knows the banking deadline. He's hammering it into everyone right now.
Good. That's very good. I think that should be repeated every 30 minutes, like up flashing. Okay.
Sorry,
Cool.
you're saying the one on the right.
One on the right. The one on the right is not. It is actually a Rajput architecture. It is called Mandoor Garden, and it's in Rajasthan, India. So these are like garden pavilions that was often created within big open structure, big open gardens and things like that, so people could take shade, rest up. Plus these were like how we have poor people gazebos. This is rich people's gazebo, FYI. Just, yeah, if we had to say it that way, where they could really build up proper structures like this, just to come relax in their garden backyard. And things like that. But yes, I mean, Hassan, the way you kind of explained that why this could have been Islamic architecture, it's quite right, because you don't necessarily, Rajput architecture, you don't always see very direct symbols or figurines. However, I don't know about this particular one, but a lot of Rajput architecture, if you look at details on the columns, on the walls, or the wall panels, they have got certain symbolisms which is prominent for the religion. For example, you would see a lot of different lotuses or hand postures. So again, deities, symbolism of deities, because a lot of different deities are symbolized in, say, a particular figure, form, shape, and sometimes you would see those and not necessarily the direct image of the deity itself. So yeah, and built around the same time, so you would imagine it's similar architects, right? Again, this is also this is Rajput architect, this is Rajput architect. So we have similar architects building similar things, but now the question comes, how do we say what Islamic art or not? And this is kind of one of the very prominent example, right? Similar time period. We are talking about similar design, architectural features. So what makes this Islamic and this one not? I would like to hear from you guys. Like what makes one Islamic and one not Islamic?
I guess for anything to be Islamic, it has to be compliant with Islamic law and principles. So there has to be nothing that's un-Islamic.
Okay, and for both of them, that is kind of the case here. So
if we're talking about architecture, there has to be a room, at least one room, if not all the rooms, facing Makkah.
That depends.
If it's a mosque, if it's going to be a mosque.
Yeah, that's
a mosque, yeah. Not necessarily we see that in within the harem or even within a lot of palaces. That's not, really? There would be allocated spaces, of course, for prayers, but that may not have been the key element.
Okay. No, I would be surprised that they don't have places facing Makkah, but okay, yeah, it had to comply with the Islamic thing, so I wouldn't expect too many animals and too many mythology. But then again, that dragon and the phoenix and the Chinese art really confused me. So, and the gazelle. So I don't know.
I guess maybe one thing is like there's never any sculptures of human beings. So like that's something you find in Europe. I've never seen that within the Islamic world.
Very fascinating. Hold that thought, Tamim. Hold that thought. Yeah, we'll come to that.
You're about to hear the next photo is going to be like a
monster. Go to the next slide, Asma.
Yes, moving on to the next slide. Okay, I'll come to the slide and we'll talk about this a little more. But when we're talking about Islamic art, and that's very, as I said, it's quite debated that where you draw the line of what Islamic or not. Because one way when we say Islamic, it is giving us the idea that it has to belong to the faith. And we say when it belongs to the faith, that means it really cannot have any kind of figurine, any kind of things that is depicting like living creatures, animals, humans, whatever, angels, deities of any sort. It can't be. That is one way to go. But when we look into the vastness of what Islamic art is and how we are defining Islamic art, it's not about it's not about the mosque. It's not about the calligraphy. Sorry, was it from my end?
I think it was my end. Sorry.
Okay, no worries, no worries. So it's not about those, but it's about when it was created and under whose patronage, right? So if it was created in Islamic civilization under Islamic rule, empire, by a Muslim patron, that's what you usually term as Islamic art. I know the label is quite big, but it's very difficult to also draw lines, or final lines, especially just because, culture, societies are all intertwined. Everything is growing simultaneously. One of the biggest example is Hagia Sophia. Overnight, from a church to a mosque. How did that happen? And things like that, right? And because
the Umayyad mosque is the same. The one in Damascus, it used to be for Apollo, and then it was a church, and now it's a mosque. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It was a proper temple, and over from temple to church to mosque. And unfortunately, it's very sad to see what happened to the mosque. Now it's literally in ruins, but it is still one of the finest work of the Islamic world. However, yes, so moving back to when we're defining, at least in artistry terms, when we're defining Islamic arts, it's usually the bigger umbrella of that any art produced, created during the Islamic world by Islamic, under Islamic rules. Now, this particular Dome of Rock, right? It is the classic example, but this is also one of the very first prominent artwork of the Islamic world. When I say artwork, you would be like, oh, it's a building. Why wouldn't it fall under architecture? Towards the end of today's session, we will see why it doesn't fall necessarily only under architecture, but also art. What we see today, especially for Dome of Rock, this is the newer version. So I don't know how many of you know that this is literally added very, very late. This was during the Ottomans that we see the style work. It was very different when 1786, I want to say, but late 1700s, when Hijriya. Yeah. So when this was finally finished under the Umayyad rule, it looked very, very different. So this is a proper symbolism of Islamic art and architecture. Now moving on to, we say Tamim's point, right? That not necessarily that when you have figurines, people, you would not consider Islamic art. But
Hagia Sophia has.
Hagia Sophia, but that was under Byzantine rule though. Hagia Sophia.
Yeah. Oh, that's when it was originally. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that's under Byzantine rule. But if you see this one, what do we see of this? What would we make of this?
That's not Islamic art because it's got like depictions of like humans or angels. I can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree. And especially the one on the bottom left.
Wait, Asma's smiling. I guess this is Islamic art.
No. Again, no, it's very nice to hear thoughts, right? And you guys do have proper this thing. Because if we look by Islamic rules, they may not fall under Islamic art. But if you're falling under artistry terms of, as I said, if it is built, constructed, created under Islamic rule, that would fall under Islamic arts.
Is this under Islamic art then?
Wow. So Asma, I'm curious then. So it might have been maybe constructed or built or drawn under Islamic rule in Islamic lands, but was it by Muslims as well?
Yes.
Wow.
So this is where I'm heading now. So these are frescoes, all of them from the same place. This was actually built. It is still there. It is still there in Qusayr, which is currently Jordan. It was built around 723 to 743, so it took some time. It's a desert castle, so a lot of caliphates. And fascinating. Guess who built it under? What time period? We said under whose rule?
I'm going to guess Umayyad.
Umayyad Caliph. It was under what's his name? Oh my God. Walid ibn. No, Walid ibn Yazid.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He was Umayyad Caliph.
He was like less than 100 years after the Prophet ﷺ. Like,
Exactly.
He's one of the last ones though. So
He's one of the last ones, but also thinking about Umayyads. Umayyads are literally the first caliphate after our Prophet.
Yeah.
A proper
And do we know,
caliphate.
was he influenced by the Christian architecture around him?
Yes. So how did we know that it is him or built under his patronage? Was because not over here, but there are other frescoes within this castle, which has 8 kings, and one of the kings were the king of Spain of that particular period. And we know that they had kind of diplomatic relationships between the two regions. And hence that we could point out that exactly that was the time period built under him. And when we're talking about Islamic art, it's a very fascinating to see. So early stage, it's a very early on that you would see something like this in Islamic art. You see proper green, right? This is proper figure, and this is actually a scene of the bathhouse, where you also see almost nude people.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this earlier. The Umayyads are the first ones where they kind of exported the culture for Muslims, and it's strange to see that within that period, they had semi-naked individuals on the art.
But then I guess it fits in with what Muhammad was saying about them being quite lavish and maybe not the most.
Yeah.
Also, we talked about the Abbasids, who soon took over after
Exactly.
about less than 10 years after Walid, the caliph. They accused the Umayyads of being like deviating away from the true Islam.
Yeah. Very good connection. Very good connection. This is where I was actually heading.
Oh, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
So basically, that's what started happening, right? I mean, Umayyads, when they started off with, it was very strict in terms of when, especially it comes to art, they were very strict to make sure that this would not be something within a castle which is in the central location. This is a desert castle which you have in radius nothing around it. So they would come around a certain season or a certain period, loads of just food and drinks, and so with a massive people, all like friends, families, they would come for months just to chill here. So these used to be their holiday chilling areas, kind of a thing. And that's why they could make it as posh, as lavish, as well as they brought in the European style of art, architecture, and this kind of the lavish livelihood. Sorry, Sunny, you wanted to add something to that?
No, this is interesting. They wouldn't do this in the public in the city center. They do this out in the outskirts where nobody could see them.
Yeah. And also because if you're talking about if it's being created under a Khalifa, he had to create a certain aura, and which is fair enough, because for your people you are trying to be the best. But anyhow, what happens then is, as you said, down the lane, Abbasids come, and because of things like these, they were kind of I don't want to say they were more conservative, because even in Abbasid era you see things go down wrong in so many different ways as well. However, but their main argument was that Umayyads are leading a life which is not necessarily significant, or not necessarily the nicest way of leading in Islam, especially if you are the Khalifa and what kind of portrait you're living for your people. Anyhow, that's not our part. Our part is Islamic art, right? One particular artwork over here I want to kind of draw your attention to is this one on the bottom right. What can you see? I mean, I know it's not okay. Here, there.
I can see I can see humans there.
Okay, here. Okay, humans. Yes.
What's that in the middle? It looks like a wing, maybe, or a shell. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. What's that?
I'm not exactly sure. Oh, it is, I think, part of this here.
Is this damaged or something?
So it's a fresco. Yeah. So it's a fresco. And this is a dome, by the way. So this is kind of you literally looking up at a dome
Oh, like the Sistine Chapel sort of thing. You're looking at.
Similar, yes. So this is the opening of the dome. So when you have the round dome, you have the side openings. So if you see, these are the openings where the sunlight is coming through. Here, the keystone, the arch of the domes. There, these two are the domes. I'm sorry, opening for the domes. And if you see, this is the dome. So what do we see here? Okay, there are people. We are not. Okay, so there is actually animals here. What else? If you could, see or think of.
I can't.
What's
see
that on the right there? It's like legs.
Here?
Yeah.
That's a person on an animal. I would say horse.
Okay. Is it a battle scene, maybe?
Interesting. Good
or
way
heaven?
to go. Good way to go. I mean, yeah. If there are people, it would be something, human activity or something.
Story, then? Is this whole thing telling a story?
It is a story. It's not necessarily one story, but it is kind of a story.
Isra Mi'raj? The Prophet, the Buraq? No? Okay.
That would be controversial.
Yeah, I've seen photos of that. There's mosaics or there's some kind of pictures of the Buraq. The Buraq doesn't look as magnificent as you'd think.
Yeah.
They kind of just do him like a horse with wings.
Somebody in chat says there's defo people in the center. And then
there are people. So there are people, there are animals, different type of animals.
Is this story from the Quran?
No.
I thought it might be new.
Okay. Shall I give it away?
Yeah.
Just given, how much time we have left. Okay. So this is basically, if you see, look carefully, this is the center, right?
Yeah.
And then there are lines coming out.
Okay.
This is not architectural, it's not the rocks, it's not construction lines. So this particular dome is sliced into 12 pieces, kind of showing the 12 horoscopes.
Wow.
Haram.
Yeah.
Where was this?
So this is again Qusayr Amra in Jordan.
Wow. That's
So
fascinating.
this is one of the very first depiction of the constellations and zodiac signs in Islamic art, which is still existing. And it's very accurate, very accurate drawings and also labeling of the different constellations. What's even more fascinating is this particular, then again, helps build astrolabs and understanding stars and constellation. And then, how in Islam we take so much pride about that our astronomy is so good, the sense, at least in terms of developing and how we were so good with directions and so and so. But it was just not astronomy, but also astrology. And the study of astrology in Islam is one would see, and even throughout, even in Ottoman times, you would see, a lot of, again, that's a whole different section of study, but
this is very
it exists in Islamic art.
This is very controversial because this is less than 100 years after the Prophet ﷺ. That's wow. That's amazing.
Yes. And this currently is UNESCO heritage site. It's open for viewers, but since it's really middle of nowhere, if people get to go to Jordan, inshallah, after COVID and everything, I would highly recommend, if opportunity arises, people should actually go visit this.
And who is this? Walid ibn Yazid as well?
Yes.
So that's Walid ibn Yazid II, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
He was assassinated. I don't know. I don't think he was related, but he was.
Well, we don't know. Maybe it was.
And this particular castle also had hammam, and this was one of the very first. One of the very first hammams in the Islamic world, which is still remaining. And actually, this drawing is actually from the hammam. So we would see even, in Orientalist paintings, the drawings of hammam would also usually be, kind of women, bath scenes and so and so. And again, this is also existent. So, when we talk about Islamic art, we also always have this, all nice. These are not bad artworks. These are very fine artworks of that time, and these frescoes still exist. So as a craftsmanship, it's very well done. But our idea or what our thoughts are on Islamic art is quite different to that of what the reality is.
Yeah, no,
things are always more complicated than we think. There's always a lot more gray.
Mathematics.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I didn't know that within the Umayyads they had images like this and like horoscopes and astrologies.
Yeah.
That's fascinating.
All right. This is okay. Now we will move to things that we are familiar with, right?
Right.
That was me trying to show what exists, but I wanted to give some fun stories. Many of you might actually know about these and origins and things like that. But okay, Quranic manuscripts exist. Calligraphy, Arabic calligraphy is actually one of the very things that, very pure to Islamic art in its creation, in its form. And it started off with the Kufic writing. Now, Kufic script. So how did Kufic script in the very first place come into existence? Because writing existed, right? Writing existed, and when Quran was being produced, right, as it's being revealed, and after a couple of years, it started being produced, so that people would keep that information, and then it's being spread. But there wasn't necessarily a system. There wasn't, of course, it would be writing, but Kufic as a style, as a script, it wasn't named, labeled, and it wasn't a uniform system. This came into existence because of a certain reason.
Was it? I'm going to guess. Was it easier to read for non-Arabs because it's quite clear?
Yes, it helps in that. It aids in that, but that wasn't the primary reason. What else can we say? Oh, just guesses,
Yeah, Mariam's saying Iraq. I guess it's from Kufa. So what significance could that be?
Was it was it the Abbasids that made Kufic script? Was it the Mayyids?
Kufic script. So it's not. So it's more clear.
Okay, shall I give away?
Sure.
Okay, so this is from Dome of the Rock. If we see this particular panel, so around the inside panels, remember when I said it's just not architecture, but it's also art, Dome of Rock? Because of this, first, again, this is one of the, the panels, and such a beautiful mosaic work it is. But also throughout, there is a band that surrounds the Dome of the Rock with calligraphy, writings from the Quran. If we look into this particular writing style, it is being constructed with mosaics, and mosaics are solid pieces of stones, right? So when you place these stones, you have to create a grid system.
Okay.
It wasn't necessarily by choice, but you had to do to fit the Arabic calligraphy into this particular grid. So if you look over here, it's very clear that you have to have vertical and horizontal lines where you're creating a grid system where your stones can fit in, that you can create this paneling. Because architecture is rigid at this point. At that point,
yeah. How are they going to do complex calligraphy, stones? I never thought of that. SubhanAllah.
So since architecture is rigid and we already have this small units, so now think about buildings, right? You have bricks. Based on that, you can build up the house. Similar to that of mosaic, you have these simple units, which when you put together as art, as a piece, it comes into life. So something like this, when patterns like these was easier because it's simple lines that you're doing. But when it came to writing, you have to also keep the form of the writing of the alphabets, as well as it should be visible enough. So that's why at that point, they created this grid system. And each of them, so if you see the width of this line is same to the width of this line, is also the same width. So it's usually 3 or 4 mosaics each, if we go. So they created this grid system so that they could have uniformity throughout this building. This kind of led to the creation of Kufic style, because you see even in Kufic style, it's individual, mostly very geometric, individualistic writing. And that was kind of the earliest actually creation of Islamic calligraphy that we know of today.
That's a fascinating story, yeah.
So yeah, just wanted to share, because sometimes we don't necessarily think about how things happen. We do think about how things happen, but just also knowing how something as simple as we would think calligraphy existed by its own, architecture existed by its own, but how architecture, how this particular building actually shaped what we see today. The Quran we see today, because from Kufic, then a lot of different scripts were being created, produced, and the Quran we have today, it's handwritten again. It's very, very fascinating to see how it just all because of our origin, it kind of follows.
I think Muhammad is saying that he's talking about the Taj Mahal and how there's 15 juz of the Quran using a different script, but then I guess things would have been more advanced by then, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In terms of architecture, stonework.
Hold on, let me go back actually. See over here, this is
okay.
Right? You see, this is not Kufic. So even just a couple of 100 years later, styles changed. Our control over penmanship increases, brushwork increases, and this is the time where people are experimenting. So it's just not at that point, because this one is here. This is the original pieces of the Dome of the Rock. This is not. This is later added during the Ottomans. So at that point, we were capable enough to be, coming up with something like that.
Because Kufic script, exists even today, but it all came from the fact that the mosaics just fitted like that.
Yeah, they dictated what it would be today.
That's fascinating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since I have a few more minutes, okay. Moving on to this, as we're talking about Arabic calligraphy, and we have a certain understanding of what Arabic calligraphy looks like, right? The one we see in the Quran, the one we see in the masjids of Turkey, everywhere. But this is Arabic calligraphy as well.
Is that from China?
This is from China, yeah. So this is my specialty. So just looking into Arabic calligraphy that is created in China, and this is called Sini style, S-I-N-I, Sini. This is very particular and very unique. Why do I say so? This is written by pen, right? We have got different types of pen, and parchment paper develops over time. This is written by pen, but once it moves to China, Chinese calligraphers are equipped with brush. So now we see the transformation of Arabic calligraphy into Chinese styles because of change of pen to brush. And that's why it's becoming more fluid. It's taking different shapes. And because a lot of these are calligraphy at that point were actually written by Chinese calligraphers who are not even Muslims. So they are basically seeing a style and creating something that they know into something they see. So they have the knowledge of Chinese calligraphy, which looks like this. They have the penmanship of that. Now they are seeing these scripts, which is Arabic writings, and now they are kind of molding it into. So
because they don't know do they know the language? They don't know the language.
They don't know the
language. They just see the shape. So they don't have to be as loyal to the original shape, and they can be maybe more adventurous.
A little more adventurous, yes. But again, there were Muslim calligraphers. So they kind of set the standards. And then when things came to mass produce, because Quran was being produced in China a lot. They were being gifted to kings. They were being gifted to even, there are records that when East India Company comes to China and all that is happening, a lot of generals did receive Quran. You would not imagine they're receiving Quran in China.
Subhanallah.
But they were. So that's the thing.
That's the reason I recognize this is I actually went to a conference and there was a calligrapher by the name of Haji Nuruddin, and he was selling this kind of calligraphy. I didn't know that there was non-Muslim calligraphers as well that were writing this stuff. And
yeah, absolutely. I mean, even a lot. I mean, most everywhere you see in every dynasty, when a new rule comes in, when a new king comes in, they bring their own, either religion, heritage, culture. That's what even happened in Mughal India. That's happening in China when Islam is, arising in China. That people are bringing in what they know, and that time this is kind of has this new generation of artworks, new generation of studies, understanding that happens. This is actually Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This is in a mosque. So this is the mimbar. And these are the panels on a Chinese mosque, which is, again, like this. If you don't know, if you don't see this top bit, it's very difficult to dictate that this is Arabic calligraphy. It looks like a shape and a pattern.
Right.
But the way, even how they're able to, if you draw a line over here, how they're kind of able to create almost symmetrical reflection. It's very fascinating to see how, from this, we move to something like this. Right?
That's amazing.
Yeah. Here, even some more examples. How they're bringing in design with the calligraphy.
That's beautiful. Where is that?
Enough about
Is that in China as well?
Yeah,
wow.
Chinese Muslims are. Tamim, everyone's loving your cat, by the way.
Man, she's relentless tonight.
Yeah, I'd like to ask about this. You never really hear about the evolution of art of Muslim art in China. Like, it seems like the whole world that you don't know about there.
So I think China and Southeast Asia, like, of course, we talk about Malaysia, Indonesia, that they are very rich in, Islamic history.
Right.
But Islam came to these regions much later than rest of the world. And they were very predominantly Buddhist. However, and it's very beautiful to see how these two cultures intertwine. Again, as an art history perspective, from art and architecture, it's very, very interesting to see when you're bringing in this very raw form of something, and it shifts to something. People adapt it, kind of makes it your own, and I think that's the beauty of it, right? When we are talking about religion in general, for each of us, we all believe in the same religion, at least here between us, but each of us have different understanding. Each of us have different take on this religion itself because of our background, our personal experiences, who we are. And I think this is what also kind of translates into art and architecture, that, of course, we had the very raw form of writing, calligraphy, the style, but how this is one example, by the way, this is one of the very few examples. In Iran and Iraq, it's different. When you go to Uzbekistan, it's different. China, it's different. Within different land, it changes and shifts so much. And it's just, that's the beauty, I feel, of everything that coexists together, that you take something and adapt it to your own, and kind of, then it becomes yours in a way.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I'm still really struck by how Kufi script came to be about.
Yeah, I'm still thinking, because it plays like it shows up so much times in our history, like, and yet it all started because of the mosaics wouldn't fit, like, unless they were like designed like that.
And it feels quite like, I don't know, poetically circular, that the script came down and it influenced them, and then they built their buildings, and then the buildings actually influenced the script.
Yeah.
SubhanAllah.
I mean, again, that is one of, again, let me mention that it is one of the very accepted arguments in art history. But again, there might be someone in a couple of years who would be able to give some other information and change this totally.
Let's not get too scientific about it. It's art after all.
Exactly.
Be artistic.
So that's the thing. That is kind of end of my slide. But yeah, that's kind of the thing, that
was fascinating. Yeah, I didn't know that the Umayyads had actually got horoscopes up there, and meanwhile, Chinese are perfecting the art of brushstroke calligraphy. So Thank you very much, Asma.
No
That
worries,
was
no
really
worries.
nice. I wish we could have you for the rest of the stream. That would be like, I feel like you could educate us on so much about the history of Islamic art, but especially for people like me who had no idea that Islamic art could be so diverse. That was really eye-opening, and thank you very much. Can we get some love for Asma in the chat, please? If everyone
Jazakallah khair, Asma.
No, pleasure was all mine. And again, as I mentioned, these are very initial conversations. I didn't even go in depth of what exists out there. And I feel
Interesting you say that. Sonny has been saying that this is an initial podcast, and inshallah next year it's going to be even something bigger. So I'm sure we can, Brother Sonny can prepare something even bigger for you next year, inshallah.
But next year I have to learn about Islamic art.
inshallah. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to explore, and I think this is a very personal. I mean, it also could be a personal choice, right? That since I love art and architecture, that when we look into a religion, look into all different aspects, we sometimes get very invested in maybe a way, one thing. But I would say, to understand something, see the whole picture. Just don't read one side of the story, but there are so many things all around that's happening. And that kind of really like opens our eyes to different things. But yeah, thank you for having me, and I hope this was useful.
No,
And
Jazakallah khair. It's beautiful. Very, very interesting.
Jazakallah khairan, Asma.
all right, good luck with the rest of the podcast. May Allah give you enough energy to carry on through, and good luck with everything else. And Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Unfortunately, it will not be as entertaining, but we can try, inshallah.
And I bet it will be more entertaining than this. So,
Inshallah.
Salam.
Okay, so yeah, that was really amazing to learn about different styles of Islamic art. Now we're on to, inshallah, we're going to pick up where we left off a bit, and we had some stories section kind of overran, so we missed out on a few stories. So I was hoping, Tamim, you're next up. Which figure in Islamic history?
I'll go for Al-Ghazali and I'll drop Al-Balkhiya.
Okay, you want to do Ghazali?
Yeah, just because I'm more well versed in him. Although going from the fascinating area of Islamic art to inshallah something that will be as fascinating, but it'll be maybe a bit drier. I'll try to make it a bit animated, inshallah.
Okay.
I'll not take longer than 10 minutes though. Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
I'll even try to be quicker than that, but I'll set the timer now. So Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, Allah yarhamu, radiyallahu anhu, was a famous scholar. He's someone I guess most people have heard the name. Some people will have known a little bit about his life. There's definitely not enough time to go over his whole life or even most of it, but I'll try to just cover some of the key ideas that impressed me when I was studying him. So just to put it into context, I was studying him as part of my thesis. I was looking specifically at shame and shaming within the Islamic tradition, and I used his work to try to derive a position on it. But I'll not focus on shame and shaming. I'll try to just focus on his life. So just a bit of background information. He was called, so I'm sure you're aware, some scholars, what's Ibn Taymiyyah's, like his Shaykh al-Islam. So Abu Hamid al-Ghazali is known as Hujjat al-Islam, which is proof of Islam. This is maybe reflecting the intellectual, the focus of his intellectual pursuits. He was famous for arguing within the Islamic tradition about how reliant we should be on philosophy. So some people say that he was the one who stopped philosophy in Islam and he was the reason that Islam began to decline, etc., etc. But I think that's a very simplistic view. What we could say is that he was very wary of the level of the influence of Greek philosophy. So Greek philosophy had influenced a lot of the Islamic philosophers like Ibn Sina. He was born essentially in what is Khorasan, so modern day Iran, in a city called Tus. He was born in 1058, 450 Hijri. His dad passed away when he was very young. Him and his brother Ahmad, who became a big scholar in his own right, but subhanallah, because he was the brother of Al-Ghazali, he's not well known. But if Ahmad al-Ghazali hadn't been the brother of Al-Ghazali, Muhammad al-Ghazali, he would have been the brother of someone else. I think he would have been even more well known. But subhanallah, sometimes you're in the shadow of someone else in your time, let alone your brother. So he was very much like a high-flying scholar. He was studying from a young age. He got some very high positions from a young age. The cat is going non-stop right now. I should have kicked it out of the room.
What's the name of
the name of the cat? It's a very inventive, Catty. It wasn't me who named her, in fairness, but anyway. So one of his early teachers was Imam Al-Haramain Al-Juwayni. So he's he's a very famous scholar. So he taught Al-Ghazali during his time in Khorasan. And then he ended up moving to Baghdad. And he was appointed to be basically the head of a college in Baghdad. He was like the dean of a college from a very young age, I think his late 20s. He was publishing texts from his teens. He was really, really flying. He was not. It wasn't only that he was really, really flying. In his own words, he was arrogant. He was like an academic. If you know the archetype of an academic, we have them even around today. If you've ever mixed in really academic circles, people who are doing well, it really can go to your head. And that's maybe why there's a lot of warnings within our tradition about the reasons for attaining knowledge. And that's something certainly that he touches on in his work. But he doesn't touch on it. He really goes for it. That's one of the core things that he talks about is humility, and especially intellectual humility. So anyway, he's the young high-flying scholar. He's doing amazingly. Suddenly when he's 30, I guess, he starts to have a crisis. First crisis. He has two main crises in his life. Before that second crisis, he has a crisis where he is he's traveling. I don't know where from where to where exactly, but he gets stopped by a robber, and he's carrying all his books, the books that he's written over the years. And the robber takes everything, and he's going to take the books. And Al-Ghazali says, "Please don't take that. That's my knowledge." And the robber tells him, "How can it be your knowledge? If I take the books, am I taking your knowledge away? That's not really your knowledge then." And Al-Ghazali talks in his autobiography. He wrote an autobiography before he passed away. He felt like Allah was sending that message to him directly about his reliance on the text. And after that, then he devoted himself to learning things more comprehensively and not relying on text so much. Anyway, that was his first crisis. The second crisis that's more significant, and I guess we can derive more teachings for us today in terms of having humility and not being showy and not being arrogant. So when he's teaching, he gets to a stage where he stops being able to really function as a teacher. He starts having a lot of doubts. So he's debating with himself for around 6 months what he should do about this. He's having a lot of doubts. Why am I doing this? Essentially, the core question that was giving him his trouble was he was asking, am I doing this for Allah, or am I doing this for something else? Am I doing this for prestige, or am I doing this for worldly pleasure or worldly gain? And he's having a long debate with himself about what he should do about this. And then subhanAllah, Allah takes the debate away from him. And one day he relates the story. He goes to class and he can't speak. He goes to teach in front of, if you've ever had a nervous experience where you're supposed to public speak and you feel like you start to mess your words up, blah, blah, blah. It's horrifying. It's really, really one of those things. It's common in psychology. Social anxiety is something that's very, very common in psychology. It's something that I guess a lot of humans can relate to. Anyway, he goes from being this huge, huge academic to not being able to speak. And that's it. He's not debating anymore. He knows he has to do something. So he does something quite controversial. And he tells everyone he's going to Hajj, but really he's setting out on a longer journey than that. He ends up spending 11 years. He leaves provision for his family, but I guess some people might criticize him for leaving his family. But that's, I guess, a very worldly way of looking at things. He goes to Hajj, and then he goes to Damascus. The famous story is that he was in the Umayyad mosque. He was actually cleaning the toilets for a while. So he's trying to really root out his arrogance. He's really trying to bring himself down to humility, and he's trying to kind of fade away. So some people say he completely faded away from 11 years. Other people say no, he was actually teaching at some stages, but he was definitely away from the public eye. He goes to Damascus for a while. He goes to Jerusalem for a while. He spent some time in Mecca and Medina as well. 11 years later, he comes back, and he's a changed man. One of the famous quotes, beautiful quote, he says, "I didn't return, for returning is going back to something that was." And he had changed in a huge, huge way. Some of his fiqh remained the same. So he didn't completely change all of his teachings, but he changed the core change from my reading of his work is that he said, you need to make sure before everything that you are doing it for Allah, and you're not doing it for people to praise you or people to talk highly of you or for you to get some kind of worldly position. Now, Orientalists do criticize his position a little bit. I guess within Muslim circles, we have a tendency just to take it at face value. One of the theories is, I guess it's an Orientalist called Eric Ormsby. He says that Al-Ghazali was writing so prolifically before that time that he became psychologically a little bit tired, and it was. But that's, again, we need to criticize that. That's a very secular way of looking at these things. I think it's very critical that we don't secularize psychology. That we need to recognize that there's a spiritual and there's a soul element to all of these things. Anyway, he comes back and he resumes teaching, but in a different way. He talks against being showy. He talks against aligning yourself, I guess, with the big institutions and the big roles and the big positions. And he's preaching a message of bringing it all back to Allah. Everything needs to be centered on Allah. Now, that's the human way of looking at it. Even his philosophy then. His philosophy was famous for, for example, he didn't believe, I guess at the time there was a lot of discussion about how can there be free will and what's free will in front of Allah's will. And he basically believed that everything was secondary to Allah, so that no one truly has full agency, that everything comes from Allah, but that Allah lets you then do things freely. So there's some kind of scope for that. Anyway, that's just one example of how much he was, how strong his tawheed was. And so, I guess once the tawheed is that strong, yes, go ahead, bro.
Sorry to interrupt. Somebody in chat asked, what was the line that when he came back from his crisis?
You know, I want to pull. I'll try to share it. I'll share it in I'll share it in the international group somewhere. Sonny, if you can send it to the person who's commented. Yeah, I'll get the exact word, but basically he's saying, I wasn't returning, for returning is going back to something that once was. So what he was saying was that he had fundamentally changed so much that he wasn't going back to Tus or Nishapur, I guess. He lived some time after that. He was writing. I didn't even get time to talk about his magnum opus, Ihya Ulum ad-Din, which I guess Abdul Hakim Murad says that he quotes another scholar from our tradition who says that it's sheikh for somebody who doesn't have a sheikh. So it's essentially a text that you can follow, and it's going to tell you how to become a better Muslim in so many different ways. It's comprised of 40 books split into 4 sections, and he's addressing so many different aspects of practice. But the last thing I'll say, he was a mystical man, but he didn't write exactly about. He said you need to do all of these things on the worldly plane, i.e., you need to pray, you need to make qiyam al-layl, and he goes into details. But he says once you do that, things start to be unveiled for you, and you start to move up in terms of your station, and in terms of your soul, and even in terms of what you perceive, which is, it's quite beautiful, but it's obviously a very advanced level of ihsan.
So, like, you're saying that even after all those writings, he came back and he wrote a 40-volume book.
Yeah, so he started he did start writing that while he was gone. So in those 11 years, that was one of the things he was writing. There's a famous room in Al-Quds where he used to write. And I'm gutted because when I went there, I didn't actually know that room was there, and I didn't visit it. But yeah, he has places in Baghdad. There's places in Baghdad that he was known to go to. There's places in Damascus he was known to go to, in Jerusalem as well, it's quite beautiful. If you think about the history of our ummah and how significant these places were, and Damascus was the first capital, I guess, outside of the Hijaz, and then Baghdad, and
Ghazali is a fascinating figure in history, because if you look into Islamic philosophy, he was one of the main reasons the Mu'tazilites were opposed. And those that don't know, Mu'tazilites were a group of Muslims that were pushing a different philosophy. But he also had some very profound quotes. I think one of them was when he said about the soul, where he goes, so the most difficult thing I deal with is my own soul, because sometimes it helps me and sometimes it opposes me. And when you just contemplate on that, it's actually quite it's true on many levels.
He has another one where he says, know that your soul is a bigger enemy to you than the shaitan. So that was I guess another one of his core teachings, is that you need to go hard against yourself, that you need to really, and I guess that's what he was doing over the course of 11 years, was he was rooting out his bad the negative parts of his self, and really examining himself. So that's, I guess, one of his texts in Ihya Ulum ad-Din is purely about that self-vigilance and self-reproach. And of course, it's not just his idea. He quotes Umar radiallahu anhu, who said that hold yourself to account before you're held to account. You know?
Yeah, no, I think sometimes a lot of, especially philosophers, because he's really, really popular with Western philosophers for his Kalam argument, but they kind of secularize Ghazali. They kind of take him away from the religious part of it as well.
Yeah,
and it's so important to who he was.
Another like interesting tidbit, if we have time for it, just on philosophy. So for those who don't know, he wrote a book, first of all, called The Principles of Maqasid al-Falsafa, so the principles of philosophy. So he wrote that, and he was putting forward the arguments of the philosophers, and then later he wrote Tafahut al-Falsafa, so the incoherence of philosophers, where he basically then takes that position down. Orientalists say that he actually believed the first one, and then he changed and he started moving away from Greek philosophy. His own position was that no, he wrote the first one to show that he knows it before he takes it down. And I heard one of the Western Muslim scholars talking about the importance of that sometimes we talk about bioethics or something like that, and we have no idea about it. We haven't studied it, and we're coming out and we're saying that this shouldn't be this way, this shouldn't be that way. And they use the example of Al-Ghazali. He was saying, if you want to critique something, make sure you understand it. Go read 40 books about bioethics before you start to comment about what Islam says. That's
very true. Like when you talk out of ignorance, you're not doing it justice, regardless.
100%. But I'm worried we're at 18 minutes, so I think we need to move on. Okay, so much subhanAllah in our tradition and so many different people. Yeah.
I actually had a few questions because you've done a master's on Ghazali, and so I had a few questions for you. People always accuse Ghazali of being one of the architects for the downfall of the Islamic Golden Age. They say that he was an opponent of mathematics and science, and he said that maths is from the devil, etc. How true is that?
I never seen anything like that, where he's saying maths is the devil. What I did see is that he relegates it. He says that religious knowledge and trying to get a better relationship with Allah is not just number one. It's number one, number two, number three. He then says, okay, we do need to also know farming, and we need to know mathematics, and we need to know all these other fields, but they're not as important. And maybe you could argue then by even that classification, he kind of relegates it a little bit.
Well,
I think he was reacting. I guess he was reacting to what was going on around him, which was Greek rationality, which was coming, I guess, from the likes of some of the famous Muslim philosophers, which fits in with the Mu'tazilite position that your reason is number one and that your reason should guide you. And I guess the Ash'arite position is no. Revelation is number one.
How influential was he in the court of the Abbasid caliphates of his time?
So this is a bit interesting. So he has a lot of famous writings where he talks about shuyukh shouldn't be close to the power, they shouldn't be close to the sultan, but it was more nuanced than that. So he was operating, I guess, Nizam al-Mulk was one of the, so there's an interesting situation during his time where the Sunnis, the Abbasids, I guess, are ruling, but it's actually the Fatimids, who were, I guess, a form of Shi'as, who actually had a lot of power. So there was a sultan who was from one, and then there was the sultan, I guess, was from the Fatimids,
and there was an overarching caliphate that was
So it's quite a unique situation, and he tried to navigate that by giving more power to the he was basically quite hard against the Fatimids, which is one of the reasons why I guess they didn't like him. Some people say his 11 years in the wilderness was because there was threats made against him. His patron, Nizam al-Mulk, I can't remember who exactly was. I think it was Nizam al-Mulk was assassinated.
Yes, Nizam al-Mulk assassinated by the
Fatimids, I guess. So they were like the upstart, fundamentalist, aggressive but powerful force at that time, who were really kind of keeping the rulers on their toes. Yeah,
that's interesting. And so when you talk about his legacy, what happened after he had passed? How influential was he in the Muslim world? Like what was left behind of him?
I guess his most famous, the influence on philosophy, number one. Some people say that there was no big Muslim philosopher, except, I guess, Al-Razi after him. Ihya Ulum ad-Din is a core text for Muslims. He also began talking about Maqasid al-Sharia, which then goes on to really influence a lot of Islamic thought. So that's basically saying you need to look at what the principles of the Sharia are, and then you can apply them in different situations. But interestingly, his Ihya Ulum ad-Din was burned for a while in Al-Andalus. I remember hearing about that when it was first came out. So he's Shafi'i, I guess the Maliki school at the time, or I can't remember who was in Al-Andalus. Was it Maliki?
Ibn Hazm was from Andalus. I don't know if that was the same time.
Okay,
though.
I'm not sure, but I remember the madhab there was against a lot of his teachings, but he was actually then later redeemed. He's taught across all the four madahibs. His work was actually translated in part by a Christian scholar who's using it in a Christian context as well. So his influence was big, very, very big.
I mean, there was the madhab of Awazi, which is kind of like obsolete now. It was very anti-Christian madhab that was in Andalusia. So
wow, that could be related, could be. But in terms of, I really looked at him from a psychological perspective, and I'm not the best to do him justice for philosophy. It sounds like you know, mashallah, about his philosophy, or about the history, or about all of the history of the time. And
it's fascinating that this guy would just he's writing all these books, and then he just gives up everything and goes off onto a journey of self-discovery.
Yeah. And I guess you see that in different significant people. And then one of his core messages is when you lower yourself for Allah, He makes you higher. Whereas if you try to be through your own arrogance, if you try to build yourself up, then actually maybe you'll get humbled.
And this guy was a scholar before he left. He was you said he was the
yes. He was well known in his time. He had a big position within a university there, but he wasn't. I guess if he had passed away before abandoning everything and going for 11 years.
If Charity Week was around, he would have been doing Charity Week up in Baghdad.
In Baghdad.
Yeah. But he gives that up and he goes and cleans toilets as part of his.
Now I haven't read it anywhere. I heard it in Damascus. Someone told me that, but I haven't actually read. I think maybe it's written down as maybe it was rumored. But I also heard he was teaching at some stage as well. But he left most of what he knew.
So he was definitely a lot lower in his status than he was in before he left.
100%. He was at the most. He was like a little known teacher somewhere, because if you remember, this is before the age of the internet where everyone knows who somebody is. There wouldn't have been any photos of him, so if he wanted anonymity, he would have gotten it when he left.
And so you're talking about this, so you talked a lot about his personal journey, and you mentioned in his early days he was quite arrogant with his knowledge and humble. But what other traits were there with Ghazali in terms of like his piety and stuff like that? Was there any, have you read anything about like how he was with his family, with his
in terms of, I just know his father wasn't so rich, but his father passed away when he was quite young. He left him enough money so that he can be taught in schools, him and his brother. When he left for his journey, he left enough money for his family, they say. But I guess this is one of the things people criticize him for. People say you shouldn't leave your family, etc., etc.
Interesting. It's not an unusual trait. So the early Salaf, they used to, because they used to go out for war and stuff like that, they'd have to leave their families because the Caliph has ordered for a war. Obviously, this time it's not compulsory. He's doing it out of choice.
Sure.
But
we even see it in the example of Prophet Ibrahim and this kind of idea. I think it's very easy to look at, retrospectively and judge with our perception of what a family should do or what a father should do, and maybe there's things that we really don't grasp. Allahu Alam. But I guess on that note, some people do criticize some of the language he uses as well. At times it feels like he's a bit dismissive towards women and towards children, which is, I guess, children is more forgivable. But that's one of the things he's criticized on. But again, that's something where he was a man of his age.
And I think not just him, most scholars, we have to remember, are products of their ages. And so it's very important to look at the context that they come about as well. Not to
100%
give his comments, or I don't even know his comments, but not to gloss over them or anything. Just
But we need to view them in the context. Mia bil mia, man. Allah, and that's it. He's a fascinating man. I really recommend anyone to read more on him. I'm sure I haven't done him justice, but inshallah, pass on something.
You did a fantastic job, and we got a great idea of who Ghazali is, and just an overview of his story, and it's an amazing story. I feel like it should be a Hollywood film. That's how good it is.
It's interesting. There's so many great people that haven't had movies made about them, and then we have like somebody really horrific in history who's got like 5 movies already made about them. Do you know what I mean? It's interesting how they. But there is a movie, a documentary I guess it has Abdul Hakim Murad, it has Hamza Yusuf. It's called The Alchemy of Happiness. It was made in 2000. So The Alchemy of Happiness was the text that he made. It was basically the summary of Ihya Ulumuddin. It's a good documentary. Gives you an overview.
No, I love scholars always have these poetic titles for their books.
Yeah, that's right.
Like The Alchemy of Happiness.
Yeah. Mariam's point is true,
yeah,
man. As well.
Generation change generation to generation. Very, very true. Well, acceptable now, it wasn't back then, and vice
So
versa.
I guess a very good comprehensive look at that is Jonathan Brown's work on slavery. So he talks about how slavery could have been viewed in the past and why it was a reality in most Muslim civilizations, and how values do change.
Apart from like 4 or 5 empires in history, Muslim or non-Muslim, there was
not even just Muslims, everywhere. And I guess Socrates and so many great thinkers of the past, they were people who either had slaves or didn't denounce it. So it's quite complicated when we're looking back. And then you got to wonder what people are going to look back on us for and say, these guys were unethical.
Ethics is a evolving and subjective subject. And so, what languages did he write in? Was it classic Persian?
Yeah, mainly Arabic and Persian. I think most of his texts actually are in Arabic, but he has a few in Persian as well.
And so, when you're reading him, do you have to read the original text?
I'm going to be honest. I rely mostly on translations. So because I was looking specifically at shame and shaming, whenever there was a passage with haya, which is something that might be likened a little bit to shaming, but it's probably more like bashfulness, I would go to the Arabic. But on the whole, I would rely on the English, e.g. this here text, which is a translation.
Okay. Final question before I free you from this grilling is, if somebody wants to study the works of Ghazali or the life of Ghazali,
Jack's there, by the way.
I don't have the. I'm not the admin.
Oh, no worries.
So yeah, what work do you recommend to somebody to read about?
I would recommend go to Ihya Ulumuddin, see the names of the books, and see which one is most relevant to you in that stage in your life, or read The Alchemy of Happiness, which is like the shortened version of Ihya Ulumuddin.
So that's quite dense philosophy books. How about somebody who's written about him?
Actually, Ihya Ulumuddin, this is something I didn't mention. He wrote purposefully. He wrote certain texts, simplified, and certain texts. He was quite, I don't want to say elitist, but he was hierarchical in how he's seen people and believers. And he wrote certain texts to be quite heavy. And Ihya Ulumuddin, he wrote simplified so that it was accessible to the common people. So it should be okay. Whereas you go to his philosophical text, they're very heavy, man.
Yeah. And finally, somebody has a question. I mentioned that your master's was based around Ghazali. What exactly was your master's on?
So I wanted to understand.
Which one?
I wanted to understand shame and shaming from an Islamic perspective. And I wanted to understand it in a way that it's applicable to us today. So I can understand, am I supposed to feel shame? Am I supposed to shame others? My supervisor directed me towards his work, and I basically looked at his work to derive a Ghazalian position on shame and shaming. But it's my, Allahu Alam if he would have approved it or not. But I use his work, I rely heavily on his work. And I use his quotations a lot so that people can't say, you're making this up.
So you took the works of Ghazali and you made an inference on shame and shaming.
Yes.
Fantastic. Jazakallah Tamim. That was actually very interesting. You gave yourself 10 minutes, but we had.
Sorry I went over, but thanks for having me, guys.
No, Tamim, that was absolutely brilliant, man. No, really good.
Appreciate it, Jack. I'm saying thanks for having me as if I'm about to leave. I'm staying on here, right?
Yeah. Tamim, Thank you. Feel free to leave whenever you'd like now. No, alhamdulillah, that was really, really good. Right.
Someone mentioned it on the chat, but what did you ultimately conclude from your thesis?
What was the end of your master's? What did
you have to read the thesis. No, long story short, he's saying that you should feel shame, but not shame in front of other people, shame before Allah, which is a healthy form of shame because Allah is all forgiving and Allah is all merciful. Shame can be a process for you to realize what you've done wrong. But when it comes to shaming others, there's very little room in his work for shaming others. He has so many etiquettes and rules about how we're supposed to treat other people around us. There's really no room for shaming. First of all, we're not supposed to look at other people's lives. Second of all, when we look, we're supposed to make excuses for someone if we see them to do something maybe that's not in line with what Muslims believe you should be doing. Third, if they're doing something unambiguously wrong, you're supposed to counsel them in private. Shaming is famously where you make it public and you deride them. You're supposed to do it out of love, etc., etc. There's so many reasons why what he advocates for isn't shaming when it comes to others, but that with your own personal relationship with Allah, there's room for shame.
No, definitely. I'm actually just looking up some quotes from Ghazali. I remember he has some really good ones. This one I like. Desires make slaves out of kings, and patience makes kings out of slaves. Which is quite deep. Wow, 7 o'clock on a Thursday is quite deep. Okay. Right. Now...
Is it 7 in the UK right now?
It's 7 p.m. in the UK.
It's 10 o'clock in Doha.
Oh, mashallah.
Jazakallah here, bro. You're telling me you're going into philosophy at 10.
It's 2 in the afternoon here.
Who are we getting next?
Next, I think we are going back to our challenge, which was to tell 20 stories over the course of this live stream. And currently, we are at we're only at 3. Okay. We're not doing so well.
We're a little bit behind so far.
We are a bit behind. Okay, let's jump into it. We got Salman al-Farsi or Saad ibn Abi Waqqas as next potential.
Can I, before we jump in, I maybe do a bit of an interrupt with something else?
Oh, okay, go for it.
Oh, I know. Oh, exciting now, isn't it? So, guys, thank you very, very much for joining us today. We now currently have 15 people that think that this is the best thing they can do with their Thursday evening, which is outstanding. However, guys, as you know, we do have our own donation link for Charity Week, and this is now a formal plug, okay? Because so far, this was created, so far we have yet to receive our first donation. So my question, without turning into an Islamic Relief fundraiser, is to the chat: who would like to be our first donor for the projects for orphans and needy children for Islamic Relief?
We already have a donor.
Do you want?
We already have somebody donated.
Yeah, 53.
Oh, hang on. Okay, right. I would be a really bad Islamic Relief fundraiser because I didn't even refresh the fundraising page. I thought it just automatically refreshed.
We have 3 donations.
Guys, Muhammad al-Banna is coming up with some really good insights. He needs to be on the podcast next year. He needs to be on camera.
Definitely.
I'm not sure where he's from, which team he's from, but
I don't know actually. Yeah, I don't recognize it. He doesn't have his picture. I don't recognize the name actually. But yeah, no, he's been dropping some really wisdoms as well throughout this evening. So yeah, Jack, back to you. Yes.
Yeah. Forget everything I said. Thank you very much for the donations we've had so far. So Jack today has learned that the EDH pages do not automatically update. You need to actually press the refresh button. But if you were inspired by that passionate appeal, please do continue. All of this money goes towards Islamic Relief, it goes towards Charity Week and the Orphans for Needy Children, projects for orphans and needy children around the world. Thank you, everyone who has donated so far. Right, are we going to get cracking with our next stories then?
Yes. So, okay, cool. I will tell the story of Saad ibn Abi Waqqas radiallahu anhu. Saad ibn Abi Waqqas, who was a Sahaba, he was someone who I always say that when it comes to every Sahaba has something about them, that one feature. So, for example, Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, companionship comes to mind. When it comes to Ali radiallahu anhu, passion comes to mind. When it comes to Umar radiallahu anhu, like dedication comes to mind. With Saad, productivity is one, but also success, because everybody chases success in this world in some shape or form, right? So some people would chase money, some people would chase fame, some people would chase say, okay, Muslims would want success in the Akhirah. There's some way or another, everything we work towards is success. And Saad is somebody who found success in both dunya and inshallah in Akhirah, because he was the Ashar Mubashir. He was one of the 10 promised paradise by the Prophet ﷺ. In a hadith, he gave 10 people the glad tidings of paradise, and amongst them was Saad. Now, the story of Saad actually goes before Revelation, and Saad was the guy that was growing up in Makkah. He was someone that loved his mother. So much so that other Arabs used to say, "Oh, nobody loves their mom like Saad loves his mom." And he used to sit in the middle of Makkah all day, sharpening his arrows and practicing his archery. And people would walk by, they'd be like, "Ya Saad, what are you doing? Why are you practicing archery?" And he's like, "I don't know, but I feel like my life has more purpose than this, and I feel like there's big battle that I need to partake in." And Saad was that guy that, and everybody even today, that guy, the one that your parents always compare to. They're like, "Oh, you're not getting 3 A's like so and so's son, or you're not doing this like so and so's daughter. Look at them, mashallah, and look at you." That's the kind of guy Saad was. So he got a lot of hate from the fellow peers his age, because they're like, "Why you have to love your mom so much that everybody compares us to you?" And Saad was about 16 or 17 years old, and he had a dream where they basically his cousin, who was the Prophet ﷺ, was there with some of his early companions. Amongst them was Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu and Ali, and they had lights behind them. And Saad didn't know what to make of the dream. His cousin, he was a few years older than him, but he was about 25. In fact, it wasn't his cousin; he was actually his maternal uncle, like his cousins with the Prophet ﷺ's mother. And the Saad would basically wake up and he wasn't sure. Now, he knew the Prophet ﷺ as someone that was honest and trustworthy, like everybody else did, but he didn't really know much more than that. And then the next day, Abu Bakr comes out with the first dawah, and he comes up to Saad in the streets of Medina while he's practicing his archery. He puts his hand on his shoulder. He goes, one of your relatives has been given revelation by God. And he goes, "Who was it?" And he goes, "It was Muhammad." And he goes, "Take me to him." And so Saad was taken to behind Makkah, the hills, and he went there to give shahada. He was one of the early people. I think he was the first 20 people to give shahada was Saad. And the Prophet ﷺ is narrated, he got up and he smiled with joy when he saw Saad. And every time the Prophet ﷺ used to see his companion Saad, he used to get up and he used to say to everyone, everybody should greet their khal. Khal is like uncle, or in Urdu is mamu, like it's your mom's brother or your mom's cousin. And Saad was a distant cousin of his mom's. Even though Saad was younger, the Prophet ﷺ used to hug him because everyone should greet their uncle like I'm greeting mine. And Saad had he led a very extraordinary life, even for a companion. He partaked in all the battles. In fact, when the Muslims were first persecuted before they made hijrah, they used to go around the back of to that same spot behind Makkah, and they used to do ibadah there. And then the pagans found out, and the enemies of Islam used to taunt them, and they started attacking them. And Saad picked up a stick and he hit one of them, and the person fled. And they were like, that's the first time that like Muslims stood up, because before that they were really tormented, and they were too small in numbers to really do much. And then what happened is they had to migrate, and Saad had to abandon everything. But before that, his mother came to Saad and said, you need to stop following the religion of Muhammad. She goes, if you don't stop, I'm going to stop eating. And remember, Saad is a guy that loves his mother. And Saad is like, he's quite upset. And he's saying to his mom, please eat. And it's going for all day, she's not eating. And then Saad is like, and this is the guy that loves his mother more than anyone else. He said, you don't seem to understand. And he's saying to his mom, even if your soul leaves your body 100 times, I will sacrifice you 100 times for this religion. For I believe that this religion is the religion of God. And so therefore, there at that point, his mom realized there's no way his Saad is going to give up this belief. So she gave in. And then the revelation came from the Quran that follow your parents, except if they tell you to go into disbelief. And it said that like this was one of the things that influenced that revelation to come down, was the story of Saad confused a lot of people. What do you do when your parents turn against you and your parents' health is at risk, like it is? The Muslims needed a definitive answer. So the revelation came down to guide us. Alhamdulillah. So Saad then goes in, and Saad, remember, he was practicing his archery, and he was really known for his archery. He then goes on in part of the hijrah, and he makes hijrah, and it's a humiliation of leaving your home, being forced out. They end up in Medina with the Ansar, and Saad was in the Battle of Badr, where there was only about 313 Sahaba, and they were facing like over 1,000 enemy Muslims. And Saad's brother wanted to fight in the battle, and he was crying, and he was like 11 or 12. He's very, very young. They didn't really have ages like we did. And so, because they don't record people's births. And then what happened was Saad's brother's crying, and then they said, look, he's too young to fight. And then they said, okay, let him fight. He actually was shaheed in that battle. He was young and he was inexperienced, but he did take down some enemies, but he was himself shaheed. Saad never gave up in his firm belief in Islam. As he was going in the Battle of Uhud, there's this famous bit where there's chaos. They think that the Khalid bin Walid at the time was not Muslim. He was enemy general. He took his forces round and he outflanked the Muslims. And when he came back and they started attacking, they thought the Prophet ﷺ had passed away. But Saad was unsure what to do. On one side, you've got a chaos, and the other side, the mercy upon mankind has passed away, potentially. So what do you do? And Saad just remembers that the Prophet ﷺ's words to him. He said to him to shoot Saad. And all he said is, all I remember is, until I can see it with my own eyes, I have to stay here and shoot. So he stood his ground and he took his arrow and he kept firing. And the narrations mention every arrow he shot, he took down an enemy soldier. And then he gets word that the Prophet ﷺ is alive and he's calling him to him. And he comes to the Prophet ﷺ, and the Prophet ﷺ is bleeding, but he's surrounded by the Sahaba who create like a dome structure with their bodies to protect him. So Saad climbs on top of them and he takes down enemies that are coming to kill the Prophet ﷺ. And he takes out enemies on every side. And the Prophet ﷺ is under this dome structure. He's gathering arrows from the ground. He's making dua and he's blowing on them and he's handing them to Saad. And so Saad is shooting with an arrow, and every time the Prophet ﷺ saying, shoot Saad, my mother and my father is sacrificed upon you. And it was Ali radiallahu anhu who was shocked because he's never heard the Prophet ﷺ say, both my mother and my father be sacrificed upon you. It's a saying in Arabic where they're basically saying that, making dua upon you, and this intensity of it is that I sacrifice my father upon you and my mother. In this case, the Prophet ﷺ said, I sacrifice both my mother and my father upon you to shoot. And he kept shooting, and in the end they were defeated, but the Prophet ﷺ survived, alhamdulillah. And what happened is afterwards the Prophet ﷺ was praising Saad. He would say, Saad, raise your hands. He goes, any dua you make, I pray that it will be accepted. Now Saad was a legendary archer already, but then he grew on to be a great commander, and he commanded his forces. And even when the Prophet ﷺ passed away, he carried on, and he became. Everybody knows the story of Khalid bin Walid. He took the forces of Muslim forces, and he ventured all the way to Yarmouk and in Syria, and he took many lands in the name of Islam. Saad ibn Abi Waqqas is like the Khalid bin Walid of the East, and when he took he went up against the Persians. So the Romans that we talked about earlier, that was Khalid bin Walid was the main, and Ubayd ibn Jarrah after him. They were the main people that fought the Romans. The main person that fought the Persians was Saad ibn Abi Waqqas. He's also known as Saad ibn Malik, and he's narrated many hadith. But when he was a general, he had a famous battle, and that was the Battle of Qadisiyah. And it's considered the Yarmouk and Qadisiyah are the two pinnacle battles that happened in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, the time of the Salaf, that helped establish the Islamic land. And the Battle of Qadisiyah was basically when they took down the Persian might, and that was they were faced 50,000 Persian soldiers, and they were 20 to 25,000 themselves, but they were massively underarmed. They were seeing some odds that they were facing elephants. They've never seen elephants. They're facing whole squads of cavalry when their horses are tired. And Saad ibn Waqqas was given the job of taking Persia by Umar bin Khattab. And when he left, Umar bin Khattab wanted to fulfill the prophecy so desperately. One of the prophecies was that the White Palace of Persia will become under Islam. The White Palace of Persia is actually in Iraq. It's called Tuk Kisra, or the Ctesiphon. Jack, are you able to bring it up? If I can give you the thing to check. So the Tuk Kisra was this big palace, and a famous Sahabi by the name of Salman al-Farsi, who was from Persia, he used to walk past it as a when he was before he was Muslim as a child, and he was never allowed to enter it because it was only for the Shenshah, the king of the kings of Persian kings. They should throw lavish parties, and they used to say that only the elite Persians are allowed in. And what would happen was Saad was taking the Persians land after land, but the Umar bin Khattab wanted to fulfill the prophecy, but they said that you're Khalif now, Umar, you can't. So he goes, give it to Saad. Saad is one person that you can trust. And he remembered the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, where the Prophet ﷺ was worried. He was up at night because assassins were after him. And then he hears a noise, and he gets up and he sees, and it was Saad had come to stand guard at his door. He goes, Ya Rasulullah, I can't sleep if you are in danger. And then the Prophet ﷺ had a peaceful night's rest. And the revelation came down that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will protect the Prophet ﷺ. But the Prophet ﷺ said, until then, the Saad, my uncle, his khal, would give him that kind of ease of mind. Now, when it comes to taking Persia, Umar bin Khattab gives Saad the task, and he says to him, the Prophet ﷺ gave us everything when we had nothing. We sacrificed so much for this cause, but the Prophet ﷺ made this prophecy, don't come back until this prophecy is fulfilled. And so what happened is there was this building, which remains still exists today, it's on the screen, which is called the Tuk Kisra, and it is the White Palace of Persia. And what happened was Saad was facing very difficult odds because he also had pain in his back from a boil that was in his back. He wasn't able to take part in the battle, so he was sat with pillows and he was watching his enemies, and he saw that the enemy king, the emperor of the Persians, had a elephant as his war elephant, as his mount. And Saad sent message to his archers. He goes, aim for the eyes. And they shot an arrow, and it hit the eyes of the war elephant, who went into panic mode. And he went back and started running, and he crushed his own forces. And the emperor got trampled. They took this palace, and with Salman al-Farsi, they walked in. These are the Arabs who never saw more than 3 stories in their towns growing up. And they're taking a palace that is huge. And in fact, if it's so big, like if you ever get to visit it, it's like multiple stories. And this is a site that they couldn't possibly fathom. And yet they're here, they're taking this palace. And the first thing they do is they pray 8 rakat, 2 after 2 after 2 of nafil, to say thanks to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for making this possible. Because every time they fulfilled a prophecy, they used to get emotional, and the Sahaba used to be in tears because they used to remember that now they have nothing. That when they had nothing, the Prophet ﷺ was there. He gave them everything, and now the Prophet ﷺ, he had passed, but they still had this mission, and that was to fulfill his prophecies to attain paradise. When we talk about success, so he's found success in the battlefield, he's found success as a general. He also established the city of Kufa, and he established law in the city that he liberated. And he became the leader of Kufa, until the people of Kufa, they found him a bit too, they're too strict to the Sunnah. And so they were like, how do we get rid of him? Because he's a legendary commander, we can't get rid of him. And so what they did is they sent Saad, they started sending words to the Caliph, Umar bin Khattab, that Saad ibn Abi Waqqas, he doesn't pray properly. Can you imagine the Prophet ﷺ's companion, the one that the Prophet that gave the Prophet a peaceful night's rest, the one that wouldn't even fall when his mum was doing a protest hunger strike. He doesn't know how to pray. This is just ridiculous because they couldn't handle the change. So then Saad was brought to the Umar bin Khattab, and Umar famously said, I know this isn't true, but I want to hear your words. And he goes, how do I defend myself? He goes, you don't have to. He goes, do you want to take control of the city? He goes, I can't go back to people that don't think I can even pray. He goes, let them keep the city. He walked away. And this was a very important trait of Saad ibn Abi Waqqas. And after Umar came Uthman, and Uthman unfortunately was killed by rebels. At the time, it was a great fitna. And there was people that were like on one side we have to punish someone, on the other side they're saying there's chaos. We're like, what happened? How did we kill our own leader? And what happened is, there's a famous story where a guy would come up to Saad in the middle of the market, and he comes running. He goes, Saad, Saad. And Saad's like, what is it? And he goes, I had a dream, and the angels took me up to the heavens, and I was in so much agony last night thinking about what should I do. And so I went, and the angels took me higher, and I said, take me to Uthman. I want to ask him for his advice. And so what happened is, the angels kept taking him higher and higher, and he goes, take me to the level of the shaheed so I can ask Uthman. And they get to a level, and the angels point, and he goes forward, and it's the Prophet ﷺ. And this person, he approaches the Prophet ﷺ, and he can hear the Prophet ﷺ making dua for his ummah, saying, my ummah, my ummah. And Ibrahim alayhi salam comes up, and the angels didn't say that's Ibrahim. And they say, Ibrahim says, you say your ummah, but if you saw what your ummah did to your beloved Saad, you wouldn't be making dua for them. If you saw what your ummah did to your beloved Uthman, you wouldn't be making dua for them, because they killed him in the middle of the caliph's house. And so he goes, if only they had listened to my friend Saad. And so this man wakes up from his dream. He runs to the market, and he goes, Saad, tell me what to do. Saad starts crying. He goes, now I have the friendship of Ibrahim. I feel like without it, I'm lost. And he goes, Saad, you don't understand. I need to know what to do. And he looks down, and he goes, do you have any sheep? And he was like confused. He goes, sheep? No, I don't. So he looks at the guy selling sheep. He goes, go buy sheep. And he goes, okay. So he goes buy sheep. He goes, what do I do? He goes, go outside the city, and then go herd sheep, and come back when this fitna is finished. Because that was the nature of Saad. He wasn't like, when Muslims are fighting, don't get involved. Step away, come back when it's done. Now Saad was no longer a leader, but he was still giving advice to people. And remember, I said the Prophet ﷺ said that the dua of Saad ibn Abi Waqqas, he made dua that his dua gets accepted. A famous story is, a man was spreading vile things about Saad and about causing disrupt in the land. And Saad made dua that Allah takes this person away. And the Sahaba said that we knew his duas come true. We were scared of Saad because of his duas, but we never realized how quickly those came true. Because that day, they say, a beast ran into the market and saw out that man, trampled him, and dragged him out. And that was like the Saad ibn Abi Waqqas. It was his nature that he would basically just make dua. He wouldn't get involved in those kind of conflicts, even though he himself was a legendary warrior. Saad ibn Waqqas wasn't just there. He went on to become an ambassador of Islam. He went to China, and he gave them dawah. In fact, he built the first masjid in China. Asma earlier gave this amazing story about pictures about mosques in China. Saad ibn Waqqas' mosque still exists in China, and he built it 1400 years ago. And so in his life, he was a general, he was a soldier, he was a leader, he was an advisor, but he was also an ambassador. And also Saad ibn Waqqas, because of his actions, 4 ayahs of the Quran was revealed. There was the ayah when he wouldn't listen to, when his mum was telling him to leave Islam. There was another one when he wanted to take a sword from a fallen soldier, and the Prophet ﷺ said, we can't, because the booty is not halal for us, like it's not halal for Musa. And then the ayah came down later saying that you can take a third, and a third. And so then the Muslims finally had some weapons that they could fight with before they were struggling. There was also like another ayah when he came to his inheritance. The ayah of inheritance came down because the Prophet ﷺ was asked by Saad about, because at one point he thought he was going to get really, really sick, and he wasn't sure how much he should leave his children. And I can't remember at the moment the fourth ayah, but he had 4 ayahs revealed because of his actions. That's a blessing in itself. No other Sahaba had that many revealed because directly of what they asked. But also, he lived very, very long. He lived into his 90s, and he had many, many children, and he died very wealthy. So he had wealth. He had a lot of children. He had many careers, and he was promised paradise in this life. When you look at the story of Saad, you look at one of the most successful men in our history. You look at one of the men that when you look at the Muslims in China, when you look at Persia later on, as we mentioned, the Seljuk Turks, the Mongolians, they all came through Persia, but also the Mughals came through Persia. And the Mughals were Persian. All the Muslims from India, from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from all that area, a lot of them, they had Islam all roots back to when Saad went on a campaign to Persia, or when Saad went to give dawah to China. SubhanAllah, when you think about legacies, his legacy lives on way more than anyone else's from his time. But when you look at Saad ibn Waqqas, it's the lessons you take from his life are the lesson of productivity. Never did he stop. Even before Islam, he was sharpening his arrows. He was practicing his archery. They say that he never stopped. Even when he stopped being a leader and his people said, they start spreading lies about him that he doesn't know how to pray. He still didn't stop. He still carried on farming. He still carried on being an ambassador and giving dawah into different lands. So the lesson of productivity, the lesson of what to do in times of fitna. When you see Muslims arguing, be like Saad, step away. Walk away from it. It's not worth getting involved in an argument, especially the petty disputes. And then finally, when it comes to Saad ibn Waqqas, he held firm to his beliefs. It was ultimately for him, even in the face of his mother, when he saw his brother being shaheed, his test was always to hold firm to the faith of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he believed firmly in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And he was given success in this life, and inshallah, he's one of the 10 promised paradise. So the stories I want to share was the life of Saad ibn Waqqas and the lessons that we can learn from him. And I wanted to show you guys, did you show the Mosque of Saad?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's stunning. But yeah, it's been shared.
1400 years and he established it. But it's a phenomenal sight to think that these guys who had, like, these were simple Arabs who went on to conquer some of the greatest palaces of Persia and humbled the Persian Empire into defeat.
It's mad impressive. It's honestly mad impressive. You can look into the battles of Qadisiyah, some of his more famous ones. There's actually some fantastic videos on YouTube about them, which go into in-depth animations about who did what when. It's absolutely spectacular. But yeah.
No, yeah, definitely. Qadisiyah is one of the defining battles of the 7th century. It's one of the big battles that really, really helps define world events, because it was a breakup of one of the great powers. Persia fell.
So you mentioned Qadisiyah and Yarmouk, right? One from the Persians and one from
because,
the
like I said, you have to remember these are big
dynasties,
they're like big empires that have lasted thousands of years. How are these guys who've been around for less than 20 years, 30 years, humbling them? How are they destroying them? Like, you know what I mean? Even secular historians, when they look at this, they say that we don't know whether Muslims would argue that it was God that fought that put the Prophet ﷺ, and it's a divine mission. But if you want to see a proof in it, look how quickly the Muslims expanded and what they achieved in such a short period. It's not very common to see that kind of expansion under the guise of two very large, powerful empires.
Yeah, I guess we could maybe say as well, if I heard one theory that they were both on the wane, the two big empires, and maybe there was a divine timing
I heard
the Risala coming at when it came.
So so there is something to that, in the sense that going back, a little bit before the time of the Muslim expansion and Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that Rome and Persia had a debilitating war. It was nearly a 20-year slog that was horrendous, and it left both powers weakened, but they were still standing. They were still there, and they were still a formidable force.
But just having like a material reason doesn't mean that it's not divinely ordained as well. The timing, could also be.
If Mike Tyson in '96, when he's on his downward.
Mike Tyson. Wow.
Analogy, right?
Hang on, wait, what?
There's qiyas. There's a good analogy.
Imagine in '96, he's on his downward spiral, and literally a 3-year-old child knocks him out in one punch. That's what's happened here. Right?
Yeah.
This is the analogy.
The Muslim Empire is a 3-year-old child.
Says, like, you can argue that the Byzantine Empire or the Roman Empire is falling, but it carried on lasting for a few more centuries. So they had
point. Yeah.
The Persian Empire they had war elephants. The Arabs had never even seen elephants.
Yeah. And then Khalid ibn al-Walid used camels, right, for Yarmouk, where he went across the desert and made it in record time, I guess. And they weren't expecting him that quickly.
The famous story, this isn't Saad, this is actually Khalid ibn Walid. The Romans couldn't stop him. And they had phalanxes, and they had way bigger numbers. They could just throw bodies at him, and he was still battering them. And there's a famous story where they sent spies to the Muslim camps, and this is recorded in their history. They came back and they go, "What did you see?" He goes, "You won't believe what I saw." He goes, "By day they're warriors, but by night they're monks. So all they do is pray." He goes, "Even if their own general's son commits breaks their law, he'll be the one to punish him, even if it's a penalty of death."
Subhanallah. And that's how they were able to do it: the justice, the piety, the devotion to Allah.
And so what happened is the Roman leader, who was like just a second command to Heraclius, who was the head of that area, he goes, "Never in the 7 hells of the Roman Empire do I ever want to face this kind of enemy." And they would go to him, they'd offer him money, wealth, they'd offer him all sorts of robes and stuff like that. They weren't taking into that. The story that really sums it up is Jerusalem. When they took Jerusalem, they didn't take it with war. It wasn't because the Romans that they were given it. And when they took it, what did they do? They cleaned Jerusalem. And
they cleaned Al-Aqsa. Al-Aqsa was in terrible shape. Yeah.
And when they asked Bilal to recite the Adhan and they read Salah, they were all crying because they've achieved greatness. They've achieved they've stopped 2 great empires, but they have nothing because the Prophet ﷺ wasn't there with them anymore. You know what I mean? It's amazing to read. What they achieved was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
It's a bit of a side point, but sorry, I know we want to get on the Imam al-Bukhari, but I can't imagine the loss then when obviously all of us wish we could have seen the Prophet ﷺ, but imagine living with him every day and learning from him every day and then losing him. It would have been incredibly difficult.
You touched an interesting point. You said, why didn't Umar ibn Abdul Aziz, why did it stop with him? Why didn't it carry on? The Prophet ﷺ, he left a legacy that went on and on and on. That should have destroyed anyone's thing, right? Imagine how much they love the Prophet ﷺ and he's passed away. They shouldn't have expanded as fast as it did, but they realized that, Abu Bakr said, if you worship Allah, he's alive. If you worship the Prophet's dead. Do you know what I mean? So that was an important lesson for them, but also they just carried on with the mission of Islam. This is when the Prophet ﷺ buried his son. I can't remember which son it was. The pagans made fun of him. They said that you're burying your legacy, and yet 1400 years later, we're here.
That name is one of the most popular names for people's sons.
Yeah,
it's the most popular, right?
Absolutely. And look at us, we're trying to live like him. We're fulfilling his legacy. Which one of those pagans has a legacy that goes 1400?
Yeah, no one even knows their name.
The Prophet ﷺ's name, there's not a time when the Prophet ﷺ's name is not mentioned, because he's mentioned in the Adhan, he's mentioned in prayers, he's mentioned in the Shahada, right? And obviously there's different time zones, so when you go from time zone to time zone, there's always someone mentioning the name of Allah and his Messenger ﷺ. So
yeah, there's links into a story we're going to be talking a little bit about in about maybe 20 minutes or so.
I'm going to take a break because I haven't actually stepped off.
Yes, you go take a break, okay?
Okay.
Me too, guys.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Imam Bukhari.
The other thing is, okay, you're going to jump on Imam Bukhari, inshallah. Dr. Wajid is going to speak in half an hour. He's going to give us a virtual tour of Istanbul. Please get everyone and anyone you know to come and attend. It's going to be phenomenal, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. See you shortly.
Guys, see you soon.
Oh, is Tamim leaving as well?
Yes. Mohammed, it's just us. How are you doing? But yeah.
Just us, bro.
No, yeah.
Get into Imam Bukhari then.
Yes, definitely. I just want to touch on something very quickly. Someone mentioned
it there. It's
something we'll be touching on a story later, that it said that a person dies twice, when they actually pass from this world and then when their name is spoken for the last time. And it's as long as there are people that speak the name, the legacy continues. Always.
Yeah.
But yeah, bro, do you want to start with Imam Bukhari?
Yes, let's do it, inshallah. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. So, Imam Bukhari, he wrote the most famous book of hadith that we have, right? Sahih al-Bukhari. Now, Imam Bukhari's name is Muhammad ibn Ismail al-Bukhari. Okay, so his name is Muhammad as well, subhanAllah. And obviously his mother named him after the Prophet ﷺ because he wanted him to fulfill the legacy of the Prophet ﷺ. She wanted him to, be one of the greatest scholars of all time. And his great-grandfather, Mughira, was the one that converted to Islam. And this was during the lifetime of the Sahaba. And it was when they conquered Khurasan, which is modern-day Iran and Afghanistan. And so Imam Bukhari is basically, he was Persian, right? And Bukhari is not his name. It's his city. It comes from Bukhara, right? People would ascribe names to the blood and their city. And so Imam Bukhari's name comes from Bukhara. And Bukhara, the city, was famous even then, right, at that time, because people were traveling from east to west for trade and commerce. And there were many ulama at the time in Bukhara, but people still pointed towards Sham and Hijaz for knowledge, right? And they wouldn't say Khurasan, Bukhara, or Samarkand for knowledge. The light of knowledge wasn't there yet, but Bukhari brought it there. Imam Bukhari's mother tongue was Persian. Obviously, he was fluent in Arabic, but it was an acquired language. He learned it. From the narrations, there's nothing miraculous about his birth, but what we do know is that his father passed away when he was very, very young, and he left him wealth, right? And Imam Bukhari used this to study, whereas other ulama have, they worked to study. And so his father, actually, before he died, he said that not a single coin or dinar in his wealth is from haram. So you can see that his father was a righteous man as well. And Imam Bukhari actually, subhanAllah, went blind at the age of 3. Okay, and his mother, we don't know too much about her either, but she was someone who worshipped Allah constantly and regularly, and she was a very righteous woman as well. And she realized that from a young, that her son was special from a very young age, right? Imam Bukhari, he memorized the Quran by the age of 10 by only listening to his mother, because obviously he was blind. And his mother would pray tahajjud and qiyamul layl and make dua every single night to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to return the eyesight of Imam Bukhari. And then there was a miracle where, because the mother of Imam Bukhari didn't give up on making dua, his mother had a dream where she sees Ibrahim alayhi salam, and Ibrahim alayhi salam says to her, Allah gives you the glad tidings that he has restored the eyesight of your child. Okay, and his name is mentioned, right? Imam Bukhari's name is mentioned in the dream. And in the dream, Ibrahim alayhi salam actually says, because of your dua, because of the dua of his mother, right? So now we owe the entire legacy of Imam Bukhari to the dua of his mother, and it just shows the importance of your mother's dua. And with his restored eyesight now, like obviously he's subhanAllah, miracle of Allah, now he's got his eyesight back, but it's even stronger now. Like he can see in the dark just from the light of the moon. He can see, he can write, he can read, right? So it was truly a miracle of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Imam Bukhari, he was a genius as a child as well, right? We all know that he had an incredible memory, and he decided he decided that he wanted to be the one to compile the best book on the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam that the world has ever seen. And I'll mention that later a bit. But this was it was his mission from like around 10 or 12 years old, from a very young age, that he wanted to be one of the best in the field of scholarship. Okay, and one of the scholars he studied with, subhanAllah, it's an amazing story about how much of a genius he was and his amazing memory. One of the scholars he studied with, Imam Al-Dakhili, rahimahullah, and he was one of the most prominent hadith scholars in Bukhara at the time. And he had his own scrolls. He would write his own hadith. And one day, Imam Bukhari is sitting there, okay? And at this time, he's only 11 years old. And he's sitting in the halaqah. There's other students there. Imam Al-Dakhili, he starts talking about, he starts narrating one of the asnad, the ahadith. And he says, حدثنا سفيان عن أبي زبير عن إبراهيم. Okay? And he's going through the chain of narrators. Imam Bukhari raises his hand and says that Abu Zubayr, he's talking to Imam Al-Dakhili now, and he says, Abu Zubayr never met Ibrahim. And now Imam Al-Dakhili is confused. He's like, this child, like, he's 11 years old and he's correcting me, and he doesn't believe him. And so Imam Bukhari tells him, no, seriously, like, go and check the sanad at home, the original copy basically. And so Imam Al-Dakhili leaves the halaqah to check the chain. He goes back home to check the chain, and he comes back laughing, right? And he asks Imam Bukhari, as an 11-year-old kid, what the correct chain was. And Imam Bukhari tells him the correct one. He says, An Sufyan, An Zubayr, An Ali, An Ibrahim, that there was one person missing in the chain. And he gives him the correct chain, subhanAllah, at only 11 years old. And so Imam Al-Dakhili, he said this boy is going to be special. Like, he was very impressed with him. Imam Bukhari, he had a dream, like many other ulama. They've also had this dream. And when he was a young teenager, he was walking behind the Prophet ﷺ in his dream. And every time the Prophet ﷺ put his foot down, Imam al-Bukhari put his foot down in the exact same place. So it was like following the footsteps of the Prophet ﷺ. Now, at the age of 16, his mother and his older brother, they go for Hajj. And at that time, Hajj was basically the international university of Muslims. Yani, like, this is where all the scholars would be. Because obviously there was no like 2-week visa thing and then you go back to your house. It was, if you were coming from a place like Andalus, right, in Spain, you don't sit there for 5 days in Mecca and if you're going for Hajj. Maybe you stay for 5 years, right? Because it will take you at least 2 years to get there from Andalus to Mecca. So scholars, when they went there, they would stay and they would benefit from the different scholars there, and they would narrate their own hadith and everything. And they would spread knowledge like that. And so all the famous scholars would be there, right? In Mecca. And Imam Bukhari, when he sees this, he's amazed, right? It's like a dream come true for him, where all the amazing scholars are in one place. So he begs his mother to go back with his brother and let Imam Bukhari let him stay there. So she allows him to do so, and he never returns to Bukhara until the end of his life. Now, the first book Imam Bukhari wrote was at the age of 18. He authored his first book, which was a 9-thick volume book, and this was one of the most advanced books or subjects, which was the science of men. Okay, and to this day, scholars of hadith use this as a primary reference to figure out like things like names and biographies and places. And he mastered this field at only 18, right? Because he wrote this amazing book. And this is the most advanced subject. So the other hadith subjects were within his grasp, like they were very easy for him. Now, Imam Bukhari, one of his greatest honors and privileges was that he traveled to Baghdad. Okay, and at the time, the greatest scholar of hadith in Baghdad was Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, the fourth Imam of fiqh. And he studied with Imam Ahmad when he was barely in his 20s. And Imam Ahmad, who was 70 years old at the time, he remarked something very powerful about Imam Bukhari. He said that I have never seen from the entire province of Khurasan someone like Muhammad ibn Ismail, right, referring to Imam Bukhari. And Khurasan was one of the largest provinces of the empire at the time. And the scholars say that the reason Imam Ahmad didn't basically only mentioned Khurasan is because he met him in his 20s. If he had met him later, after all the works he had done, he wouldn't have restricted it to only Khurasan. He would have said the whole Islamic world. Now, Imam Bukhari, apparently he never got married or had any children. And obviously we mentioned his memory earlier, but he was someone with photographic memory, and this was clearly known, because he only needed to see a hadith once, and he never needed to see his notes again. And Ibn Kathir said that he would just read a page once, and that page would be memorized for as long as he lived, right? So his memories, he had photographic memory, and it was amazing, subhanAllah. Now, people started to doubt this, that he had photographic memory, right? They were thinking, like, how is this kind of thing possible? And so his memory was so amazing that in his own lifetime, scholars began to say that these are rumors. These are legends. These are fairy tales, right? Like, you can't have photographic memory. And there are multiple times where other scholars put him to the test in public and quizzed him, okay, on his memory. And one of the most famous of these tests, obviously there's so many, but we'll mention one, inshallah. When Imam Bukhari, in his 30s, he was in his 30s, and he revisited Baghdad after Imam Ahmed passed away. And now at this time, his scholarship has spread around the world. Everyone has heard of him. And it's obviously an amazing feat to have such a reputation at only around 30 years old. And so the scholars of Baghdad said that the followers of Imam Ahmed have clearly made him bigger than he is. So we'll demonstrate that he's just, all hype. So he told all those scholars, the 10 scholars, they told Imam Bukhari to meet in the Grand Masjid of Baghdad. Okay, and everyone would narrate 10 ahadith. So the 10 scholars, each of them would narrate 10 ahadith for their students, and obviously the students would benefit from them. And this was actually common at the time. All the scholars would get together. One would give 10, another would give 10, and the students would take notes. And obviously they'd get the luxury of multiple scholars giving multiple ahadith. Now they wanted to trick Imam Bukhari. And so they mixed and matched the chains of narrations. Okay, so outwardly it looked like a proper hadith, but the chain was obviously very important for the scholars. And well, us normal people, we don't care about the chain, but for the scholars, the chain had to be the same. Otherwise, this was a different hadith. Okay, so each of the 10 scholars, they mix and match their 10 ahadith, and they narrated, and then asked Imam Bukhari if he had heard of the hadith. Okay, and he would say no, that he had never heard of it. And this happened for each scholar. Okay, and for example, let's take one hadith, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ, that indeed actions are upon intentions, right? So obviously this is a hadith that's known to even the students. Even the students had heard of a hadith as obvious as this one. But Imam Bukhari is saying that he never heard of it. So they keep going. And Imam Bukhari, he says he's never heard of them. And so all 10 scholars do their 10 narrations. And so that's 100 narrations, right? And Imam Bukhari admits that he doesn't know all 100 of them. So now clearly, those scholars, they believe that they've won, right? They've outsmarted Imam Bukhari. And because if Imam Bukhari, he had said that he heard of them, then it would have exposed him, okay? Because these hadith wouldn't exist, right? There was a wrong chain of narration for each one. So when he said that he hadn't heard of them, he looked like a jahil, right? He looked like someone that was ignorant. He didn't know anything. So Imam Bukhari, after they're done, he says, "Are you guys done?" And so they're like, "Yeah." So Imam Bukhari goes back to the first scholar, and he goes through each hadith, and he gives them the correct chain of narration, all 100 narrations, until he's corrected each one. And Ibn Hajar, he has a famous commentary on Bukhari. He said, what's amazing is not that Imam Bukhari knew the right hadith, right? This is something you'd expect from a master of hadith. Like, what's amazing is that he memorized the incorrect versions and the order they appear in after listening to them once. So imagine he listened to all 100 hadith and he memorized, yeah, he memorized
bro, that's
each
amazing.
incorrect chain of narration and he corrected them, subhanAllah. So, and obviously after this, the scholars, they realized that the hype was true and this guy was the real deal. So,
the hype was true. That's one way of phrasing it, yeah.
Imam Bukhari, obviously, just last few things, he said that he had memorized 100,000 ahadith that were sahih. Yani they were completely, they were sahih, right? And he said he memorized 200,000 ahadith that were da'if, that were weak. And he was someone that was known for his prayer and worship, right? He was, in some narrations, it said that he used to finish a tilawa of the Quran, a recitation of the Quran, every 3 nights in Ramadan. And another incident, once he was praying, he was stung by a wasp, and he continued praying, but he didn't feel it. And after finishing, he didn't even realize that he was stung in 17 different places. SubhanAllah. Now, the last thing I want to mention is his book, right? Sahih Bukhari. This is the second most authentic book on the face of the planet. And this took him 16 years to compile. Now, the question is, why did he do it? And the answer is because there were deliberate attempts at the time to fabricate ahadith. Okay? And one of his teachers actually said in a halaqah that someone needs to compile a book that is sahih, because these people that oppose the Ahlul Sunnah, they're drilling into us, they're dividing us, right? And Imam Bukhari said that this statement stayed within my heart, meaning it ignited a fire within me, and that's when he began his journey to writing this book. And it was to such an extent that he went through to make sure each narration was from the Prophet ﷺ, was sahih, right, completely. And he only kept sahih hadith, right, the highest of the levels. He didn't accept anything under it. And this book contains 7,275 hadith, right? And he said, every time I came to put a hadith in Sahih al-Bukhari, I would get up and perform ghusl and pray 2 rak'ah, and then I'd sit and write the hadith. SubhanAllah, that's 7,275 times he made ghusl and prayed 2 rak'ah. So that's 14,550 rak'at in the period of making that book, right? Imagine, that's barakah from beginning to the end. And he was a man who traveled the world just to get one sahih hadith. He would travel on foot in the desert. Okay, he wouldn't even use a camel or a horse. And if he heard someone had a hadith, he would go there. He wouldn't accept the hadith until he heard it for himself. And so he would travel distances of 2 months by foot just to hear one hadith. And sometimes, you know, if he worked out that this person narrating the hadith is not on a level for him to accept it, he wouldn't take it, and he'd go back another 2 months. So for example, there was this one incident where a man narrated a hadith, and then Imam Bukhari saw him feeding his horse or his camel or donkey or mule or something. And he gave, let's say it was a carrot, he put the carrot in front of the donkey's mouth, and when the donkey went for it, he took it away. Like he was teasing him. So Imam Bukhari rejected this hadith because he was like, if this man can fool an animal, then I don't want to be someone taking a hadith from him, subhanAllah. And so this is how strict he was. And just to end, a few scholars and what they said about Imam Bukhari and his work. Imam Al-Nawawi, obviously another scholar of hadith, he said that the Ummah agreed upon that the most authentic books after the Book of Allah, after the Quran, is Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, he said that not a book under the skies after the Book of Allah is more authentic than Sahih al-Bukhari. And Imam Ibn Khaldun, rahimahullah, he said that Sahih al-Bukhari is a debt upon this ummah, and we owe it all back to Imam Bukhari. And subhanAllah, this was Imam Bukhari, right? Talk about leaving a legacy. There's not one study of a hadith you will do except that you have to study his book. SubhanAllah. So,
SubhanAllah, that was amazing, man. Honestly, it's such an influential scholar, but it's something that a lot of people don't know much about. Like I didn't until now. His life is not one that I've ever sat down and read.
Oh, Jack, you would love, like, he's like the ultimate historian. He's like, he would go into so much detail on the source that, like, you know, if anybody else would have given up halfway through.
Oh my man, I love him. But yeah. Right, really quick question. So it's currently 3 minutes to 8. Do we have time for one last story before Wajid's section?
Oh, yes, we're just waiting for Dr. Wajid Akhtar, but I think we have time for one more story from our
This one shouldn't be too long.
yes.
This
Yusuf
one
Matala,
is...
right?
Yes.
So far we've had generals, we've had artisans, we've had scholars, philosophers, we've had rebels. What do we have now, Jack?
So now we're jumping forward in time a bit. We're jumping forward in time precisely to 1968. However, Sonny, for this section, there was a story you told me a good couple of months ago about one of your uncles that traveled to Bradford. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce this and give a bit of context. So,
Jack, you need to be more specific. A lot of my uncles have traveled to Bradford. It's a very common place for my family.
Okay, traveled to Bradford in the 1950s. So there you go. More specific story for you. So what we're talking about here is the Muslim community in the UK ballooned in the 70s and in the 80s. Okay, with mass migration from former colonies of the British Empire. But before this, before the Muslim communities became proper and established in the UK, they were very, very small. But these early communities were often not very Islamically educated. And Sonny is going to share a very quick story about something an uncle of him told him.
Yeah, so this is going back in the days. There wasn't that many Muslims, and you have to understand they came from a rural part of like northern Pakistan, Kashmir, that area. They didn't really know much about religion. They didn't really they just knew whatever was taught to them. And so they came at a very young age. So most of these guys came between the ages of like 14 to 25. They hadn't really learned a lot. And there's no, alhamdulillah, now you go to Bradford, you get masjids, you get like schools, you get like Islamic schools, you get like halal foods. You didn't have any of that. And so they came into a very foreign culture, foreign religion, foreign land. They didn't understand any of it. And I remember my uncle was telling me, he goes, when he first got to Bradford, everything really confused him because there was no Jummah. And he was like really confused, like, why don't we pray Jummah? And he goes, oh, no. We pray Jummah on Sunday. And they're like, he goes, what do you mean you pray Jummah on Sunday? He goes, we're in Christian land and they pray, they go to church on Sunday, so we go to the mosque on Sunday. And he goes, that's not how it works. So they actually fundraised for an imam to come over who actually sat and taught the community of Bradford. I mean, this is very early in the Bradfords. And they eventually went on to establish the first masjid, but they established the first Jummah prayer that was actually on Jummah because it
was actually on the right day.
Yeah. Because we're in England now, Jummah now shifts over to Sunday.
Yeah. So, but this is important to the story that we're about to tell now because, you know, the Islamic knowledge that was present in these very early Muslim communities was very, very limited. It's people knew what they were taught as kids in the village, and that was it. And there was no one to turn to. If you think about now, okay, think about in the UK in particular, if there's people watching us from England or Scotland or Wales or Northern Ireland, you know how many educated imams and scholars we have around us. You can throw a stone and hit a graduate from a school, yeah. But this wasn't the case 40 years ago. It wasn't the case 50 years ago. It was also a very hostile place as well. It wasn't a very friendly place for the early Muslim communities. Racism was rife. Racism is still a strong problem we have in the Muslim communities now, but back then it was another level. It was something else. The media was outright hostile. It was a very, very difficult place to live. So what happened? How did we actually get imams? How did we actually get scholars that could teach an entire generation of Muslims? So this was the situation in 1968 when a young man walked up to a mosque in the northwest of England, and he spoke to the chairman of the masjid, and he introduced himself, and he said, "Assalamu alaikum, my name is my name is Yusuf Matala, and I'm going to be your new imam." Yusuf Matala was a young scholar at this point in his life. He was educated in the Indian subcontinent, and he came over to the UK in 1968. When he got to England, when this man got to the UK, he saw the status of the Muslim community. He saw the state of Islamic knowledge here, and he had found his purpose. He had found his why he does the things he does in life. His vision was very, very simple, but he had one. He had a very strong vision imparted in him from his teachers in India, and that was to guide and educate Muslims to practice and be the best they can be. And he pursued this vision his entire life. And soon after arriving in the UK, remember, no schools, nothing in the UK. He got to the UK and he looked around. He was like, right, we're going to establish a madrasa. And in Bolton, the small Muslim community looked at him and started laughing at him. They told him, no, you're mad. This is never going to work out. This is never going to happen. Nothing like this is going to happen. But Yusuf Matala was many things, but he was also determined. And in 1973, he kept persevering and he set up a small school with a handful of students. This school was set up in Bury. and this school grew and it grew and it grew. And in the modern day, this school is known as Darul Uloom Bury, one of the leading Islamic seminaries in the UK. But Yusuf Matala, he had found his purpose. He had found his why in life. He didn't stop there. He went on and he kept teaching. But the more students he had, the more he was able to impart this vision about the importance of a proper, thorough Islamic education. And with the help of his students, he kept establishing schools. So firstly, you had Bury, the boarding school. Then you had Medina Ulum Islamiyah in Kidderminster. You had, sorry, I'm not going to go through all the names, but Blackburn, Bradford, Bolton, Preston, London, Dewsbury, Preston, Dundee, again, and again, school after school after school, Yusuf Matala went around and established. But he also, so apart from teaching his own students, as I mentioned, he imparted that vision, okay? And a vision is an incredibly powerful thing, because once you sell someone on a vision, they will go off and do it themselves as well. And so apart from setting up schools himself, he also worked with his students that he inspired and set up more. And these schools spread. And he set up schools in the UK, in Canada, in Portugal, America, France, India, Saudi, Trinidad and Tobago, Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and even Reunion Island. There was a small madrasa set up on an island in the middle of, is it in the Indian Ocean or the Atlantic? Somewhere. It's in the middle of an ocean.
Never even heard
Reunion
of it.
Island. There's an Islamic school set up by the students with the help of Yusuf Matala. This man's legacy is insane. But what's more, how many mosques do we have in the UK? Sunny Muhammad, or someone in the chat, tell me, how many do you reckon we have?
Too many, bro.
1,000? So
1,000.
some estimates vary, okay? I've heard some as high as 2,000. I've heard some as low as in the hundreds, yeah? But it's estimated that 4 out of 5 mosques in the UK are served by imams that are either students of Yusuf Matala or students of his students.
SubhanAllah.
4/5. That is insanity. Right now, it's estimated that of the students that has graduated Islamic schools and graduated as alims and alimas in the UK, 85% of them are students of Yusuf Matala or students of his students. If you living in the UK have turned to an imam or you've turned to a person of knowledge to learn, and they have graduated from a school in the UK, sometimes one of the stats says 85. There's an 85% chance that they're a student of him. And this is coming from nothing. This is coming from absolutely nothing back in the 50s and 60s. This is what a legacy can do.
I mean, just to remind you, what he took over was people praying Jummah on a Sunday.
This is the situation he inherited.
Right. So he had to basically teach him everything.
Yeah, words fail to impress the kind of impact he has had. He is probably the single most influential Muslim that stepped and lived in this country, potentially also in Western Europe as well. Some people give him that title.
I mean, that is that's a huge legacy there. I mean, he's written books and everything, and every scholar has written books. But when you think about it, even if you put his works aside, he was one of the earliest Muslim scholars in the UK. And he established. When did he establish the Darul Uloom in Bury?
That was 1973, the initial school there.
And that was the very first Darul Uloom.
Yeah.
Every town or city has one now.
Yeah. And it's nearly all of it is his legacy. But what's special about him as a person, though? And this story here comes from a team member we have in Charity Week called Sadiq. Many of you out there will have met or encountered Sadiq at some point. The absolute legend he is on Charity Week North. But he is from a family of imams, and his family was friends with Yusuf Matala. And so there's a story.
I just discovered a different link to Charity Week with Yusuf Matala.
You discovered another link? What's the other link?
So there is somebody that used to be in the North team, Sid. Not Sid. Her Yusuf Matala is her uncle.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's amazing to think.
It's a small world.
It is a small world.
No, but just the way in which he was as a person. So Sadiq was telling me that as a man, he was very, very humble, and he always shunned the spotlight. He shied away from media attention, guest speaking engagements, anything. He turned them down always. And Yusuf Matala was speaking to Sadiq's grandfather, and he was explaining that he didn't want his own name to be associated with the schools he set up. He wanted no glory from any of it. But instead, he wanted to be known that he did his work for the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He was
and I actually I met one of his students at a talk once, and I remember his talking about he was really big on making female alims, like alimas, and he really pushed for their education in the UK.
Yeah.
Which you'd think somebody that's traditional from I think was he from India or Pakistan?
Wait, sorry.
Yusuf Matala was from India, right?
Yeah, India. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's from India, and he's coming from there, but he was an alim at the end of the day. He had that understanding, and thousands of female scholars have been trained in the UK because of him. Yeah. It's crazy.
He is. You can go but his students always hold him in such high regard. Go speak to them. Go speak to an imam and speak to ask them, who was your teacher? Did you know him? What do you know of him? When
did he pass away, Jack?
So he passed away on the 9th of September in 2019. So just about a year ago now.
Oh wow, recently.
Yeah, very.
Accept all his efforts.
I mean, he was. he was actually given quite a blessing when he passed away, because he passed away in Canada, and he was always a very, very humble man. Okay, he didn't like to cause a fuss. He didn't like photos. Didn't like anything. And because he passed away, his funeral was only attended. This is the way it's reported by his students. Only attended by 4,000 people. if that was in the UK,
Yeah.
yeah. Honestly, man.
That's brilliant. Jazakallah khair for that story, Jack, man. That's a really cool story. Okay. Next up, we have our next guest segment, and we have somebody who he doesn't like us bigging up his introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. He's a doctor by trade, but he's like the rest of us tonight. He's an amateur historian. Actually, no, he's a qualified historian because he has qualifications. Unlike us, he's not just a guy that just Googles his stuff. Right? He knows it. We have Dr. Wajid here. Assalamu alaikum. I think Wajid, you're muted because you can't hear you, Wajid.
I can't hear you.
Don't worry, guys. We are professionals at this. We've been doing it all a long time.
Yeah, we're very experienced. No.
No.
Still not there.
No.
We have been doing this a whole 5 hours, guys.
While Wajid tries to fix his mic, anyone you know that could benefit from a nice virtual tour of Istanbul, please send them the link. Tell them that join now. Wajid's going to
join now.
About Istanbul, especially Islamic sites, and it's not something that's usually covered in many other places.
Yeah, we are going to sit here for an hour and talk about the best shawarma stalls in Istanbul. That's all we're doing right now. That's it. That's all we're just doing here today, guys. We're just giving a tour, giving a food tour of Istanbul.
You act like I would not be down for that.
Oh, 100%.
100% back the best shawarma in Istanbul.
Actually, fun fact about shawarma in Istanbul, yeah, they don't have garlic sauce. I find it baffling.
What do they eat it with?
And so very commonly in Istanbul, they don't have it with any sauce. It's dry. It's either just dry meat or chili sauce, if you're feeling adventurous.
This is what happens when the Ottomans fell, isn't it?
Yeah, this is why. Okay, they didn't have garlic sauce. This is why they need to come. I have noticed though that the further you go,
Bradford has above Istanbul.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Bradford better than Istanbul, confirmed. I have noticed though that in the UK, the further north you go, the more garlic sauce you get. Okay, like it's just offered as standard in the north. In the south, you normally have to ask for it, and that's unacceptable.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. All this sauce hype, I realized when I came to the UK, like.
Oh right.
Middle Easterns, bro, aren't on that sauce hype.
Do you not have sauce in Egypt?
Of course they do. But it's not like, oh, I have to have sauce with everything. Oh, okay, Dr. Rose is back.
Okay.
Bismillah. We're going to be talking about sauce for a lot.
Alaikum.
Waalaikum. Can you hear me?
Alhamdulillah.
Yes, alhamdulillah.
Good stuff. Jazakallah khairan. How are you guys doing?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. We've just been confirming.
I caught the end of that talk. Well done, Jack, and well done to all of you for non-stop history broadcast. I think you'll find it interesting, mashallah.
I bet Wajid's like, I need to get home from work. This is what I live. This is what I wanted. History.
MashaAllah, Dr. Wajid, your kurta is very nice.
Jazakallah khairan. Thank you.
Oh, right.
So, how are we doing this? Do you guys want to ask? Do you guys want to throw things at me? Do I just monologue? What do you guys want?
We can do a talk. If you want to present something, you can present it, or we can just get you to start talking about cool places to visit in Istanbul.
We could do. Let's do a little bit of both. Let's keep it.
Okay.
So, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عليه تسليما جميعا كثيرا. So, you know, a lot of us visit Istanbul, and it's not like a out of the way place for Muslims to visit. Pretty much every Muslim ends up going there. Well, a lot of the Muslims, young Muslims here, you know, you go on your honeymoon, or if you get a break, and you, even right now in the middle of the pandemic, I have friends who are sneaking off to Istanbul for a short holiday. But I want you to think about the city a little bit differently. It's a little bit like thinking about fasting as just, you know, when you have people talk about fasting, like, why do we fast? We'll say, well, we fast because it helps us understand how the poor feel. So it makes us appreciate our food a little bit better. That's true, but it's only one way of appreciating fasting. Fasting is so multi-layered, multifaceted that you don't want to just narrow it down to hunger. It's about ibadah. It's about not just worshiping Allah, but it's about a tradition that our parents, our grandparents, everyone we know is taking part. It's a community activity. It's about introspection and so on and so forth. So similarly, going to Istanbul just because it's nice and everyone else is doing it means that you might be missing out on lots of different benefits from visiting Istanbul. So here are a few benefits that I would say that people should think about when going to Istanbul. Number one, well, this is not in any order, but this is the way I wrote it down. Number one, food. The food is amazing. Everyone knows that. Yeah, exactly. Everyone can appreciate the amazing food that they have over there. And a lot of the food that you see in the Middle East, you have to realize that the Middle East, for large parts of Arabia and stuff like that, were poor, poverty-stricken places that don't have a huge varied culinary appetite. In Saudi Arabia, up to recently, a delicacy would be locusts. And people will be like, why would anyone eat locusts, the same thing that they send as plagues? In Saudi, some people are like, that looks tasty. And that's because it was a cheap and plentiful source of protein for them. So a lot of the food that we associate with the Middle East, whether it's the various kebabs, whether it's various different types of stuffed vine leaves, dolma and doner, and all those kind of things, are originally from that part of the world. And there's an interesting story about the meze. You guys would have heard of the meze. It's a little bit like tapas, lots of small dishes of different things. And the legend goes, and this is not really history, but the legend goes that meze was invented because, like most rulers or kings, one of the things that an Ottoman Sultan would have to be worried about was being poisoned by their enemies. So you would have a food taster. You'd have someone who would taste your food first, and if this poor guy survives, the advantage is they get to eat the best food in the world, but also they have to taste test. So that means that if they become unwell or if there was poison, then they would be the first to die. So all food gets tasted by the food taster first. And Suleiman the Magnificent, he didn't like the idea, like many of us wouldn't, of having his food shared with somebody else. He'd be like, why can't I have my own meal? This is mine, right? This has got my name on it, and then this random guy comes and takes a little bit of it. So he came up with the idea of the meze, the little small platters. Take that food, put it into small plates, and then the taster could just taste the sample, and my food has not been touched. So that's where the idea of the meze supposedly comes from. And there are more legends and things like that, but the food there is definitely a reason to go. And if anyone wants to argue about that, then I will fight them wherever. 2, the weather. The weather is fantastic. MashaAllah, it's got all 4 seasons. It's warmer for longer. It's not like England, where our version of the summer is warm rain, winter is cold rain, fall is rain while leaves are falling off the ground, falling off the trees, and so on. They have a variety of weather, and it's a really nice place to go. And actually, I would recommend visiting at different parts of the year, because the city almost has a different flavor at different times of the year. A third reason to visit are the people, and that's probably one of the most important reasons to visit anywhere. People are really, I love interacting with people from different places, because the ayah in the Quran about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us in different nations so that we get to know each other is fascinating, and it's true, because people are so different. If you've ever spent time with in a different place, and you get all their idiosyncrasies, right? You get all their little things that make them different, and that separate them. And even within the Arab world, if you go, you will be able to tell a huge difference between the Egyptians, for example, who are not laid back at all. And there's a saying my dad says that for Egyptians, they're very passionate people. So they're either Fir'aun or Musa, right? Either be, if they're nice, they're really, really nice. And if they're against you, then you're in trouble. This is not racist or nationalist against Egyptians. It's actually saying that, hopefully, and only a Fir'aun would be upset with me saying that. And I've been told that this is not being recorded, so I'm gonna just say what.
Muhammad is in Egypt right now, and Hassan is Egyptian. Just to warn you.
I didn't know that, but I'll see who else I can offend by the time I'm finished. Right, where were we? So what was the point I was making? Yeah, the different flavors of people, different types of people. Yeah, that are there. So Turks have they're a very unique people, and as they will be constantly reminding you that they are Turks and Turkish. But I actually found that they're like when you meet the good-hearted people, they're so lovely. They're really, really nice. They have like a soft spot for cats, which is like it's a bit odd, but anyway, cat lovers out there will be happy there. So if you're a cat lover, go to Istanbul. And there's just a dignity about them. There's something really cool. So I try to find something cool or interesting about every different place I get to visit. And what I found really cool was that so there's a little child when I went to Istanbul the first time. A little child came up to me and he tried to sell me a packet of tissue paper, right? And every one of you who has ever been to Istanbul will have had that, right? Somebody walks up to you and tries to sell you some tissue. And me being not very understanding of what was happening, I gave some money and I said, yeah, exactly, keep the tissue. And he was like, no. I was like, no, keep the tissue, give it to somebody else. And he became upset and he was like, no, take the tissue. Like, I was saying in Turkish, but he's like, you take the tissue. And I was like, and I realized, like, why was he? And then I realized why he was doing that. Because this little kid was not begging. He said, I'm not a beggar. I'm selling you something. You might be giving me over and above what that's worth. This, and this is still a transaction. He was having his dignity maintained. And I was just like, I was so floored by that these people, they don't have their hand out. They're giving, they ask you, buy the tissue and give whatever you want. You want to give them a profit? Give them a profit. They're hardworking people. So any of you who have been to Istanbul, Sultan Ahmed's the main historical area, and there's a tram station opposite the Blue Mosque where you want to go anywhere, you go on the trams, you go to that tram station, and it's an open air station, so it's literally like on the sidewalk. And near next to the tram station, there was this guy, like a Sufi guy, with the green turban and everything, big beard and cloak. He was standing there with a small stall, like literally like a pop-up stall, like that big. That's it. And on it, he had a few different attar. And he would be standing there in the heat. And we'd get up early in the morning to go and visit someplace. And he'd be standing there, first thing in the morning, trying to sell his attar. Would you like some attar? Like putting it on people, seeing if people want to buy it. He didn't even have that many. He had like 10, 20. Like I have a bigger collection just sitting on, a random bookshelf somewhere. And then prayer time, he would put it all together, wrap it up, close his stall, go and pray. Prayer time would finish, he'd come back, spend 20 minutes opening it up again, putting his attar out, selling it. Coming back 11 o'clock at night, man's still there selling his attar. That's hard work. But these are hardworking people. Our Turkish brothers and sisters, are hardworking. They have other people, like everyone, have good and bad qualities, but they are hardworking people. And that's something I really took away from this. That, subhanAllah, these people, they worked damn hard. Maybe that's, why they built what they did. Another reason to go, and there's a really good story, actually. There's a guy called Drew Binsky. He's actually like Jewish himself. He's a Jewish American who wants to travel the world and visit every country. And he's been to lots of Muslim countries. And he did a whole video about how he tried to pay for something, anything, while he was there, and nobody would let him. And he kept on saying, like, I promise this is not staged, but the genuine warmth that people have is amazing. It's worth going and interacting with people to experience it. My favorite story, because I'd grown up hearing the stories about how the Turks had left Islam and they were secularized, and things were bad, and they were. But when I went on my first visit, and that was soon after the things had started to change, and the present government had taken over, we were going from there to do Umrah, and as we were leaving Istanbul, we were at the airport. And the guy who was the security guard who was like stamping your passport, they don't even talk to you. They just look at you, stamp, and then go. So this guy, he looked, and before he stamped, he said, "You going on Umrah?" I said, "Yes." And he goes, he turned to me and said, "For me, please make dua." And I was just like, things are changing, alhamdulillah. The fourth reason to go is if you're into nature, and as most people will know, I'm not hugely into it, but I'll include it for the sake of just because people are into it. There are lots of things to see, nature-wise. The Bosphorus is obviously absolutely, even for someone like me who is more at home in a concrete jungle, the Bosphorus is jaw-dropping. It is absolutely stunning. It's beautiful. It's not like the Thames, which is basically mud that flows. It is a proper river. It is amazing, and beautiful, and everything that you could possibly imagine. No wonder people like to take cruises and just spend time over there. And why the strip of land, so the Bosphorus has actually the highest concentration of billionaires of any piece of land on anywhere in the world, because if you're a billionaire and you've got spare money, then you will buy yourself a seaside mansion at the Bosphorus. So it's beautiful, but it's not just a sea. There's a park called Yildiz, where Sultan Abdul Hamid II had his palace, and that is a very beautiful, amazing hill-type forest. There are gardens. It's fantastic. It's a beautiful place to go. Lots of scenery, lots of beautiful nature type stuff for everyone. Number 5, go there to see Byzantium. Why Byzantium? Rome is not just another empire, right? The Roman Empire was, some would say, the archetype of what is an empire. They built something special in Rome. They built a mega city. They call it the Eternal City. And then they conquered most of the known world. And they developed so many amazing things. A lot of times we're into Islamic history, but it's worthwhile learning about non-Muslim history, other history as well, because from that you actually get an appreciation of other cultures, and what you get to contextualize Islamic history. That makes Islamic history special. So they have all roads lead to Rome. You have Roman roads over here. In Britain, you have the concept of Roman baths. You have aqueducts. There's a lot that Rome introduced to the world. And the successor of Rome was Byzantium, and the Byzantium was Constantinople, was Istanbul. So when you go to Istanbul, you're not just visiting one city, you're visiting two cities. You're visiting a city and the city underneath, actually 3 cities, the modern city, the Ottoman city underneath it, or that's still around there, and then the Byzantine Roman city underneath. That is super cool to get a 3-for-1 offer. Look, every one of us are, we just, if they get a 3-for-1 offer, we don't even ask what it's about. It's like 3-for-1, whatever. I don't care if it's 3-for-1. I'm taking it, right? So go. You see this empire, and it's a fantastic. It's an amazing empire. It achieved a lot, and the person who Constantinople, Istanbul, was named after, Constantinia, right? Even the Prophet ﷺ knew of Constantinia, right? Constantine was the man who is probably more responsible than anyone for building modern Christianity. That is what Constantinople, that is his home. That's where he was buried. Constantine the Great. How did Christianity come about? Because this is really cool. You start, once you know these stories, then you kind of think, I want to learn a little bit more. Christianity was a Jewish sect. It was a Jewish sect in the initial stages. It was persecuted. The stories of the Christians being thrown to the lions. They were killed. They were murdered. They were oppressed in the Roman Empire. And then everything changes when they have 2 Roman emperors, right? Because the Roman Empire became so big, the great idea that Emperor Diocletian had was, I know how to make this manageable. I'll cut the empire into 2, and we'll have one Roman emperor on this side, one on that side, and we'll be fine. And as we all know, that doesn't work. It will cause a civil war, and that's exactly what happened. And Constantine was one of those emperors, one of the 2 emperors who came after Diocletian. And he fought against his co-emperor. And just before that battle, they were both pagans at this time, but just before that battle, Constantine looked up in the sky and he saw a burning cross. This is what he says anyway. He saw a burning cross and the words, "With this conquer." And Constantine decided from that point on, if he won, he would become Christian and he would help the empire become Christian. And he did win. And that's exactly what he did. As goes the emperor, so goes the nation. They say, "An-nasu ala dini mulukihim." The people on the faith of their kings, which tells you everything you need to know about the tyrants that rule the Muslim world today and us. So the Constantine became Christian, and he didn't just, he wasn't just like, "I'm Christian, by the way." He was like loud, he was proud, he was like, "Let's start getting things ready." His mom was even more into Christianity than her son, and she went all over the world, or the Roman world, looking for the cross and looking for the nails and everything to do with Christian iconography, building churches. So there was this huge movement, and that is when Christianity stopped being like a side religion, a hidden, persecuted religion, and became the religion of the Roman Empire. Not only did it become the religion of the Roman Empire, but a lot of the things that make Christianity what it is today came from Constantine, came from him turning around and saying that the god of Diocletian, who was very popular at the time, the solar god, this god was had his birthday, or its birthday, on the 25th of December, and so Constantine tried to fit Christianity and the Roman Empire together, building a lot of what is modern Christianity today. So that's the guy who built this city, right? This isn't some random city somewhere. This was the heart of Christendom. This is the heart of the Roman Empire. This is the second Rome, the new Rome that you can go and see. So it's worth going and looking at what the legacy of those people were. And remember, Rome is mentioned. The Roman Empire is mentioned in the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, bismillahir rahmanir rahim, Alif Lam Mim, ghulibatir Rum, fi adna al-ard min ba'd ghalibihim sayaghlibun. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, Alif Lam Mim, Rome has been victorious. And after, because this the whole story about this is that the Muslims, the early Muslims, at the beginning of Prophet Nubuwwah, identified themselves more with Rome because it was based on a monotheistic religion. And the Quraysh identified themselves more with the paganistic Persians. So when Persia defeated Rome in a big battle, big way, Persia had defeated Rome, the Quraysh were making fun of the Muslims. And these verses were revealed. And when these verses were revealed, that, Rome had been defeated, but in a short time, fi bid'i sinin, they will be victorious. Now, when these verses were revealed, Abu Bakr anhu actually made a bet because at this time it wasn't disallowed, it wasn't forbidden, with one of the members of Quraysh that Rome will be soon victorious. And people are like, what are you talking about? Rome is on the floor. Rome is finished. The Roman Empire is done. Persia's won. And he's like, well, it says in the Quran, so I believe it. And that is exactly what happened. Rome, under a new young emperor called Heraclius, defeated Persia and won back most of its lands, only for the same Heraclius to lose all of those lands to none other than Abu Bakr anhu, who was a businessman in the middle of nowhere, just watching events 10 years earlier, 20 years earlier. What a difference does 20 years make? What a difference, right? 20 years ago, this man was not even a top-level businessman in Mecca. He was a medium-level businessman in Mecca, and he was just being taunted by his friends about Persia defeating the Romans. He was a spectator. And 20 years later, he conquered the very empire, both empires actually, at the same time. And by the way, sorry, I keep going off the topic. I hope you guys don't mind, because this is really cool for me. I don't have to stick to topic because it's
it's interesting. We were actually talking about the exact same thing earlier.
Oh yeah. I was going to say, it's just nice to be with people that actually appreciate Rome and ancient history, unlike these
Jack's a huge Roman fan.
Philistines next to me that don't appreciate it. So
we covered the Romans as well. And to understand what the Muslims achieved, you have to understand the context which they came from.
Yeah.
Exactly. In the world.
So Abu Bakr anhu, all I'll say to this is that if everyone finds Khalid ibn Walid anhu really cool. Why? Because he's a sword of Allah, right? Well, if Khalid ibn Walid anhu is a sword of Allah, then Abu Bakr anhu was the man who held the sword of Allah in his hand. Right? Abu Bakr anhu is the man. Abu Bakr anhu was the man who used that sword how he wanted to take down two empires at one time in 2 years. We don't even finish a degree in whatever our joke degrees are in 2 years. But anyway, what was it? Okay, Byzantine. So let's move on from the Byzantines. Another really cool thing about the Byzantines, because I can't do a whole talk about Byzantines. Nobody will come to it. It's a really good example of how Islam influenced Christianity. If you go to the Hagia Sophia and you go to lots of different places, you'll see, ask questions. Just be someone who's questioning, right? And you will learn so much just by asking questions. You'll see like nice Byzantine murals, beautiful icons, and they're kind of like half destroyed. And you're like, if the Muslims destroyed them, then why didn't they just destroy them? Why did they have to destroy them? And if it was like wear and tear over time, why wasn't it just old? Why is it half broken, half not? And that's because the Byzantines went through a process called iconoclasm. Iconoclasm means an icon is basically, the Byzantine mosaics. They have those mosaics where they're standing like this. How do they put their hands? I don't know how they put their hands. They put their hands in different ways. They stand there like this, and they have their, two-dimensional portraits with this little cool mirror pieces, colored glass, and so on. So these icons were what the Byzantines have in their church. It's what they're well known for. And Eastern Orthodox Christianity still has icons in their churches. It's what you could tell straight away if you see a picture. This is a Roman Catholic church. This is a Protestant church. This is the Eastern Orthodox church. So the icons were what they had all over their churches, and they had special icons. But the Muslims would constantly taunt the Christians, because the Christians would be like, we're monotheists, and the Muslims were like, no, you're not. Don't you dare call yourself a monotheist. What's this Holy Trinity business? And they're like, no, they would try to explain the Trinity, and the Muslims were like, please, you guys are basically idol worshippers. I'm sure it was a much more like profound trash talking than what I'm doing right now, but it was basically like saying you guys are basically idol worshippers. So Christians like, how dare you call us idol worshippers? They're like, well, what are all those idols in your churches? What's what with the painting, huh? Don't tell me you're not an idol worshiper. And they're like, these are just paintings. They're like, no, guys, come on, let's be honest. You just pretending to be monotheists. So this kind of thing would go on, and it would really get to the Byzantines. And every once in a while, there would be a Byzantine emperor or a Byzantine church who would be like, you know what? Those Muslims are right. We're not going to let them out monotheist us, right? Get rid of every single picture, all the idols, they must go, everything. Iconoclasm, destruction, right? So destruction of icons. So there would be a Byzantine emperor, and there are at least two that I know of anyway, that would come and destroy everything. They'd be like, order everything to be destroyed from the churches. The Muslims didn't do that. Muslims were like, cover it up with like, preserve it. Like, this is their religion. We're not here to destroy other people's religion. That was the Muslims, but the Byzantine emperor himself was like, no, this is bid'ah. So this needs to go. And that's why you have these icons who are half destroyed, because they were partially destroyed, but then a new emperor would come and say, no, I'm pro-icon, and another one would be anti-icon. Why am I telling this story? Because when you see those icons that are half destroyed, it increases your iman. If you know the story, because you're like, our tawheed, our belief in pure monotheism, no other intermediaries, no saints, no pictures, no beers, no nothing, pure religion, no imagery, is so powerful, so revolutionary, that when others see it, they want it. And even to the point that some of them have destroyed their own works because they realize it got to them. They're like, you're right. How can someone be drawing God? How can someone be, doing these things? And it gets to people. It increases your iman. Right.
Wait.
Yeah.
You're saying the Christians actually stopped drawing God by looking at the Muslims?
Yeah, the iconoclastic movement. The iconoclastic movement in the Byzantine Empire was as a result of the reaction because of the Muslims, the Muslims taking out that moral high ground. They're like, guys, this is monotheism. This is true faith. No intermediaries, no pictures, no statues. That's pure monotheism. And it got to them to an extent. Obviously, it wasn't that they were doing it all the time, but it happened enough times that they had the word iconoclasm exists, that you can see the evidences of it around. So a lot of people, when they go to Hagia Sophia and they see the images and they see them partially crossed out and destroyed, think that the Muslims did it. The Muslims didn't do it. That was them. Their own emperors were doing it. Some of them, anyway. What's next? Obviously, the Ottomans. Interesting to go and see what this empire was about, what made it tick. Look at this, and you see what it makes it tick, not just by looking at one or two mosques, but by seeing what was important to it. The fountains, the madrasas, the soup kitchens, the hammams, the bathhouses, the orphanages, the caravanserais, right? The hotels for the caravans. all these things, when you start seeing it, you start realizing what is important to these people. What was it that made them tick, right? Just like, you know, if someone was to introduce you to your great-grandfather's study, and you'd be looking around because you want to get to know what was important to him. You know, what was on his desk, what was on his wall, what was on his to-do list, what were the things that made him tick. So the Ottoman Empire, I mean, obviously you could do 100 talks on the Ottoman Empire, you could do talks on that, but again, ask questions. Let me tell you a quick story about a place that you will all visit, which is the district. Everyone knows that part of Istanbul. You stay where? You stay in Sultan Ahmed, right? Why is it called Sultan Ahmed? There have been dozens and dozens of sultans in the Ottoman Empire. So the Ottoman Empire had the same problem that every empire has. When a sultan or a king or a caliph, whoever dies, then if he has more than one child, they will have the civil war, fight each other and kill each other to try and win the throne. And this is exactly what happened to the children and grandchildren of Bayezid Yildirim, Sultan Bayezid I. And it was a very horrible civil war where brothers killed brothers and they fought against each other. So when Sultan Muhammad Fatih, when he became sultan, he made a rule. And this rule sounds a little bit crazy to us, but it was his logic that whichever of his children will become sultan after him, he needs to kill every other male member of the family. There's no civil war. No, don't leave your brother there to go and stab you in the back. No cousin, uncle, whatever. Kill them all. And that's what they used to do. Which is why when you go and see, if you go to one of the graves, where the tombs are of the Sultan, you see a nice huge grave of the Sultan, and then around it you see lots of little graves. Well, those are all because when the Sultan's body was carried out, the old Sultan's body was carried out, and then behind him they would carry out dozens of little children, all the boys, the girls, because they would never become Sultan, they didn't get killed, but all the boys would be strangled to death. Doesn't matter how old they are, baby or 6-year-old or 20, 30, doesn't matter. Everyone strangled to death, and they would be buried the same day as their dad. And it's well known that I think Shakespeare used it in one of his plays. Was it? I can't remember which play it was, but in one of his plays, a young prince was worried because his brother had become king, and he was worried what his brother would do to him. And his brother said, "Don't worry, this is not the court of the Turks, right? You don't need to worry because only in the Turkish court will you get murdered just for being a male descendant." But it worked, and he got the backing of the scholars at the time, even though, I think we can all agree that is not, it's not for us to judge, but that's not the right way to do things. Surely it would have been better if maybe they somehow taught their children not to kill each other or fight each other, but instead they're like, no, there's no way of doing that. That's just mad talk, so we'll just kill them instead. Anyway, that's what used to happen. And after every sultan, new sultan would come, kill his brothers, kill his nephews, kill uncles, everyone dies, and then new sultan takes over, and each time this would happen. Until the young religious Sultan Ahmed the First. When Sultan Ahmed became the sultan, the caliph, he had a younger brother who was a little bit mentally unstable as well, but he loved his younger brother. And he said, I don't want him to be killed. We're going to stop this practice from now. He can be kept in house arrest. He can be kept in the palace so that he won't go anywhere and raise an army, kept in the palace, and treated like a prince, but he's not going to be killed. And he changed the whole tradition. This this really bad tradition. He changed it. Sultan Ahmed died very young. And two things happened. Sultan Ahmed had this huge passion to build a beautiful mosque. And he spent all his money and his time and his wealth, and he would turn up personally to oversee the building of this mosque, which we now know as the Blue Mosque. And he even went to the extent that the city of Iznik, which make the Iznik tiles, they couldn't keep up with the demand for the number of tiles needed, because each one of those are handmade works of art. He literally ripped out the tiles from his bathroom because they were covered with blue tiles. He ripped out the tiles from his own bathroom and put them in the mosque because he said, I'm not going to spare any expense. And he almost seemed to have a sense that his time was running out, which is why if you go to Topkapi Palace now and you go to the bathroom of the sultans, it's bare white walls because he'd ripped out all the tiles from there. But he died before it was finished. And it was nearly finished, but he died just before it was finished. And now his brother has become sultan. And his brother could have taken this mosque and written his name over it, right? It wouldn't be the Blue Mosque. It would be not the Sultan Ahmed Mosque. It would be the Sultan Ibrahim Mosque, right? But his brother said, no, this was the passion of my older brother saved my life when he could have killed me. He was merciful to me, and therefore I will be merciful to his memory and sign off the expenses and leave it in his name. This is the barakah of rahmah, of mercy, of having mercy. And even to this day, that whole area, even though all the sultans lived there, even though there are many greater sultans, Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, Sultan Bayezid II, Sultan Muhammad Fatih himself, but that area is still known by the name of Sultan Ahmed. I think one of the barakas of the mercy that he had for his younger brother and for his own piety as well. And the last reason why I think you should visit, and not just visit yourself, but inshallah, when you guys get married, take your family, your wife there. It's a really good place to visit. As a couple, when you have kids, it's a really good place to visit. It's very child friendly. Take your parents there. The last reason, the most important reason, I saved the best for last, is because in Istanbul, in the palace of Topkapi, in the room where the Sultan used to sleep, is one of the greatest treasures in the whole world, if not the greatest treasure in the whole world. And that is, you can go and see a hair from the head of our Prophet ﷺ. What would we give to see our Prophet ﷺ while still alive? What would we give to be able to view him? We can't. We might, if we're lucky, we see him in our dream, and inshallah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes us worthy of seeing our Prophet ﷺ in our dreams. But you can see a hair from his head. And honestly, if you go there and you want to see the hair on the head of our Prophet ﷺ, it's worth it just for that. It's worth it just for that. There are many other things there. They have the Prophet ﷺ's teeth that were shaheed at the Battle of Uhud. They have a letter that was written by the Prophet ﷺ, not written physically by him, but dictated by him. They have the swords. Some of the items are less authentic, and that's because when the secular administration took over after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, they mixed the religious artifacts of all the religions together and they put it into the room, when actually they should have kept the religious artifacts of the Muslims separate. So, for example, there's something they call the hand of Yahya alayhi salam there, and we know that it will not be the hand of the Prophet Yahya alayhi salam because the bodies of the prophets are not eaten by the earth, and that hand is clearly decomposed, and also the way it was found. So this was something that they had taken from the Knights of Malta, and this was a non-Muslim relic. It's a Christian relic. It was not a Muslim relic. It was kept somewhere else away from the Muslim relics, but when the secular administration came, they just put everything together. But a lot of the artifacts that are there, the cloak of the Prophet ﷺ, the flag of the Prophet ﷺ, al-Uqab, the eagle, it's named the eagle, these are authentic. They have, there's more evidence for their existence and transmission than there is for yours. So it's worth going and seeing them. So that's my 1 hour pitch. I hope the Turkish Tourism Authority will
Yeah, Zach's asking which airline sponsored you to give this talk.
Yeah, I was going to say who's paying you.
But Wajid, we have a few questions for you, from the chat as well. Somebody asked, what sites would you recommend to visit, both Byzantine and Ottoman? Just a quick, 5 sites that you'd recommend, historical sites in Istanbul while they're there.
Okay, I'm going to give you 5 sites that you they're off the beaten track.
Yeah.
There's a really good museum called Panorama 1453, and that is towards Abu Ansari radiallahu anhu's grave. It's towards that direction, but if you type Panorama 1453, you'll find it. It's basically a 360-degree immersive experience. It's a huge dome, essentially huge, right? And all 360 degrees are painted, and they have props all around you, and they have sounds, and it's like walking into the conquest of Istanbul, and it really gives you an idea of Muhammad Fatih. They have lots of exhibits about him, but history comes alive when you go and you visit the places, you visit the locations themselves. So I would recommend that. Number 2, I would absolutely. Most people miss out Dolmabahce Palace. They go to Topkapi because it's in Sultan Ahmed. Dolmabahce on the seaside. It looks like a European palace, and they think, why go? It was Dolmabahce Palace. It's pretty cool. It's interesting. There's lots of stories associated with that. But also, it was the end of the Ottoman Empire took place at Dolmabahce Palace. The end of the Islamic world took place at Dolmabahce Palace. And there again, when you go there, there's no words that can describe. If you know where you're going, there's a little library there, and when you visit it, that's where, if you want to pinpoint where and when the Muslim world stopped existing, the end of our history and this kind of lawless jungle that we live in now, that was there. That was the location. You can read up about it. Number 3, in terms of Byzantine sites, so actually, the Fatih Mosque, the mosque of Muhammad Fatih, was the location of the Church of the Holy Apostles. The Byzantines were collectors, and they like to collect saints and saint relics. So they took, they tried to collect the bodies, or what they thought were the bodies of the original apostles of Isa Islam, of Jesus, and the emperors themselves were buried there. So there's not much left. There's nothing left of it there, but that's a site and location. But it's also where Muhammad Fatih himself is buried. And if you want to go and see, I've said this before and I'll say it again. You can say and do whatever you want, but no one will be buried, and over their grave is the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ about them. That, wow, pretty much, that if there's a mic drop moment in history, that was it. You go there and you see that and you think, yeah, that's about it. It's referencing him. So that is pretty cool. And actually, he has a really on his gravesite. There's a little plaque which has a saying by him, which said about the Hagia Sophia. He goes that I have converted it into a mosque, and no one but a tyrant will convert it back from its use now after me. So apparently he could see the future. No, I'm kidding.
Okay, that's 3, isn't it? Or was that 4?
Is that 3? I have to think. I'll think of a few more. I'll let you guys know. Inshallah.
Another question, actually. Muhammad had this question, and he was like, "So imagine you're going back in time, and you're there at Mehmed II's thing, and we talked about this earlier. The Seljuk Turks, which is what the Ottomans came from, one would progress like 2 steps forward, and then disunity would rip apart the Seljuk progression that they do because of constant civil war." So you can see, not that we agree with it, but you can see the mindset of how they hated the fact of the risk of civil war, with all the princes, the Shahzadehs, being potential threats to the state. What do you do instead of fratricide to stop this kind of risk of civil war that's coming up?
Yeah, honestly, Dr. Walid, I've had that question for so long. So
What?
finally.
How do you
This question that somebody just asked.
So basically, you know why they introduced kinslaying, where they started killing the princes?
Yeah.
It was because the princes were a threat to the state, because people would use the princes to cause a civil war.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do instead of killing them? What's an alternative you can do? That's what Muhammad's asking.
How do you avoid people using the Shahzadehs against the state?
By raising your damn Shahzadehs like to be good Muslims and not killing them. It's not complicated, guys. You guys are making
a lot of them were used as puppets, weren't they?
Doesn't matter how much anyone gets used as a puppet. You have to let yourself have the strings attached and someone start playing you like a fiddle. You know, like that's the thing. Because you spent more time, and this is the thing. Like, there's a lot we can learn. Muslims can learn from non-Muslim history. In 1,400 years, how many Muslim leaders have willingly given up power to someone who isn't a direct family member? How many of them have willingly ever given up power, full stop? And how many have ever given up power to somebody who's not a direct family member? We don't do it. And it happens in America every 4 years. Well, that was until like 2 weeks ago. It used to happen every 4 years. Every 4 years, right?
No,
there is a war. Why did George Washington, give up power? There's a problem because a lot of Muslim leaders, unfortunately, spent more time building the nation and not their family. And then their family screwed up the nation that they built. Yeah. We've got to be honest about these things, right? If you raise your children right, they wouldn't be like this. You know how Muhammad Fatih was raised? Muhammad Fatih he was not the eldest, right? He had 2 older brothers, and his dad loved the eldest one most. His eldest brother died, then the second one died, and then it was this kid who is now supposed to, and he was young and rebellious, and he didn't listen to anyone, and he did whatever he wanted to do. Do you know how he was brought into line? His father assigned a teacher, a sheikh, to teach him, and everyone was like, "You can't teach this kid. He's crazy. He's a crazy kid. He just does whatever he wants." So the teacher's like, "I'll teach him. Don't worry." He went to him and he tried to teach him, and Muhammad Fatih, as usual. And this kid was like 8 or whatever. As usual, was just like messing around. It's like, "No, I'm not gonna listen to you. I'm a prince." And in the book, they wrote down that the teacher beat him so historically, right? Beat him so badly. They go that from that day, that boy was straight as an arrow. Yeah, that boy didn't go left, no right. He beat him senseless, right? And that was like, yeah, keep beating him this until he learns his lesson. I'm not like advocating.
Thank you for saying that. We do not advocate beating.
Okay, thank you guys. I'm going to end the podcast here.
Yeah, we don't advocate.
This is what we're taking away today.
Children.
You don't indulge this kind of mad behavior and say the only solution, like war is some kind of like inevitability. It isn't, and that's what Muslims do today, right? We just have to fight each other. We just have to compete against each other. We just have to hate each other. It's like, no, we don't. We could actually work together. Sorry, got a little bit annoyed.
No, it's okay. Okay, any other questions before we move on? Let me ask you a personal question, Wajid. How many times have you visited Istanbul?
5, 6.
Wow.
But everyone does that. Everyone finds a place that they like and they enjoy. So Makkah, Medina, Istanbul, and one day Jerusalem, inshallah.
Inshallah.
But not until it's back.
Watch it. This this is something you mentioned at the very start. Nothing to do with Istanbul. You were talking about food in Saudi, yeah?
Yeah.
And you mentioned that it's not very good. Is there actually any decent food there? Because when I
No,
went,
In Saudi,
yeah,
I've had good food in Saudi, but
the only good food I had was cooked by Persians.
So
they have food, but it's not their. It's not like what's Saudi food, right? Like I'm being ignorant here. So if there are any Saudis, please, forgive me. You probably have like some specific dishes that are really good, but until 100 years ago, they were dirt poor.
In fact, I remember reading that Somalia, who's now one of the poorest countries, the Emir of Mogadishu used to send aid to the Hijaz, and he used to personally fund like 1,000 alims to be trained in the Prophet's land. So imagine this, how situation changes 100 years later. Saudi now gives aid to Somalia. About 100 and 150 years ago, Somalia used to send aid to Saudi Arabia.
Brother Tamim has corrected me. There is some good food. Yeah, there is good food. Look, I generalize a lot, but a lot of the good food finds itself from Persian and Turkish culture, and obviously a lot of other places as well. I have been to Damascus. It is beautiful. Inshallah, one day it will be beautiful again once it's cleaned. But
yeah, no, yeah. There's one last thing I would say before we finish, because this is a history podcast, and this is something cool about Istanbul, is that it's how they treat their history there. So, you mentioned earlier, you scratch away the surface, you find Ottoman, you scratch a little deeper, you get Roman. It's how in Istanbul, it's a city that's built on top of a city that's built on top of a city. It's all open air. If a lot of those monuments were in the UK, the first thing people would do would set up a cordon around it, put a safety sign on it, and keep people away. Yeah,
and charge like £600 to enter.
Exactly. But in Istanbul, it's properly built into it. If you go to something called the Valens Aqueduct, okay, a Roman aqueduct from the 4th century, the city is built in between it. Like in between the arches, you find old ancient shops and streets. It's a city that builds itself around its history. It's brilliant to see.
Exactly, absolutely. Look, Delhi has 1,000 years of history, like 500 years more Islamic history than Istanbul. Now, for a variety of reasons, wars and absolute brutal colonization, because Istanbul was basically never really colonized by the colonial empires. It was, briefly taken over. But there's also a lack of maintenance. And you're right, they value their history, they maintain their history. And unfortunately, in lots of parts of the Muslim world, that just isn't the case.
Yeah, it's really sad.
It is.
There's more and more being lost every year. So guys, go see it before it goes. There's your warning.
Oh, and the last reason, one of the reasons to go, I would say, is also because right now Turkey is hosting a huge number of Syrian refugees. They're doing a lot of good for Muslims in Myanmar, in other parts of the world, and it's important because they're supporting it's not one or two, like 3 million Syrian refugees who honestly would probably, Nauzubillah, be dead now if it wasn't for the hospitality. We should, it's good for us to go and show that as well. And we're finding a lot of Uyghurs are now finding their way into Turkey, and others, people who had to flee from various other countries. People find a home there.
100%.
So, okay. Jazakallah khair, Wajid. We wanted to move on now that you've talked us through a nice tour of Istanbul and its history. We want to talk about the Charity Week projects, inshallah. Muhammad, do you have hosting rights? Are you able to pull up the projects for us?
Yeah.
So every year we raise money for orphans and needy children around the world, and some of the projects are absolutely amazing. We just wanted to take a few moments just to talk about some of the projects this year, or even some from the previous years. So firstly, let's start off with, a lot of people don't know this, is how does it come about with the projects? Is it Islamic Relief comes up with the projects and tells us, or what's the thought process behind, or how do you pick which country to go to? Because there's so much suffering going on.
So the Islamic Relief, the various countries that are taking part, they all have projects in a range of places, and we go to them and we say we would like child-specific projects because this is orphans and needy children. We want a range of projects. We would like to see a range of projects, so healthcare, education, innovative projects, emergency sustainable. We would like to see them in a range of countries and a range of sizes, £1 million projects and $100,000 projects. And they give us a range. And what we do is we sit down with this pile of 35, whatever, 40 projects, and we pick which ones fit Charity Week for that year, and put them into a list, which we present to everyone to select from. And so some projects, because for example, there will be some projects which, if we've done 3 years in a row in Pakistan, it would make sense to vary it up a little bit. If we've done, if a project is a £1 million project, but unless they get the million, it won't be funded, then we might not want to choose that because we're like, well, we don't want to put money across that project because we're not likely to fund £1 million. So there's a good likelihood that that project won't get funded, and we need it to get funded. Or if there's a project that won't be able to, is likely to disappear by November when we have the money, then so those are the reasons why we whittle down the projects to what we've got. These are projects that we think are have a variety, and then we present it to everyone else, and everyone gets to choose.
It must be really difficult, though. How do you decide? Because if you say no to a project, that project might not ever get funded.
No, we don't say no to a project based on other than it wouldn't work for Charity Week, or it'd be risky for Charity Week, because it's there's a project which is mainly adults. So then we're collecting for orphans and children. We have an amount to make sure it goes there, or it's risky because there's a chance that project might not happen, or for those reasons. So cutting it down phase is not that hard.
Okay, fair enough. And so this year, we have projects in many different countries. The one that caught everyone's eyes is heart surgery for refugee children in Syria and Lebanon. Can you explain more what's going to happen with that project? Where will the money go, inshallah?
Heart surgery for...
Is it are we training professionals to live on this?
The numbers of refugees from Syria are just mind-blowing. It's not, 1,000, 2,000, not even 100 or 200,000, millions. And when you have millions and millions of refugees, what you're going to have is, out of those millions, about 50% of them are children or more. And out of those children, a proportion of them will have problems when they were born. They will be born with heart defects. So there are a variety of heart defects that people can be born with. Some of them are more serious than others. Some of them, basically, if you don't get it corrected straight away, you will not survive. Others, if you you will survive for a few years, but you will struggle to get to your teenage years, or you will survive, but you won't be able to do very much. You won't be able to run or jump. You'll be basically living with heart failure, and that's for a variety of reasons. SubhanAllah, the human body is an amazing miracle Allah SWT has created, where just one blood vessel flipped upside down is enough to turn your world upside down, right? To make life incompatible. If one heart valve is slightly leaky, just slightly, the heart valves shut perfectly, right? All the time. As we're all watching this and listening to this, it's doing this every second, right? And if they're just off by a millimeter, you will end up with heart failure. So a percentage of children, a very small percentage, but not zero, right? But a small percentage of children are born with heart defect everywhere in the world. But if you're born with a heart defect and you're a refugee, then you have big problems. You don't even, forgetting lack of access to a healthcare system or to a heart surgeon. You have lack of access to parents. You have lack of access to basic hygiene. So Islamic Relief identified that in Lebanon, there are millions of Syrian refugees, and these Syrian refugees, they are in a really tough situation because Lebanon is an unstable country. Lebanon itself is a poor country, and it's well before that like absolute madness with the port. It was already imploding. This country, this fake country, the way the bureaucracy and the elite over there are all set up is essentially it's like a mafia. And when the Lebanese people themselves are being pushed to the wall, and now you have got refugees, there's not a lot of room for mercy, for hospitality. Things are getting really, really difficult now. And these children, they are running out of time. It's not like, if they don't get an education this year, inshallah, next year they could catch up. If they don't get surgery, there is no next year for them, Nauzubillah. So Islamic Relief identified up to 60 children who, if they paid the right amount of money, then they could pay for heart surgeons, and not just the heart surgeon, but the whole system need equipment and clinics and nurses, the medication, the aftercare. They could pay for all of that for like a few $1,000s, plus they could actually train up people to help. And they identified 60 kids, and they asked us, "Can you guys sort it out?" And how many do you? It costs, I don't know, somewhere was it between $2,000 and $5,000 per child. Do you think you could do it? And we're like, yeah, we could. And then they said, well, how many? And we said, inshallah, all 60. And they said, no, seriously, how many? Like, yeah, all 60. Because that's the power of unity. Like,
inshallah.
Inshallah, I can't emphasize enough. Like, if there's ever a time to go all in, this is the time.
Yeah,
absolutely.
There is a project that really caught my eye that I would like to ask about, if that's okay. So, a lot of these countries that are receiving projects, they are in the headlines quite a lot, and rightfully so. The situations in many of them is beyond dire. There's one that caught my eye, and that was the education for street children and orphans in Pakistan, Nigeria, Iraq, and the Philippines. And the Philippines in particular is a nation which doesn't get a lot of light within Muslim circles. I was wondering if you could share a little bit about the Education for Street Orphans project.
I'm not sure if they're all orphans, but street children quite often.
Oh, yes. Sorry, street children and orphans, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. So the project basically is in a part of the Philippines, which has, in the southern Philippines, which has suffered with civil war. So, as some of you may know, the Philippines used to be a Muslim country, a Muslim sultanate. Manila used to be a Muslim city way back in the day. But we lost it to the Portuguese and various conquistadors, and it became a Roman Catholic nation. But part of the island, some of the southern islands still stayed Muslim. So this set up a very a difficult geopolitical situation where you've got one nation which is very, very staunchly Roman Catholic, but also partially Muslim. And that Muslim side, whether they wanted autonomy or, there's been a long-running aggravation between the communities, like a separatist movement in the southern Philippines. So a few years ago, there was a big battle or war there. A lot of an entire city was flattened. A lot of Muslims were involved and killed as well. That's all settled down, but basically the poverty in that area is huge, and also there are lots of children who are left as orphans, and they are basically on the street. And like street children anywhere, they literally live on the street. They have nothing. They don't have a roof over their heads. Food is, random and sporadic. often don't have the love of a parent at all, because then they wouldn't be on the street. Many of them are involved in drug trafficking. Many of them are used in sex trafficking and are abused and often can be killed. So this is the horrific situation in the world today. And this project, which aims to take 600 children, Muslim and non-Muslim, off the streets and put them into education. Because if we can give them an education, we can break the cycle, inshallah. And it's never just education; it's always education and a free meal, so they don't have, they got food. One meal is often enough for most people to get through the day, right? So a meal in their stomach when they're at school, education, safety away from drug traffickers, people traffickers, sex traffickers, and being able to meet other children. And it's a really beautiful project, and it's not just in the Philippines, as you rightly said, in Nigeria, in Iraq, in Pakistan, in South Africa. This is a beautiful project to try and lift many of them off the streets, inshallah, and into education.
SubhanAllah. They're all fantastic. They're all amazing projects, man.
They are. That's why we need more and more people to unite, inshallah. That's why it's worth it. When you feel tired, and I'm sure everyone who's watching this, because you're all the same CW crew who work your butts off day and night to go to like meetings that most other organizations would just not be able to tolerate. The number of meetings, the number of events, the number of WhatsApp groups, the amount of effort that you all put in. And when you're tired and you're being weighed down, just look at any of the projects, look at the results from the projects, and the tiredness will disappear. Inshallah.
Okay, Jazakallah khair, Wajid. We have a great understanding of our projects this year, inshallah. And Jazakallah khair for that amazing talk about Istanbul as well.
Thank you.
I wish you could have joined us from the beginning. I think you'd really enjoyed us just talking history for 6 hours. But
should do this again for fun. Not even
every week, inshallah.
But speaking of which, tomorrow we are starting again at 3, inshallah. Jack, what do we have in store for everyone tomorrow?
What do we have in store? That is a great question. Let me stall verbally for a couple of minutes when I find the script, when I find the agenda. Got it. Stalling is over. So,
you got
starting at 3 p.m., inshallah, we have a history of the Indian subcontinent.
More specifically, it's a part that's not usually covered. It's the history of Muslim Islam in Kerala, South India. And we have a guest speaker, inshallah.
Inshallah. So leading on from some of the amazing figures we've spoken about so far, something they do a lot is they will give incredible speeches. So a lot of the battles, a lot of the great historical events we've been speaking about happen right after someone has delivered a speech, right after someone has properly sold themselves and their vision to their followers. And at 4 p.m, inshallah, we're very, very fortunate in that we have Mo from Islamic Relief from the Humanitarian Academy of Development coming to deliver a quick public speaking session for everybody on the live stream, which should be very good, inshallah. From 5 p.m, we are continuing with our 20 Islamic stories with figures such as Ibn Sina, the battles of Ain Jalut, the fall of Baghdad, Tariq ibn Ziyad, and also the fall of Andalusia.
I love your pronunciation. You absolutely
I am trying my best, okay? Sometimes in life all you need to do is try. Okay. Then we hopefully, inshallah, have a revert circle where we will be inviting a few reverts onto the show, and we'll be talking about revert stories, and then also having a chance for a Q&A with them. We also then have an interview with a Muslim mental health chaplain. This is an imam that specializes in the treatment of mental health, and talking to him about his work and the stories that he has working with Muslim patients. And then
with a little side story about what's his name? Abu Ziyad al-Balkhi, who was one of the early proponents of mental health in Islamic history, way before anybody else.
Yes. And then wrapping things up at 8 p.m. inshallah, we have our last 5 stories from Islamic history, focusing on, as Sunny calls them, the badass women from Islamic history. So these are sisters like Nusayba bin Qab, Nana Asmu, Lubna of Cordoba, Said and Nafisa. These are absolutely fantastic stories that we would love to share with people. And inshallah, we will come join us tomorrow. As you have joined us today, we would like to thank everybody for joining us as well. And the link, we are still the link is still going to be up until just before midnight tomorrow, inshallah. If you can help us hit our target and support some of the amazing projects we've been speaking about today, that would be absolutely amazing, and we would be incredibly appreciative. Would you guys like to say anything?
Jazakallah khair, and thank you so much for having me, guys. Take
It's been
care.
an absolute pleasure, bro.
This is a fantastic idea. So keep it up, and honestly, I have to say, there's a lot of teams out in the world, but our charity team, mashallah, they just keep surprising us every year. You guys, full of talent, full of energy, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you. You guys are like the best of the best, elite. So you're our janissaries. Go win one for us, inshallah. Take care.
Inshallah. Assalamu alaikum, bro. Thank you very much for joining us.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wow, that was amazing.
Are we off?
No, we're not off. We're still live. So, Sonny, can't relax yet. Guys, thank you very, very much for joining us tonight. We are going to wrap up the stream here. Please do enjoy the rest of your Thursday night. It is now the day of Jummah. Please do make good use of it, and we will see you guys, inshallah, at 3 p.m. tomorrow. And we'll see you guys then, okay? Assalamu alaikum, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, Muhammad, you can turn the stream on.
Assalamu alaikum. And we're